Welcome to Get to the Point, our Flashpoint 2 pre-show. We are in our final day of competition. That means we have the losers finals and the winners finals. And of course, the winner will be shipped that beautiful AK-47 trophy. You may notice something if you weren't with us yesterday, namely that we are not in our lovely studio right now. Effectively, we have been operating in a bubble environment here at Flashpoint with crew and our casters. Unfortunately, we did have a few positive cases of COVID-19, so we are now doing this from our rooms. Not the way we wanted to end our Flashpoint tournament, but we've got the matches for you all the same, and they should be some very good ones. Up first is going to be OG versus Fnatic in our losers finals. Unlikely that we would have these two teams here, especially since we have Virtus Pro running all the way through our winners bracket. Joining me, as you saw before, the esports archaeologist himself, Thorin, and Sexy Maui, as we have done in our skits. Good times doing all those skits with you guys. Right, Maui? Did you like pole dancing? You promised to get pole dancing lessons.
I will. I'll try it. I'll try it out. I need to lose some of this quarantine weight, so it's definitely going to be a good activity. And for Flashpoint 3, maybe I'll show a little bit of skin or something else.
Ooh.
Listen, I don't care what anyone says. It's not actually that hard in terms of like the technique. It's actually, believe it or not, as far as I can tell, about like you have to like learn all the muscle groups because it's super hard to hold yourself up. Because let's be real, no matter what lies they might say, it's not really sort of a job for people who are really good at school, despite what they might say. So, you know, I'd say maybe the opposite. So it can't be that hard, Maui. Just put your back into it. And all I would say is, some of the skits were funny, but you know what I would say? At what cost? At what cost?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of a deep one there for people to think about.
I just need a little bit of core strength, which I think a lot of the teams at Flashpoint wish they had as well.
Exactly. That's fair. That's a good joke. Thorin, of course, exploding the myths about the difficulties of pole dancing here on our Flashpoint pre-show. Let's go with our Flashpoint format to start things off. How did we arrive at these last three teams in our competition? And the answer is we had 3 best of 3 GSL groups. From there, we got 8 teams into our playoffs, 2 via the last chance qualifiers, the other 6 from the top 2 positions in each group. And our playoffs are 8-team double elimination. We are all the way at the end of that bracket right now. First off, though, let's take a look at Virtus Pro and how they advanced through this playoff bracket, because it is very interesting to see how they got here, because they picked up some really important wins. Okay, they beat Mad Lions in the first round. Might have expected that with the team on the rise. However, back-to-back victories against Big and Fnatic are really huge statement matches for this CIS team. Now, in the losers bracket, OG has made another long run playing every single match possible in these playoffs. It has been a slog for OG after they got knocked into the losers bracket in the first round by MIBR. They beat Dignitas Phi. Then they 2-0'd Big before defeating MIBR in the rematch late last night. And so they will come up against Fnatic today. The winner of our next match will be heading into the grand finals, which will also be later today, where Virtus Pro awaits. Now, these teams are all top 3, which means they will be going home with a minimum of $100,000, second place $250,000, and first place a shocking $500,000. That's right. We at Flashpoint have put out the biggest prize pools in CSGO this year. So Virtus Pro probably already happy with that minimum of $250K. That is a huge, huge win for them.
That is actually, in the history of the Virtus Pro org, already the second highest prize pool winning that they will ever accomplish. If they actually win this tournament, it'll be higher than Neo, Taz, Bialy, Snacks. It's higher than anything they ever made in their careers. So this is actually, there's a lot at stake here in terms of prize money.
And obviously, even though, as you say, Monty, in the context of expectations for this tournament and the last few months, most of the year, yes, second place would be good enough. But they already had a miracle run in their history where they went to the final of the major and they got dusted in that final. So I'm pretty sure some of those players, that's in the back of their mind. It's like, there's a great quote by Jose Mourinho where he says that finals are for winning, not for playing.
That's fair enough. And we'll see if they have what it takes. It has been an unlikely run, that's for sure. But before we dive into the analysis of OG versus Fnatic, let's talk about potentially some of the surprises we've seen from this tournament, the breakout players that we've had so far. And I know you guys want to talk about, let's start with VSM here, because he has been a guy who everyone knows at this point was VAC banned when he was a young teenager. As it stands right now, he is not available for major play. Now, we expected KNG to stand out and be the star on this roster, and indeed, he's probably an MVP candidate. But what have you liked about VSM?
Just the raw performance level, I think, has been unbelievable. Like, you could remember, this is a guy I've never actually seen play before. I don't think he was ever at any tournament I was involved in. So the idea that he would come into this field, and if you look at some of the teams they've played, their MIBR's had some tough matches that all go 3 maps. They're never put down easy. And this is one of the reasons why, because this guy basically consistently delivers. And so I knew KNG could be really good, but the idea they would actually have like a legit 2-star combo that could go up against anyone is unbelievable.
Yeah, I really like how VSM has developed from when we initially saw him at Blast. For people that were following that, he was kind of a lose condition for his team there. The fact that he was in the red for a lot of the series that he played, and I'd say in the close game that they lost to Astralis to start things off with this team, I think he made quite a few mistakes, actually. He looked pretty bad, out of his element. I thought that his transition over to Tier 1 European Counter-Strike was not going to go smoothly after that, but he really proved me and everybody else wrong. Any doubters, I would say, because at this tournament, he was excellent. He found a position on most maps where you kind of think, okay, this guy needs to stay alive. He needs to be careful about his role, but he was actually finding opening kills on CT side. He was making sure that it was always a 5v4. If it weren't KNG finding that opening pick, you could guess that it would be VSM that would find it.
Yeah, absolute star performance from him. We're going to have to see if we get to him unbanned at any point in time. Does seem unlikely given Valve's history, but we are just going to have to wait on that one. And if not, it'll be unfortunate because such a star performer here at Flashpoint MIBR, having to find a replacement player of that caliber might be a bit tricky. Now on to a player that we've talked a lot about this tournament, who's Shush from Mad Lions. This is a guy who has stepped up both last Flashpoint and this Flashpoint really quietly. He hasn't necessarily had the flashiest plays, but he has been the highest rated player on this Mad Lions roster. He's been playing his role extremely well. Thorin, what has stood out to you about Shush?
I mean, if you look even in some of these clips, you'll see sometimes he's one of the entry guys. So I think one of the interesting things for me is him, along with Valdir, have really shown that if you are an exceptional player, you can actually dominate even statistically, even when you are not the guy who's effectively set up to be the person getting all the kills. So this is a person I think has performed above and beyond what is expected in his role. I think when you consider that in theory it should far and away have been Acor that was the best team from Mad Lions. Yes, it shows that Acor didn't have the performance, but this is what kept them in the matches. This is what had them almost beating teams like VP, because in the playoffs, Acor generally didn't show up. So I actually think you have to give a lot of the credit, yes, to Peacemaker, to Huxley perhaps, but I would say in terms of a player, it has to be Shush.
Yeah, Shush went way above and beyond where he was supposed to in this role. The fact that he's playing anchor spots like Be on Train, Be on Vertigo, and thriving in them, busting out the double op at times, and just shutting pushes down completely, it's incredibly impressive because he's rarely set up. Sure, someone will throw the occasional assist flashbang here or there, but the fact that he can find multi-frag after multi-frag, it made their CT side so solid in a way that basically you just had to avoid Shush after a while, and it conditioned the opposing terrorist team to just walk away from Shush. He just, sent them to the other bomb site, in fact.
Well, as impressive as Shush's performance was, it wasn't enough to lift Mad Lions back into trophy contention. They were unable to defend their title. It's been fun talking about some of these players, guys. VSM and Shush certainly deserving of a little bit of talk and glory after their performance here in Flashpoint 2. But it is time to get into our actual analysis of OG versus Fnatic, and we'll be back with that right after the break. We're back with Flashpoint 2. It's our final day of competition. We're starting off here with our losers match, and that will be between OG and Fnatic. Now, this is a match that we've seen a bunch of times this year already. Thorin, you want to break down the recent history of the competition between these two squads?
Sure. So basically, ever since we came online, we've seen this matchup. I'm going to say 4 series. Like, we're not going to count the one that was a charity match. Ignore that. So if you know, obviously, the main issue is Fnatic started so well. They won, obviously, Pro League in the beginning of the online era, and then they were basically irrelevant until very recently. But because OG themselves only basically got good online in the last couple of months, they've played like 3 times in the last 2 months, month and a half or so, and it's gone actually 1-2. Fnatic has won the last 2, but before that, it was actually OG who was getting the better of them. And I think the interesting detail for me is, if you know OG's history, where they always have draw-out games on every map, they're actually the one team in the matchup that's had some of the more one-sided map wins. So if you're an OG fan, sort of very welcome respite in that regard. But Fnatic has gotten the better of them the last 2 times, including at DreamHack Open Fall. So at the moment, Fnatic coming in as the team from the upper bracket, they're having some amazing play from some of their players. OG has basically had to go to the limit against practically everyone, it feels like. So this actually has all the hallmarks of a real slugfest.
Now, what definitely should we read into Fnatic's performance when it comes to their recent loss versus Virtus.pro that sent them down here into the losers bracket?
I feel like every time I've watched Fnatic in this online era is that it feels like they have an addiction to the losers bracket, and it just feels like there's always this one BO3 that I see them play in the uppers bracket, and they look like they're coming out with a hot start, they're going to finish it, and then they just take their foot off the gas and they can never find the steering wheel again, and then they just crash into a tree. And that's pretty much what happened against Virtus.pro. It feels like they simply on Overpass were up 14-7 or 13-7, and then they just lost it. They just VP started breaking rounds down. Yeah, it felt like it was completely over, up a map, just needed 3 rounds to close the series out, make it to the grand finals, but then it was Jame time, it was Buster time, Yakinder finding some openings. It feels like when you give VP a team like that, just a little bit of life, a little bit of momentum, they will take everything from you. And for some reason, Fnatic just couldn't get themselves out of it. And I don't know what that is on the emotional side for them, because Fnatic's a team that's been through so much. These are super experienced players. You think that they would just be able to reset map to map, but it just feels like they couldn't find it after they lost that one.
Yeah, and if there's a comparison that can be made here, Fnatic, our first team, has been making kind of strong initial runs and then fading late. But OG has been upset in the first round of groups, first off by Gen G. Then they were upset in the first round of playoffs by MIBR. And they've had to make the salty losers bracket run back both times, but they've looked really good doing it. They won their rematch versus MIBR yesterday to set themselves up for this map, but it doesn't seem like OG can really do themselves any favors. They can't make it easy for themselves, can they, Thor?
I think there's even a stylistic comparison here, which is going to potentially make for an amazing styles make fights type matchup, which is that, as we say, Fnatic love to get out to huge leads. They've had a bunch of maps where Broline was like, right, I can go to bed now, right? I've won the game, it's over. And then basically they let it go and they can't close the game out despite having amazing fragging. Meanwhile, if anyone knows OG, not just in the bracket, but in every third map, they always have to give the other team almost enough rounds to win. And then all of a sudden they rise from the dead and the zombies start walking again, and somehow they just manage to script through the bitter end. So I think there's potentially a chance of the front runners of Fnatic against the people who just apparently never die in the OG guys.
Mao, you have any thoughts on this OG roster? Because it seems like they've made it so incredibly difficult for themselves in Flashpoint 2 so far.
Yeah, when I say that Fnatic has an addiction to the lower bracket, OG, I mean, they need to go to rehab immediately, because they will just start in the lower bracket at the very beginning of every single tournament, it feels like, and then they just don't die. It's like Thorin said, this is the zombie apocalypse, and OG is taking over right now. NBK risen from the dead, and he's actually playing pretty decently as well. I mean, this OG lineup is a team where it feels like they need to warm up their comms, if anything. I feel like at the beginning their firepower is fine, but then it feels like I don't always see them congealing in the right way. I don't feel like they're approaching that zombie horde mass that they need to do at the right time until it's late, and then they realize that their one true zombie leader, king, is Alexi B. They just need to listen to this guy, and once they do, this guy is a masterful caller here. I think he might be the best IGL left in the tournament.
Yes. By the way, just as a quick shout out, since Maui referenced him there, actually, there's one example of where I know people always love to hype the old guys, but even though NBK, in terms of like years on this earth, is not that old, like he started when he was very young as a pro. This was a guy who was in the big finals in 2012 at the beginning of CS:GO, and here he is potentially on the brink of another big final for massive money in 2020, and that's not it at all. He's not just being carried; he's something like the 25th ranked player in the whole tournament. So, speaking of players like Shush before, who performed above and beyond what you expect for their role, I think we've got to throw him in the mix as well. Like, he's one of the reasons I think they're at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, it has been OG as well with some star players. In fact, I think if we look at our two leading MVP candidates in the tournament, they're both in this match. While Virtus Pro might be in the winner's bracket, they haven't had the individual standouts. On the other hand, Valde and Brolan. Brolan #1 in terms of HLTV rating, Valde #2 at Flashpoint, plus 79 KD for Brolan, plus 77 for Valde so far. Who is your MVP leader between the two of these, Maui?
I gotta give it to Valde. He doesn't edge out Brolan in terms of complete statistical performance, but the impact I've seen him have has been just game-winning for OG. His ability to lock down his positions towards B on Train, towards Ramp on Nuke. I mean, it feels like anywhere you stick this guy, it's just lights out for the other team. There's no hope for them, and he comes up with these crucial multi-frags for them in situations that they have no business winning, and it feels like it's just raw mechanical ability combined with just perfect decision making. Valde has been an MVP for me here because OG should be out of this tournament. I think they should have lost to a couple of teams by now, but it's Valde who has been just climbing. He's just been performing outside of himself, and he's been a top 20 player in the world before, but some of the things I've been seeing him do here are just extraordinary.
Thorin, do you agree that one of these guys is the leading candidate for MVP, or is it somebody like KNG who's already been eliminated?
The tough thing is, obviously, KNG is going to play a couple less matches than whoever's in the final. So I actually personally think, I mean, we'll get to this in a second, I might actually give JW the MVP. I think some of his stats are actually really incredible, especially in the context of his career. But in terms of these two players here, I agree with Maui. I think actually the best player overall, maybe not the MVP, we'll see how people want to break that down, is probably actually Valde in the tournament. You look at the roles he's playing, the production he's giving from that. I would even say, because I know a fan will see that matchup there and think like, well, that's unfair. Like, how could JW be better than Brolan, or isn't Brolan a better player when you look with the eye test? And it's like, I would contrast it to the old school matchup of Fur and coldzera. The eye test told you Fur was the far better player. He was an incredibly skilled player who could just aggressively push and wreck a whole game. But coldzera was the master. He was the one who controlled the tempo. He just shut the game down. He'd win all the clutches. So for me, Valde is doing it from the toughest positions. And then look how many of those highlight clips there is like him having to get a flank, kill 2 or 3 people, basically win the round himself. Meanwhile, on the Fnatic side, one of the things we'll probably get to when we criticize them actually for why they're in this position is, despite having basically more top fraggers than anyone else in the tournament, they haven't been able to make use of some of those Brolan performances. I've seen maps where Brolan would hit 25, 30 kills and they lose the map. Like, if you have the best player in the world, the team needs to be able to function around him to win those games.
Absolutely. And going back to your point, Thorin, I know you wanted to talk about the oppers here, JW and Montu. What were some of the stats that you wanted to highlight to explain how those performances have been going?
Yeah, so the funny thing is, Mantu is very much in the mold of a lot of the AWPers you've seen in this tournament who aren't called KNG, which is they're just really good CT side AWPers. They hold their spots. They hit the first 2 or 3 shots. They rotate when they're told to. Hopefully, if they want to get good stats, they're all right in clutches. The difference is this. When you go to the T side, JW stats are way higher up. He's actually making use of his like ability to be unpredictable, a willingness to be very aggressive, in contrast to the James of the world who are just going to sit behind everyone else with the sniper rifle. And so one that I found really astonishing is that JW right now, with less maps played than some of the other teams, Mantu's played 1 extra map, is #1 in this entire tournament for kill death differential with plus 93. Now, if you know old school JW, he was the invisible impact player on the scoreboard, and you could only see it in the server. You saw him make a crazy move. You saw him put map pressure when he died, art style. You saw him go and win an impossible round. But at the end of the game, you expected it to be Olaf Meister or Crims or maybe the odd flusher game in terms of the big stats. JW was the guy where if he just sort of went even on the scoreboard, he probably did his job because of all the implied value. The idea this guy is killing everyone. I mean, he actually also, by the way, Volde is number 5 in the entire tournament for opening kills. This guy is having insane impact in terms of the invisible metrics on the scoreboard. He's doing incredible things. And that also means, because of the kill differential, he's not dying. This is the JW who can get his max output without dying. Like, this is why, for me, if Fnatic lose here and they don't win this tournament, they have actually thrown the tournament in a sense. Because with the performance of Roland, with Crims overperforming what you'd expect for him, with where the map pool looks like it is, like, everything's on their side. So it's up to them whether they can close the deal.
We're going to put a pin in this MVP conversation until after we finish this last match. And then we are going to revisit it right before our finals as well, to see, you know, whether or not it's going to be Volde who could advance from here. Broland, JW, all contenders at the moment. Let's get into the meat of this pick and ban next, though, because I know that's where we're going to see a lot of the more in-depth analysis that you guys can provide.
Right, let's get the bans out of the way very quickly, because it's going to be the same as always. Like, you're going to obviously have the Dust 2 ban from Fnatic in theory, and then you're going to have the guys over on Alexi B, No Vertigo, OG. So we can just get those two out the way immediately, right?
We might see Nuke ban from Fnatic, perhaps. Yeah, okay, so they do go for that, actually.
Oh, sorry, yes, it's actually Nuke they ban all the time. You're right, that's the permaban.
Yeah. It's where the first pick goes for me is what's going to be interesting, because both of these teams really like Inferno, but I feel like because OG has the first pick here, they'll almost have to bait Fnatic into picking it second. I think OG should go for an opener in Mirage here. It's been a map that's been a little bit kind of fluctuating for Fnatic, so we'll see if they go for that. Potentially they'll go for the Inferno pick themselves, but they will go for Mirage, and that is what you would expect to see.
It's also just smart because, as you've seen in all the past series they've played, Fnatic loves to pick Inferno. And actually, with how that team themselves had that failure on Overpass, I don't feel like the crazy naughty pick is available. Like, I think at this point in time, if you're Fnatic with how the tournament's gone, you just say, yes, okay, we'll take the Mirage Inferno matchup. We've played it a million times. Let's just hope we're the better squad at this point in time.
Yeah, I feel like this would be an ego thing. I think both teams think they're just simply the better team today, so it would make sense to go for your comfort pick in Inferno. You could see something being thrown out there like a train, like an overpass, but I feel like both of these teams just want to go head-to-head on their best maps, but they will actually go for overpass. Okay, so that's interesting, but it's a little bit of a punish pick. OG just hasn't really played that much overpass. I don't think, in fact, Monty, I don't think they've played it at all this tournament yet.
They have not. Yeah, no, they have not played overpass even one time this tournament.
Okay,
Tough thing about that is, though, you just think, Maui, about the way that Virtus Pro game were. As we said, that looked like Fnatic had it in the bag, and then, like, there's some PTSD you could easily trigger there if you're OG.
Yeah, but on the flip side, when they played against MIBR, it was MIBR who was in the same position, and Fnatic had to come back against them. I'm really interested in the decider. I really hope, for the just sake of this series
Inferno,
and how much hype it could have, it would be Inferno. Yeah,
it's gotta be.
So OG bans Train. Got it.
Logically, Fnatic should definitely ban those two. Yeah. Right, the good news here is these teams can't 2-0 anyone practically. I know Fnatic technically did 2-0 MIBR earlier, but as a result, like, I think we have a very good chance to get into that third map, and if we do, all bets are off. Like, this could actually be a banger.
Yeah, this is already shaped up to be the best series of the tournament. There's so much history between these teams, the star potential, getting the first highest rated player versus the second highest rated player, and an X Factor player in JW who's known for his highlight potential. I mean, this is everything you could want from a just losers finals. In fact, this almost feels like it could be a grand finals for many different tournaments. So I'm actually super hyped, and I'm really excited that the first battleground will be that Mirage.
And since we're going to Inferno, I know, Thorin, you've talked about this being one of Alexi B's specialty maps when it comes to shot calling. Does that mean you think OG has an advantage heading to the third map of this series, or are you still going with the Fnatic angle that they are going to make the grand finals?
I still think Fnatic are the better team. Like, even when I was watching that game yesterday, I was like, if you're OG, like, I know it looks cool to do this. If you were making a movie, the storyline would be exactly how they win the game. But the point is, in real life, if you keep putting yourself at a deficit like that, and you're down 9-13 over and over again on the decider, you're not going to win most of those matches. And by the way, especially if you ever, God forbid, play like the #1 ranked team in the world, like, they're just going to dust you off, and they're going to say, thanks for giving us basically like serve at this point in time, and we just hold and win the game. So I do think if they get in those scenarios, Alexi B, LXB is, I agree with Mario's comment earlier, he's the best IGL in the tournament, and he can basically make miracles happen. But there's a reason why they're miracles. So I actually personally favor for the Fnatic side and the front running and the better fragging. I even think the veto is somewhat sneaky if they can get Overpass to work like they think they can. They've probably slightly shifted it their way. So I love LXB's calling, but as I sort of alluded to in that blind spot segment with Issa, who fair play did come online yesterday, I think the real neutralizing factor to LXB's calls is coming from inside the house.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough, given what we've heard from the comms so far of OG over the course of this event. Now, Maui, are you in agreement with Thorin that we're going to see potentially a Fnatic win here and have them advance to play Virtus Pro in our finals?
Yeah, after seeing this veto, I think it's just slightly Fnatic favored because Mirage kind of feels like a coin flip to me. Overpass feels slightly Fnatic favored, and then Inferno is another coin flip. But in the middle of this year, Fnatic was probably the best team in the world at Inferno. So the fact that they can rely on that experience and the fact that they believe that they are probably the best Inferno team in the world right now gives you a lot of reason to believe in this Fnatic team. The problem I have is I think Mirage might be a little bit more OG favored than we're giving them credit for, because in the middle of this year and the beginning of this year, Brawlin, he played the A bombs. At the very beginning of the year, Brawlin played A. And some reason, in the middle of the year, he started playing B, and then there was an interview that came out where Krim said that we are just trying to mess with our roles. We don't know what we want to do anymore on this map, and it led to a landslide of losses on Mirage. And so I don't know if Fnatic have completely righted that ship just yet.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly. We are going to head into OG's pick of Mirage here and find out whether Fnatic have fixed those assignment issues when it comes to the positions. And bringing us the action are going to be Potter and Semler.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for that fine analysis going into the series. That's everything we were hoping for, and I wholeheartedly agree. This feels like it could be a grand final already, so we're going to be spoiled for some amazing CS today. But I'm Semler. I'm going to be your commentator, and joining me as my analyst is going to be Potter. Potter, did we cast in Flashpoint 1 together? I can't remember.
I think we casted once. Series. Yeah, one series. Very early on in Flashpoint 1. But you know what? We'll forget about that, and we'll make this our debut together.
There we go. I think it's a fitting time. It's a fitting time. It's a lower bracket final. It's going to be a banger, as Thorin said, because Fnatic and OG are evenly matched, and we're going into Mirage right out the gates. It's going to be excellent, and it's looking like actually OG don't want to waste any time at all. It's a straight out A-site hit coming out from OG. No time wasted, no nades, no nothing, just walking right up ramp. And Fnatic thought that this was going to be B initially, so already thrown a little out of whack here. And it's going to be straight into the retake here for Fnatic. All 5 alive, though, and they still have a smoke for the defuse as well. So if they can figure out where that bomb is placed, that smoke is going to come in handy.
Yeah, that smoke is going to be everything for Golden here. So weird. 5v5. Bomb's been planted for quite some time. Brolan, he's already buying some space here. That fight that's going down in mid right now is going to be crucial for Fnatic. But already 2 members of OG going down. Mantu, he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders right now. They've got to stop this defuse from coming through.
It's a lot of pressure now, but Brolan again hitting. Oh, another headshot. That's the one, and they are going to overwhelm it. Brolan with all 3 remaining kills, and they should have just enough time. Unreal. Couldn't cut it any closer.
Brolan is such a stud. It just seems like in all these pistols, Fnatic, they were completely fine with having that retake scenario go through. Brolan always coming in so clutch, and this is going to be a force buy right off the bat again. OG, they don't want to let Fnatic get the economy way out of control. They don't want to let Fnatic breathe and be comfortable here. So the Galils, they're coming out in full force. 2 members, though, MBK and Issa, deciding to be conservative. Oh, that's a late buy. Whoa. Maui was talking about it on the desk here, about OG's communications, how they do kind of have to warm up into it. That was a late call. Hopefully those few seconds that they wasted in freeze time don't come to bite them. But Alexi B, he's already finding some ground here in lower B tunnels.
Yeah, setting it up. Nobody top mid for the crunch, though. So this is just going to be straight in to connector. You have 3 players already set up on the other side of the map for OG. Focused on that A site. So 2 from ramp, 1 from Palace, and there's JW making the peek for info.
Oh, the little crouch from JW, sniffing around mid, dry peeking, and punishes Alexi B there with the FAMAS of all things. So Fnatic already man up. Still a minute left on the clock, and you can see OG here, their in-game leader has gone down. Some communication coming through for the squad. And Valde, he's going to be rendezvousing back with his squad around T-spawn. So as soon as Valde gets back to the squad here at A ramp, I I'm expecting some sort of push, but the utility Semler, they're working with scraps here.
They don't have any. They have a smoke and a flash. Where are you going to put that smoke down? You've got 2 Augs ready and waiting for you against Galil's?
Look at them just crouched, set up. This is going to be a firing gallery. Crims finding the opening pick on Montu, and the Palace player needed to find some sort of a trade, but that's a good spam. That's a good spam finding on Crims. They can get into the bomb site here, but as we mentioned, Semler, that utility, it is low. There's nothing left. MBK, he's just got to find all the headshots, and he does find one on the JW, and that second one onto Flusha got close, but Flusha always seems to make that UMP come into play. He is one of the only pros that still holds on to that weapon. It seems like Flusha, even later on into those heavy gun rounds, will still bust out that gun and do work with it. Fnatic securing that round 2-0 and actually fairly clean as well. OG, we mentioned it, they were low on utility, not a lot of room to work with. As soon as Alexi B went down, it seemed like that game plan going into that round, it just crumbled. And this time around, just some Deagles, some P250s, and even a Glock to come out to play. And it looks like it's just going to be a B-pop, but this B-pop, it's going to depend heavily on MBK finding some sort of a 1D here, because there's no flashes, nothing to help these guys get into the bomb site.
Ooh. Flash peek, and Flusha at long range is going to take down NBK with the MP9. No Kevlar here on OG, though, so running into an MP9 is ill-advised. You are going to get chewed up. That rate of fire is just too hot, too much. Golden here with the M4 as well. And so now the push is coming through from JW, of course, and he's going to be able to get a freebie here on Issa. Valda's going to be right around the corner as well, and he manages to react in time.
Oh!
That's unfortunate from Crims, though. 2 kills here that he suffered. Oh, Golden has to be careful, though. Headshot could happen. Can they save the AUG? Oh, that's such a shame. They have to throw an M4 away.
Teamwork's the dream work.
Oh, they just save it.
They make it happen, just passing it over to JW. That's actually pretty clutch. That's going to ensure that Fnatic, they don't have to rebuy just another extra rifle. And these Fnatic OG games, these series, they always come down to the wire, always making it to a map 3. The economy is tight, so that one saved AUG, I mean, I'm sure that it's going to come into fruition later with the economy game. But here it is, a full, healthy buy coming out of OG, all the utility they could ask for. These scoped weapons in mid, though, Crims, he's got a little sweaty Aang, finding it through the one-way here.
Oh, it's so nasty. He's just waiting, too, but they're being so patient, OG. And NBK, man, he's taking Crims out already.
Was that a spam through the smoke, or did he see Crims?
Regardless, yeah, I don't know. We didn't see it from his perspective. It looked like Crims was just comfy up there, but he gets caught, and that's not going to help things here for Fnatic. Nice flash opening go. Brolan not going to be able to get the job done, however. Lexi B with the headshot. Golden striking right back. He desperately needed that kill. Now it's only a single-man advantage for OG. And the question remains to, yeah, exactly. Valda's going to spot out Golden. A little bit of a dual half damage there to Golden. He's still hanging in here. But Fnatic, they're going to need to get clever here. They need to find an edge because OG are about to crunch that A site.
Valde just throwing some noise cues, even faking the jump, keeping Golden's attention span all throughout this window. He's starting to get a little paranoid. A flashbang comes through for JW, from JW, and Golden, he has an opening that would have been so huge for Golden to find that pick, and now he's surrounded. He's getting pinched in all different angles. J-Dubs to the rescue, and he does take out Montu, but Golden gets burned alive, and JW's trying to do everything he can to recover this round, but OG, they're finding ground onto A, and there's no defenders here.
It's so smart, though. JW's managed to make his way through CT already. I don't think they have a smoke to block him off either. Still, man, oh, nice flash. No peek behind it, though. Issa playing very carefully. Doesn't want to give up this kill for free, and JW is not going to see him. Going to get that kill, and Flusha now, last man, 1v3. And he's stuck in connector, not ideal. Kind of hoping that he would be able to make it over to CT to get that AWP, but that's going to be a pretty tall order at this point. He's kind of stuck here. So right now, just hoping that Velda oversteps. Still, OG coming out ahead this time around, hitting those shots and building off of Crims. Getting picked early by NBK. Dude, NBK also, gotta mention him. Didn't feel like he got too much love there in the analysis show, or the pre-show going into this match, but he has been doing some hard work for OG over the past couple of series.
Natural born killer. You're right, Semler. He found that opening. It was a eerie opening as well. Crims, I'm sure he was thinking he was going to find the pounce, find the opening through that one way, but MBK just knows all of his angles. like the back of his hand. But once again, Fnatic, they're gonna have an okay buy here. Crims is down to that scout, but JW, the desk was talking about his impact all tournament long in Flashpoint 2. He's got the AWP out now, taking that pick through window, and he gets dinked through the smoke. That's gonna kind of make JW take some more passive angles in this round.
Yeah, he's not going to get to... Well, I mean, it is JW, though, so anything is possible still. Dude is a madman. That's what he's known for. But this is fun here from Brolan. Right on the edge. Gets them lined up. Does manage to get at least one kill. That was hairy. Bit too close for comfort. Crims still seeing if he can line up a shot with the scout. Golden taking the fight with Alexi B, and it's the other in-game leader, Alexi, who wins that duel. This is going to end well here for OG, at least. They managed to get onto the bomb site with that bomb. Now looking to get that bomb planted. And it's a 3-on-3 retake for Fnatic. Not a whole lot to work with, though. A couple of smokes at least, but no kit. So their time, it's going to be very difficult to make it happen here, as they don't have any Molotovs to clear out Mantu. They don't have any Molotovs to hold anybody else off. It's all about smokes and hitting shots at this point. And so life is going to get real fun here in a moment for Fnatic. They have a decision to make. They could still back off and try and save this. And it's looking like that might be the name of the game here. Getting out, holding on to the AWP, holding on to the M4, and hoping to fight again in another round.
Yeah, just too low. Got to try again in the next round. You can see how familiar both of these squads are with each other. OG, game sense, spidey sense even, tingling towards that A ramp. They knew that Brolan loves to stick really close to that smoke. Throwing some spam cues, some sound cues, and Brolan, he reacted to it. Just started spamming through, and a 1-for-1 that close to A ramp is always going to favor the terrorists coming through. So nice job on OG, and another clean round. But Fnatic, because of those saved weapons, they come into this one with a scrappy buy. A couple of pistols and an AWP. JW, he got so low so early on in the last round, he couldn't find that impact. This time, you do see him kind of in that connector, peeking down very deep into mid, but none of the OG members are there. They're just on the extremities.
Yeah, gotta be careful about it. Trying to find that room, and they are... Fnatic for a moment they were thinking that this could be an early beak play. Put 3 over here early. Now we're going to get Crims rotating back over towards the middle of the map. Well, as always, you've got... not Issa, actually. NBK posted up in Palace, so there is going to be a player on the flank here for OG, but this is looking more and more like they want to put some pressure on the A site. If they can find somebody out of position here, that would be lovely. Exactly. Trying to check short, trying to check and see if they're going to catch anybody playing for info here towards mid. And what is it that gave them away? 'Cause it's looking like that bomb is going to peel off of this A site.
Yeah, it did seem like OG were wanting to do some sort of an A split through that window boost, but after Issa made some either accidental noise or calculated noise, either way, they're going to step away from it, and looks like this is just going to turn into a B pop with NBK potentially lurking out towards that middle. Probably a late cat lurk. Only 2 defenders here for Fnatic at the B site right now. Flusha and Golden going to have a lot of traffic coming their way, and a beautiful, juicy grenade right on top of the OG members. That's going to be huge. Flusha just jumping around with that CZ, and Alexi B so blind.
JW did manage to get that kill on Issa as well. And there's Golden from short with the Deeg. Gonna find another. Brolan there to watch his in-game leaders back. Catches the flank of NBK, and it's Mantu and Val, the last 2 alive now for Fnatic, or for OG, as Fnatic are just cleaning up. Perfect round for Fnatic. Everybody survives. They are now almost fully decked out in AKs as well.
Oh, OG are gonna want to replay that round if they ever could. It did seem like there was some sort of a breakdown in their communication or in the round, or is like you said, Semler, something made them back off that A split. And that late round mid B split with no map control, it just becomes so tough with all the utility coming through for Fnatic. So another broken buy coming out for OG. We know how deadly their deagles can be though, so Fnatic, they've been on the other end of that deagle time and time again. The desk was talking about it. This is going to be, I believe, the 4th rematch here in just the last 3 months between both of these teams. So very familiar.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we want to talk about the history of CS as well, it's like you got guys like NBK playing against guys like JW and Flusha for how long now? So a lot of history between these players. all of the tricks. It's going to be tough to pull quick ones on all of them, but OG now just going to go barreling up A ramp. Brolan finds a headshot on Alexi B to kick things off, and they have kind of been slowed down here, OG, hoping for Velda to come up with the goods, and yeah, there it is. Delivers that headshot with the AK, so still a man advantage for Fnatic. And OG getting picked off one after the other, but Velda remains a threat. He's still got that AK, and he's still hoping for a target. He is going to get spotted in the open, however, and well, everybody's already got AKs on Fnatic's side, so it's not even like they're going to be able to pick that one up, unless they like the skin, maybe, you know, change the skin.
Yeah, that AK actually would have been huge as well, saved, because you can see that Issa, he is broke. So OG, they're actually, it looks like they're just going to go for another conservative buy to allow Issa's money to kind of catch up. Some Tech 9 plays coming through. Usually with this sort of a scrappy buy, I wouldn't be surprised to see just a full-on B hit. We haven't seen it quite yet coming out of OG. Lexi B is going to try to throw some distractions towards mid, and Valde, he's going to be the man at the point here.
The cutting edge. The sharp tip of the spear. He is going to be looking like he wants to lead in here with the P250. Not going to find anybody, but a wall of smoke there to greet him, unfortunately for him. Still just a waiting game here from OG, and probably a little bit necessary as well, considering they've just been getting beaten up on so far. So this is that half pipe, and this is them just going to go ahead and get that execute rolling onto the B site. JW isn't too far away, but it's going to be tough for him to support his teammate. That delayed flash was perfect, and Flusha barely holds his own, manages to pick up a 1-for-1. That was so close. JW, though, from the short side is going to find a kill, and Brolan's already rotated in as well. So Fnatic, they should be able to get in here and get this retake going.
JW got that kill, flanking lower B tunnels with an AWP. Only JW would be flanking with an AWP, finding 2 kills already. Flusha was alone. This round, it looked tricky, but Fnatic, they're A-OK. They're not going to let the pistol round slip past them. And this retake, it does come through. Valde just left wondering.
Oh, Golden. Oh, dude. Saved by the clock there, Golden. He got headshot in that shot. That was not looking pretty. Do we have replays now?
I did hear that, but it's not coming through on my screen.
I mean, we do have to give a quick shout out to everybody here at Face It and the Flashpoint production crew who've been making this all happen. It's absolutely insane. So we're all set up here in our rooms. We've got the PCs, we've got the cameras, the lights, everything. It's unreal. So mad shout out to the crew. They must have been working their asses off nonstop here to make all this happen for us. So really cool. But what's less cool is OG just getting battered right now. If you're a fan of OG, you're not too happy with how this map is starting out. Fnatic have really set the pace, and now they've got the bank as well. So it is their half to lose at this point, it feels like.
Yeah, and historically, when both of these teams meet up on Mirage, it's generally a very heavily T-sided map. You're looking at usually 9 rounds on T-side, 10 rounds even in some cases. So definitely Fnatic, they've got to be super happy with 6 rounds in the lead already. But that AWP coming out into Mantu's hands this time around, that might find the opening for OG that they so desperately have needed in these rounds. But Brolan, he's already pressing forward in an aggressive forward position. Crims has the angle. It should be Crims that has that point of contact first. But if Alexi B plays this right, throws a little jiggle, this might put Brolan in a really tough position. Ooh, a flashbang must be on the way, and there they are. Super blind, but he only gets 1. That may not be good enough for Fnatic, guys, but at least he does get the 1 blind kill. Alexi B, he's a little low, but OG, they're going to take that trade. They'll take that trade all day.
Oh, yeah. They took a bit of damage, but there it is. Valda catching JW to open it up. That was underpass as well, looks like. So now the B site could be open. The run boost, Mantu into it. Flusha from short, though, going to find a kill. Brings it back to a 3-on-3. But in the meantime, Valda, yeah, working his way. Dude, is that a smoke that's about to go down? No, a molly, okay. They're out of nades on the side of Fnatic, but they have rotated 2 players over here towards the B site, and they are about to get juked because OG have worked their way out onto A.
Yeah, all 3 Fnatic members were headed that way, but thankfully Golden, he's on his way back towards CT spawn. Issa's already found the A site to be clear. You can see the rotations coming through on the minimap. Golden. He's going to find a duel. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. This killing the bomber is going to be everything for Golden here.
Oh, he hits that headshot, though. That's so brilliant. This is big now. Man advantage as well as the damage. Crims is there to take one, and now it's a man advantage for Fnatic going into this retake, and they are going to get it done. Man, they cannot seem to miss right now. You're thinking Golden's just going to get caught by that guy on stairs, but no, he hits that shot.
Fnatic coming in clean and crisp. Even that mid-fight that went on right in the beginning of the round, you could see Fnatic members were not going to let Brolan's death go unanswered, forcing out the trades, even Flusha peeking deep from that cat and equalizing it into that 3v3. So really nice stuff coming out from Fnatic in that mid-round.
The most impressive. I mean, 7-2 on Mirage CT side to kick it off. This is so solid. Yep. I mean, I'm really impressed right now with Fnatic, at least coming into this lower bracket final. OG are struggling. And there's JW through the smoke, times NBK. Man advantage again here for Fnatic very early on. And while OG have mid, cool, they have yet to get access to a bomb site, although they are starting to make noise like they want to head over towards B short. Flusha's going to catch the bomb. That's the bomb dropped in B apartments.
Oh my, OG are falling apart. Mantu, he does have an answer though with that AWP, trying to sniff it out towards that window connector area. Brolan hears all of this though. And right now, Fnatic, 2-man advantage up, are just going to hold and make OG make the first move, sweat it out a little bit. I think it's all going to come down to Issa here. Will he go into that ladder room or try to flank Market?
If he goes to try to flank Market, he's going to get caught by Brolan. 50 seconds, man. It's just 50 seconds of sitting at this point. There's no reason for Fnatic to rotate or change angles. And you can even see Brolan kind of tightening it up as well. So just eliminating options. Now he's going to be able to watch this flank from Market. He'll have CT covered. And, well, it's Mantu slowly walking his way forward through B apartments. He's going to have Issa there to get his back in a moment.
Fnatic are playing this so disciplined. Not really giving OG any angles.
Although, as I said that, there's Crims with the peek. And Mantu will take Flusha. Still, he's in a 1v3, and he is going to get caught by Golden. So, can they save the AWP? I don't think they're going to make it in time. That's unfortunate. Oh, never mind. Brolan managed to snag the op right before the clock flipped.
Quick hands coming from the youngster Brolan. But look at their money somewhere. Fnatic are rich. They are balling out of control. They'll be just fine if they needed to rebuy that AWP. But JW, he's got the best spawn once again. Sometimes Mirage, when you're the sniper, you get a little RNG in your favor. You get the best spawn over and over again. You'll take those. So JW jumping out that window, going for that deep connector pick, but OG, they are all congregated towards this A ramp, just down to the Tech 9s, but a lot of utility this time around to help them out. OG have some really nice smoke set pieces towards this A. Those smokes should help them get into these sites. And those Tech 9s. Get ready for the Tech 9, Semler.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the explosion. It's just going to be flashes raining in and then the run and gun. And we're going to be wondering if it's 2015 all over again. But this should be happening any moment now. Here's the first nade over into mid, just trying to draw some attention here. But Fnatic aren't biting. JW is still hanging around, although he's wondering, nope, with the smokes rolling in now, it's going to become evident that this is going to be the name of the game. Crims is going to find one, but Issa long range with the deagle takes his head off. Brolan, however, surprise, surprise. Oh, Issa point blank. There it is. That's the kind of kill that OG need right now to crack this open.
And J-Dubs, he's so blind. 3 members all around him. He's sweating it out in a smoke. There's the first kill, but he gets traded right out. These Tech 9s are coming up huge. Valdez now got the AWP in his hands, taking a deeper angle towards that window. And now Flusha, he's got a huge decision to make. This is the murder hole, and he gets murdered from Valdez. And Golden, he's all alone now. And this is a lot to ask. All of a sudden, those Tech 9s turn into an AUG, an AWP. Golden's got the kit, but he's forfeiting. He's going to back away, and that's definitely the smart decision. We talked about it, Fnatic. They have a lot of money, but This is just too much to ask for Golden, so he's going to give this one away to OG. And OG, man, Issa, what a stud, because the rest of his teammates got Molotoved out behind him. Broland finding the timing with it, but, I mean, he just found 2 1-deeks entries into the A site.
If that, I mean, that's Issa's round. If he doesn't manage to pick those up, I mean, Crims is just murking him from CT, fair enough. But you're expecting Broland to be the one to hold the line. Broland not even being able to trade 1-for-1, just really threw Fnatic out of whack there. So that's the end of a 5-streak win there for Fnatic, 5-round win streak. But Fnatic 8-3 on the CT side in the lead, looking very good. But OG, a much needed round, a little bit of respite here, and we'll see if they can make use of that, if they've succeeded in shaking up the Swedes a little bit here. Quick underpass play, though, from OG, looking to take a fight early. They're hoping, and they could have caught Golden. Had Alexi B just kept going, he would have caught Golden with the nade in hand, and that could have got nasty for Fnatic.
Alexi B picking up the pace towards this lower B. Oh, and he sees just the silhouette of Golden. That's a huge pickup, but what a trade coming out from Crims. That's actually going to be a lot for the Fnatic guys.
You can't make any mistakes against these guys. They're too quick.
The trades have been coming in so quick, Semler.
It's like, Crim sees you for an instant. It's like, cool, headshot. While you're jumping, while you're midair. Just get absolutely wrecked. And while JW's now boxed in. So life kind of sucks for him. Although Velda gives up the angle. Interesting. Thought for a second he was just going to hold that till the end of days until JW died. But it is going to be OG. 3 alive in mid. And they still have Issa lurking over towards A. So they could set it up for the A take here, just play off of Issa coming in from ramp. Both players, you got Crims and Broland. It's that AUG setup all over again. Just waiting.
These AUGs are hella scary though, Semler. They found success. And Crims, he's just even going to peek early. Really messes up MBK, but they're going to push for more. OG taking space into the site.
Really nice. Have to be careful, though. Oh, the flash. Crims didn't even intend to get the deny. Bomb plant not happening. Man advantage now for Fnatic. And Fnatic just pressing forward. They need to find these shots. 1-for-1 now. It's Issa trying to plant it in the smoke. With 2 seconds left, he gets that bomb planted. He has got 2 health, and that's where it ends. JW finds the shot on him through the smoke.
What a ridiculous round from Fnatic. It seems like they can do no wrong early on in this first half of Mirage. They had a great crossfire with those AUGs. We talked about it, Broland and Crims, but Broland gets picked off super early. But the fact that Crims spams the planter while low and a Molotov right behind him for a 2K, that is some ridiculous stuff. Fnatic saved by Crims once again in this round.
Yeah, absolutely unreal how well Fnatic are playing this out right now. This is pure Fnatic, just coming through in the clutch, making plays. Really feels like these guys have come into their own here, and they are looking to get into that grand finals. But for now, OG, they did have, because of the bomb plant, they still have enough money to go for this buy round, and so they will have that AWP in Mantu's hands. Been a bit quiet, Mantu, but him and Valda, still the 2 top performers for OG right now in terms of frags. Need to see them step up in a little bit more of a meaningful way here. No lurk from Issa this time, though. So that's one way that OG are changing this up. I guess the lurk is happening towards B, so he will be out on the fringe, just the opposite side of the map. And while Fnatic have elected to play very aggressive on ramp.
Yeah, mid is wide open at the moment. OG don't know it yet, but MBK is gaining a lot of ground. This is some great map control from OG. But Fnatic, they've knowingly and willingly let it go, so Golden finds the first contact, and he gets taken out without finding a kill, and Flusha as well. That's the B bomb site gone already. We already mentioned it. The 3 Fnatic members were close up onto that A ramp. This rotation is going to take a while, but JW, the first one here, you know JW's thinking about jumping out through this smoke. But he's got to wait for the rest of his teammates to get here to initiate some sort of a retake. But 3 versus 4, bombs already planted.
Alexi's close enough to hear the scope as well. So I'm definitely knowing not to peek. Oh, that molly,
What
though.
a molly.
Gonna force him into the open. And now Alexi's thinking, and he's going to have the angle, gets the drop, and now he knows the second man is here as well. So Brolan going to step into the open, just trying to catch that crossfire, and Brolan still finding another kill, trying to get cut off here as the bomb is ticking down. There is no longer any time left for Brolan, and he's just barely going to sneak out. Just barely makes it into CT to save this AWP. What a play coming in from the youngman. And that is going to be a 4th round on the board for OG, and it just feels like they have to fight tooth and nail every time. It's so difficult for them to get rounds.
This is usually where Flusha would bust out the secondary AWP. He does have the money for it. And there it is. Second AWP coming out for Fnatic. I imagine Flusha will be holding the fort down at B, and maybe Fnatic will have some mid control this time, though. Mantu, he's burning alive.
What did he expect there?
He thought that flower pot was a lot taller than it actually is, but he'll have to expend his smoke early on in the round, and we know how important those smokes can be on Mirage T side. But they've still got 3 left to work with here. But Golden, he's pushed down into lower B. Oh, such good crosshair placement coming out from Valde. The desk was talking about it. Valde, he's fighting for that MVP slot right now. He's definitely making statements in every series he's in, and he finds the first opening for OG in the 14th round.
Yeah, he is a main driving force for this team without a doubt.
Oh.
JW gonna miss that shot, but now, he doesn't see him make his way across, and JW's a dead man. As soon as this smoke clears, Velda's gonna catch him, and it is going to get nasty here. JW, does he realize this? Of course not, no way. And so the smoke clears, Velda gets a freebie, and OG on their way to saving themselves here at the end of the first half. If they finish this 9-6, that's not too shabby. It's not as big a disaster. It was definitely looking like Fnatic were on their way to a 10-5 or 11-4 scoreline at the end of the first half here, but now OG, they may redeem themselves.
Definitely not too shabby, especially considering how this first half was going. But OG, they're not really in a position to be hunting. I would definitely be hunting in this instance. Only 1 round left, but you just never know when you're in that server. If Flush is hiding around a corner with the kit ready to ninja defuse. So OG, they are facing this round with some discipline, not hunting down Flusha. So he will be able to take this AWP into the next round, which will be everything for Fnatic, because they're going to be working with scraps. They have no money for the last round, Semler.
No money for the last round, but still, they have the AWP, and I'm curious if they're going to go around JW, or does Flusha hold on to it? Dude, JW is just dragging out of control as well. Like 18 to 8. It's just a straight monster. Flusha, just give him the op.
He does have the best spawn.
I am confused. All right, well, I mean, JW's got the dig, and he's making the play to short, so we'll see if that works out for him. AWP, in the meantime, is going to be hanging around on short as well, so we will get them going for that 1-2 kind of combination, it looks like. Flusha hoping that somebody's going to get aggressive here. And the flash into connector, Alexi B making some noise. We've lost Crims, that's in jungle, he is gone. Valda with the lurk, and Valda taking the headshot on Brolan as well. JW's just got that deagle now, and there's Flusha finally chiming in, catching out Issa. So big kill. Oh, so unlucky for JW though, catches a bullet in the back as NBK locks down mid, and this is looking like OG are going to finish this half 9-6.
I like the idea coming out from JW and Flusha. He threw a flash for him, but JW just catching the last bit of that flashbang, and Golden's also going to go down in this A site. The AWP to find the first pick is the one. Oh, what a flick coming out from Flusha. 1 versus 3. Bomb still not planted. And man, Flusha, what a madman. He was trying to recover that round, but Alexi B will shut down all the shenanigans.
And that is going to be it. The scoreline 9-6 at the end of the first half. Fnatic in the lead, but OG definitely showing some fight towards the end there. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for the second half right after that. All right, we'll do that. All right, welcome back, everybody, from the break. We're going to get into the second half now on Mirage, the first map of our lower bracket final between Fnatic and OG. Fnatic up in the lead on the T side here, 9-6. And Potter, what do you make of Fnatic's style here on the pistol? Do you think it's just going to be a bunch of run and gun?
I think so. We've got 2 flashes and a smoke. It looks like this is going to be an A set piece here. Glocks just hold down that W and take over the space, and it looks like OG, they're going to even give up this A site. Issa's got that long range from CT spawn. It's going to be everything for Issa to find a couple quick one-taps here if he can. But he gets pushed off the angle, and looks like this is just going to be an immediate post-plant. JW pressing the issue for more and takes over the CT spawn.
Yeah, rinse and repeat. Oh, the clever boost coming in, but he gets spotted. He needed the instant headshot there. Unfortunately for Issa, he does not find it. And now JW holding close. It's going to be so many targets, and somehow he gets 2 kills. Berlin with the 3rd as well, and this is completely falling apart for OG.
Both squads just set up anti-flashed, and both squads throwing the flash at the same time. Flusha to seal the deal, and there's the pistol for Fnatic. Just a clean, decisive A hit coming out from the get-go, just very decisive and immediately taking over that CT spawn. They knew they pushed Issa off that corner. They knew they threw some pop shots off at him. And even the boost not coming into fruition for OG there. Solid stuff, solid start in the second half for Fnatic.
Yeah, that's so frustrating for Issa. When you know you got the drop on him, you should be getting a kill, and yet you're not hitting any of your shots. Painful. But both teams electing to go for the same strategy, interesting enough, so that's fun. Both played B stack and both played retake A, and well, Fnatic, they just got the pistols to go their way. So 10-6, double digits on the T side now for Fnatic. And on OG side, we will get that force buy. So there is an MP9, couple of pistols. The Scoot on Alexi B. And they are just playing very patiently. Now, Fnatic, the name of the game here is mid-control.
JW's got that MAC-10 along with Crims and Flusha. Hardly any utility on the backs of these 3, so definitely expect them to be the first ones in and create that havoc.
Yeah, it is about that MAC-10 leading the way, right? Just run and gun, hold W. It feels like it fits their style. Brolan's going to take a bit of damage to kick things off, though. But already, Mountu just the spray and pray through the smoke. Krim somehow survives on 3 health. These guys are getting whittled down, but the kills are starting to come in, and they are favoring Fnatic for now. Although the bomb gets pinned down in connector, and this is big. If OG can swarm Golden, they do catch him before he gets around the corner, but at least he drops the bomb on the other side. Somehow NBK, through the smoke, they're finding all the kills. OG! This is getting completely out of hand. All right, at least JW is going to find one. He brings it back to a 1v2 with 20 seconds on the clock. If he can find NBK here, that would be big. Gets that AK as well. And he needs to, instant death. That is exactly what had to happen, and now he's going to have enough time for the bomb plant. Valda's got 12 health, and JW now going to be able to set up for the post plant, and all he has to do now is play the bomb.
Oh, JW so quick on his feet and decisive, making it all the way into safety towards this A ramp already. Valde, because JW moved so quickly, he's definitely going to assume that JW is in one of these close angles. He has to clear every corner, and with no kit and low HP, just makes this clutch even more difficult. Just not even phased. JW, even with the manner that he just immediately planted in the open in that 1v1, JW so confident and is able to recover that round. Man, OG just made it so close.
I feel like NBK just made that wrong. I mean, it's just, had he stayed alive and given Valda time to get in position to help, right? Then it's a 2v1, and maybe you catch JW in a pincer, something like that. But taking the fight straight up and losing it, that was pretty much the only way for JW to win that round. So, interesting decisions being taken here. Unfortunately, they do not pan out for OG. Fnatic on 11 rounds now on their T side. And back to the MAC-10s they go. I do like OG going for the all-out stack, though. Look at this. 5 players on the B side, and Fnatic are setting up to hit B, and this could not be worse for Fnatic. Granted, it's a pretty hard eco from OG. I'm so curious, though. I think Fnatic are going to be committed to this before they can back off. First kill coming in from Golden, and there's the second. Spots the third man, and yep, just enough where, they're going to think about it. Hold on. Golden saw enough there to to make Fnatic worry about this a little bit.
This time around, Fnatic being a little more cautious, sending Golden in first. Nice audible. Coming back towards this A, and Alexi B, he's got a good position, but that smoke is definitely going to isolate him. The bomb should be going down at A site here. With just these pistols, OG, they'll be pretty happy if they can recover some sort of an AK here out of JW or Broland's cold dead hands.
Ooh, no, Crims is down. Both AKs still survive in pit, though, so they're fairly safe against this. Shouldn't be getting swarmed, shouldn't be getting overwhelmed. You have the MAC-10 that's going to be keeping an eye on things as well. That's Flusha from Palace. Bomb is about halfway ticked, and so now it's Broland trying to draw attention to himself. JW will get traded, but it's a 2-on-2. Flusha, all he has to do is stay alive, and Broland as well, so there's no way for them to win this round, OG, but they could succeed in making it a bit more expensive, and yeah, they are going to save both of the AKs. So Fnatic, that's a win.
And here we are, the first gun round of this second half. AWP immediately into Mantu's hands.
And this is where it gets real fun. I'm very curious to see, like, what is the immediate call here from Fnatic? Because JW has not slowed down any. He's at 25 kills now. So, dude could just go anywhere, it feels like, and find shots. And it's looking like it's going to be a little bit of a mid-challenge to start.
Nice little rum boost for JW. Falls off of it. But that was a juicy grenade. Nearly 50 damage on both JW and Golden.
Yeah, that's about as good as he gets with a grenade, isn't it? Like, yeah, okay, we'll take it. We'll take it. Softens two guys up, and well,
Really slow round coming up from Fnatic here. And oh, Broland sniffing out Issa. You could see that he had a moment where he had that feeling, but definitely Broland's young spidey senses are tingling all over the place at A right now. Very slow round for Fnatic. Just a default, but oh, that's a huge opening for Broland. Things are probably just going to slow down at this point as that bomb is making its way back towards B. And as you can see, OG, they've all left it. It's only Alexi B and MBK towards this cat just boosted, but I think OG think this is an A hit.
yeah, that's so nutty. They spot Issa as well, so they get that info. They know where the second man is on that A site, and so that just prompts them. Hard rotate to the B site. They've got 4 players here, and it's MBK all alone. If they speed up behind this, though, Velda's starting to think about it. He's heading towards A, though, but he is still in CT. He could have a very quick rotate over towards B, and so there is a window of opportunity here, but Fnatic, it's looking like now is the time to go. The boost is spotted, MBK gets clipped, and Velda is on the site, and he is going to be able to pop on this. Yep, easy deny. Getting a little ahead of themselves, but you still have... Oh, never mind. You did manage to kill JW. It's a 1v2, and Broland, the young gun, looking to clutch it. And this is definitely a winnable situation for him, although look at how bold Alexi is. Goes straight in, reads it, does not let that bomb plant happen.
So decisive from the in-game leader, Alexi B, to just close out that round. And that smoke, that late smoke thrown from MBK towards that B tunnels was everything. It just bought enough time. Because as you say, Semler, all 4 members of OG were already towards that A. Broland was doing everything he could to keep the defenders at A, throwing some late utility out that A ramp, but that smoke delayed everything from Fnatic. And now they're broke, Semler. They have no money coming into this round. 4 Glocks and 1 Deagle.
Yeah, one of those Glocks is dead. Who has the dig? Golden has the dig. Where's Golden at right now? He's over in pit.
Golden's Deagle is kind of nutty.
All right. Well, now that you've cursed him.
Yeah, I kind of did that. My bad,
let's
Golden.
Let's see what happens here. Looks like he wants to take point. No, he's going to have a sacrificial lamb. Yep, Crims runs out first. Well done. Bomb gets dropped, and there you go. You called it. Golden with the headshot. He's finally going to get taken out, and this is going to definitely, kind of peter out, although Broland with a headshot of his own now that he's got the deagle. It looked like he did get the tag on Mantu.
So clean. Nice shots coming out. I do wish that Golden sent Crims again for a round 2, just like he did on A ramp when Crims came out to draw the fire. I wish that Golden did that for round 2 in jungle, but either way, nice shot into CT spawn, and that was just an eco round. Here it is, a full gun round. JW doesn't have too much utility, and Flush is just on that Galil, but Either way, it is a very healthy buy. And a slow round to start for Fnatic.
Yeah, actually just kind of working their way around. Golden making a little bit of noise here in mid. He did get peeked, but he doesn't go down, and so that is still going to set it up here. And it's looking like his team are just going to, you know, murk their way right through this smoke. Issa not holding close, still going to play the angle well. Velda gets 2 kills, though. It's a man advantage for Fnatic, and they still have the lurk in Golden, and never mind. Alexi B catches him. So with the smoke down, though, it's going to be difficult here for Alexi B to get through. They have to wait until this clears up, and at least that bomb has already been planted. But they have 2 flashes to use, and JW, you can see, turning around. Beautiful flash. Not going to find the point blank, but they know. They get the information now. 1 man holding in connector. And with MBK throwing that smoke down, they know that the second man is in CT. So there's a lot of info here for Fnatic to play off of. And the bomb has been planted for both of them. So winnable situation. MBK long range, though, with the MP9. Takes Crims out. Easy shot there for Brolan, and he stays alive. That's all he had to do. That's all he had to make happen. 3 seconds, and it's just going to be Alexi B trying to stick it out, and sure enough, Brolan's going to clutch it. 13-8. Fnatic, they play it so well.
Very disciplined, very, very close, actually, for the defuse there. But Brolan does seal it out. You know, if I'm MBK there, I wish I hold on to that smoke just a second longer. Instead of using it to get at a CT spawn, I use it for the bomb there. That was the one piece of utility that OG had on their side to try to convert that 2 versus 2. But either way, now they're down to just scraps once again. 2 MP9s, hardly any utility. And Valde, he's making a move. Aggressive. JW half blind and gets taken out by 2 defenders. Good map control from OG right off the bat. Just proactive aggression. They have all of B tunnels now, and Fnatic know it.
Yeah, they've given it up. And now the question is, do you rotate fast to A, or do you just sit and wait and retake that part of the map later on? Well, it looks like we're getting our answer. Fnatic are deciding to just speed up towards A side now. So no time wasted. Molly around the corner, actually. That's going to be perfect. No, it's going to go down below. And so Issa is still up on top, and he has not been spotted just yet. Still hanging in here, and he will get his kill. Finds one, gets traded, but then Alexi B right over the top, and this is going to fall apart here for Fnatic. OG desperately needed a round, and it's looking like right when they needed it, it's going to show up. And this is going to tank Fnatic's economy.
If Crims is able to find 2 here, that'll be huge for Fnatic. Keep OG's money tight as well, but Alexi B and Valde just Ferrari peaking. Alexi B just is everywhere right now on the CT side, just keeping OG in this game. You even saw him there just jumping down into Sandwich to force the issue, force the trade, and make something happen for the OG guys. And he does it. He does it with an MP9 and finds 2 kills for himself.
Oh, yeah. And so now, well, Fnatic, it's just a force buy straight in. Dude, these guys don't care. This is so crazy. And it's actually very similar to the pistol round. There's only a single player here on this A site right now. 2 players close by in connector, but if smokes go down on connector, it's going to be hard for them to help out. As the smokes come in, it is a full execute, and Fnatic could pull a fast one here. Issa has to stay alive. He's trying to get greedy and trying to peek to see if he can catch anybody coming out of Palace. But that bomb gets planted, and now it's a post-plant situation, and Brolan hits the headshot on Issa, drops him already. Man advantage now for Fnatic. Brolan was going to try and make a play for the rifle, not going to happen. Velda on the flank takes JW, and so it's a 4-on-4. And if they can figure out where Velda's coming from, if they can take this guy out of here, he's gone, but he's done his damage. It's Flush on Golden now, down a man, and without really the firepower to take this fight, they need to hit headshots, and it's just not going to happen. Diffuse is coming through, and they're giving it to Alexi B without a kit?
Oh, if Flusha knew what we knew, I think he reloads and goes for another spam there, but round secured for OG. And these pistol rounds, Semler, they're getting close every single time. The Tech 9's coming through. But either way, I like the smoke setup, the set piece. You're working with scraps, use the smokes, put up the wall, and get the bomb down. And that's exactly what Fnatic did. Cannot believe Brolan finds the angle on Issa on the ticket booth there. Definitely feel for Issa in that one. He was not expecting Brolan to be in that position, but here we are. Just the one hero A4 on the back of Flusha. The rest are working with scraps, and that's huge. Mantu is, can't be missing those. Flusha finds the opening.
Yeah, that was so crazy that he actually manages to get that. Just wide swing, all out. Mantu going to be kicking himself that he missed that shot. He needed it. And well, now, if you're Fnatic, you know you've forced OG to have to spread out again because you got rid of that B anchor, so you know somebody's going to have to rotate over there to cover it, and that's going to weaken the defense or spread that defense out. Name of the game, JW not realizing, oh, this is unreal. Velda going to get shot in the back, and JW, does he pick up on the fact that Alexi B is here on short? Well, now he definitely knows, but that's good information gained. If they can just figure out where Issa's playing from, Fnatic have all of the answers.
Yeah, OG, they're so spread out. Issa needs a huge multi-kill here, but he was just good for one. Nice spacing from Fnatic to make the targets as difficult as possible for Issa. And Alexi B, the huge utility damage coming through. He knows he's got the planter. 2 versus 2 now. And Crims, he had the jump onto Alexi B, but good recovery, good reaction, and Flusha 1 versus 2.
This is so crazy. Now Alexi B's just trying to stick it. Another fake. Flusha, does he realize the sixth sense? And this time the clutch is going to go the way of OG. So close. Oh, man, if Flusha gets that shot the first time around when Alexi B's just trying to stick it, that would have been insane.
Flusha with his mind games, man. These rounds are coming down to the wire, but we have to remember once again, that was just Glocks and 1 saved A4 for Fnatic. So that's 2 rounds in a row now that Fnatic have gotten the bomb down. The economy is looking great. JW is back onto that AWP. He's now 30 and 17.
Yeah, JW's is playing out of his mind. This tournament has been the revival. And he has been aggressive with the op. Manages to make it behind the cart here as well. Top mid. There's the shot, and he does not miss. 31 kills. Mantu, however, this time around, will not miss on his side. Takes down Broline on the Palace lurk. And even out for more. Mantu really trying to get his team an edge. Because if it stays 4v4, that favors Fnatic.
Definitely does favor Fnatic, and it looks like both B defenders are stacked towards that cat, while 3 members of Fnatic are probably looking to do this B contact play. Flusha gonna try to keep the defenders out towards this A. But Fnatic, they're just biding their time and seeing what they can get away with, looking for any sort of clues, any free information that OG might give their way.
Oh, with 3 on B like this, it's going to be absolute murder.
This should be a fake the fake then.
I mean, if they commit to this, it's still just a Golden trying to figure it out. And they are making OG wonder without showing anybody more. Golden surviving just a little while longer, but there still has yet to be any real space developed on the A site for Fnatic. Flusha is able to make his way out from ramp, but you have the hard rotate coming over now from OG. This is going to be very difficult for Fnatic. The defense is going to be stiff. 4 players alive, and Flusha finds NBK. That's a good start, but there are still 2 players in CT spawn. Fnatic have no way of knowing this. They are going to get stuffed this round. It's not looking too hot as already they're running low on time. 15 seconds left to get that bomb planted. Mantu going to catch a man as the flash gets thrown in, and they are getting all the kills, OG. It is going to be so difficult now as that bomb is going to get planted. Crims, yeah, great. He gets the bomb down, but now he's stuck. 1v3. 1v2 gets the headshot, or at least the shot on Velda. But Mantu and Issa are playing this well. Buddy system, sticking together is exactly what they have to do here. One of them goes down, the other is going to be fit to trade. As they put some pressure in, and yep, Crims gets baited into the open, and that was perfectly executed by OG.
Wow, what a round coming out from OG. Good, quick rotations. You know, I thought that would have been a double pump coming out from Fnatic. From a B fake to an A fake back to the B. Probably would have worked out just a little bit better, but just the time not on Fnatic's side. They forced the plant there into the smoke and just fell one by one. So good A defense coming out from OG. And we're not going to have the AWP on JW's back this time around. So all those opening kills that he's been providing for Fnatic might be a little bit tougher to come by this round.
Yeah, they'll have to come from somewhere else. I mean, Brolin's up there. Crims has been a bit quiet. We'll see. There could be a change of pace. Yep, straight out onto the A side. Issa holding his own. 1-for-1 trade, and that buys enough room here for the rest of his teammates to chime in. They are going to line up. Mantu moves as he takes the shot, and that's a whiff. So we're into a 3-on-3, and now they know that he's playing from CT. They should not be giving this guy any angles to work with. HE lobbed in. Oh, the headshot. Come on. Flusha not going to get it. Uncharacteristic miss from Flusha. And now that puts Fnatic in a real awkward spot, although JW is playing the long con. He has rotated all the way mid, and so if Crims can keep them occupied long enough, JW should be able to get the flank. Not sure if Veldo heard that, but there it is. Easy shot for J-Dubs, and now he's going to be able to rotate it around. He's making all sorts of plays. Straight through connector instead. Crims is going to be here, but now that bomb's getting defused, and they hit the shots. Through the smoke, doesn't matter. JW would have caught him right on the edge. 14-12 for Fnatic.
So clean. Fnatic just getting bomb plants and setting up in post plants, and finally they are awarded with converting around in that post plant scenario. That mid flank that you mentioned, Semler, coming out from JW, that was just a checkmate into the round, and a tactical timeout coming out this time around. I believe this is from Fnatic.
Yeah, from Fnatic, no less.
Interesting.
What do you think? They win that clutch. Are they just marinating OG right now?
Yeah, you know, maybe. Well, Fnatic haven't been getting too hyped, so I think they're just gonna let OG kind of think about all their failures into that last round, Semler.
Soak in the disappointment. You guys keep coming so close. 4 rounds in a row for OG before Fnatic are finally able to get a win. And that was crazy, is we could see that was from 3 defuses as well. 3 bomb plants out of those 4 rounds. So, I mean, Fnatic are getting bombs planted, but OG by the skin of their teeth, digging themselves out of those situations. And while OG now, this is it. They're playing to win. They're playing to keep Fnatic off of map point. They've gone for the Force Buy, 3 pistols, a FAMAS on Velda, an MP9 on Mantu. And, well, they're going to have to really come up with the goods here. But you can see Flusha. Flusha is, you got to wake up earlier if you're going to catch Flusha off guard, because he is very much aware that they could have pushed Palace this round, and he is just chilling, waiting to see if Issa's going to get impatient.
And Fnatic are completely aware of the scrappy buy coming out from OG. They know their economy has been shot, so just approaching this round with a lot of caution, just maintaining this map control, making sure none of the OG guys get a little too hyphy and cross that invisible line of scrimmage. Crims looks like he's setting up for some sort of a smoke to see if OG might react to it, but doesn't look like this is going to be an execute of any kind.
Going to be plays instead. Sails past the nades. They cross midair. That was cool. Now Brolan. From his perspective, he is still hunting somebody on short, trying to see. He's here close enough to hear footsteps as well. But it's going to be Velda crouched on the site itself. Issa finally gets caught by Flusha up in Palace, and that's going to open it up. Brolan, however, assassinated in mid, and now Velda's given away his position. They're trying to force him into the open. He gets another kill. He had to. That was so big. And now an MBK going to deny this, and this is perfection from OG. But you got to give it to Velda. Again, that guy just keeps coming up with the goods every time he gets a chance. 26 kills for him.
What an anchor, too. Just that second kill, the way he peeked to the left of the box, dancing around it, making the Fnatic members just focus solely on buying that ground back. But Valde, he's good for 2, and then Natural Born Killer just coming through as well for 2 of his own. Solid A-hold, just working with FAMASes and pistols into that round as well for OG. So again, Fnatic are forced back onto this save. A triple quad-nated mid, actually, but it does no damage. OG, they're okay with giving it up this round.
Yeah, unfortunate. The time you were hoping that OG would get greedy, and it doesn't happen. Instead, you're the ones eating the HEs. And this is Flusha with the bomb, and he is going to get dropped, and that is going to completely throw this round out of whack for Fnatic. And, well, I mean, with a bomb plant, they'll have, without a bomb plant even, they'll have plenty of money going into the next round, given that this is that hard save. So Fnatic just taking some pot shots, having some fun, and Issa gets the last kill. So 14-14, all tied up. We're going the distance. All 30 rounds will get played, and, well, maybe a few more after that.
AWP coming back out once again for JW, and he's been good for it. He's been finding these opening kills, and there's no AWP on the back of Mantu this time around. Definitely want to keep an eye on where J-Dubs goes in the beginning of the round. Looks like he's going to try to go for that jump peeker towards that B tunnel as his teammates go for this mid control. And Issa has already been spammed down so low. JW, he's got a pretty forward angle here. Ooh, there it is. That's the opening he was looking for.
That's so crazy. The patience gets played off, and then he actually manages to hit the shot when given the opportunity. So big. And now these pushes have happened so often on short. Oh, he barely makes it out alive. Unreal. Montu with 14 health survives by the skin of his teeth, and they have to know it. JW, he's going to be out here with the AWP. Takes that pot shot, drawing as much attention to himself as possible. But in the meantime, his teammates, they're making their way to A. JW just serving as bait over here on the B side. Still, that's 2 players alive right now for OG, including one of them named Velda, who is the heavy hitter. So Velda, yep, there you go. It's almost like you summon him into existence. He is there, finds the kill on JW, rotating over. Now, I mean, it should be abundantly clear what's coming. Issa's going to find another one, and now they're running right in here. Only a single flash grenade to work with, and Fnatic, they are just going to get caught, lined up. Golden trying to do the best he can to fight, but it's a 1v2. Montu and Valda still alive in this, and Golden has got a little bit of time to work with 30 seconds, and he's got bomb control. He could wrap, and he is going to barely... Oh, the way that this works out, this is unbelievable. They're going to realize, and he is going to get caught in the crossfire. Lady Luck just not favoring Golden this time.
Oh my goodness, Semler, just the slimmest of margins. Issa with such low HP holding down at that ticket booth. And you mentioned it, Valde, it was all up to him to maintain that defense. And Issa just did so much work working off of Valde's aggression towards that connector. He found his timing, slipped past into that ticket booth, and found even more kills for himself and distractions. So good defense coming out from Issa. I like the fact that he didn't just turtle up and sit there because he was so low. He worked off of his teammates' contact really well. This is OG coming through, securing the 15th first, while Fnatic have been in the lead throughout the majority of this Mirage.
Isn't that the craziest thing? Just OG showing some real resilience. Although this is kind of matching the stats now. You know, we had a freakish performance from Fnatic on their CT side. They outperformed themselves statistically because they don't really have a great round win percentage there, but they've only got like a 43.9% win on T side as well. So it's not like Mirage is super solid for Fnatic. They're kind of playing above their weight, or punching above their weight. But now OG are definitely coming into their own, and they've got them in a headlock, and this is not looking pretty for Fnatic. We're going to need some real heroics here. Brolan kind of just dancing around right now in mid, getting a little bit of that control. The rest of his team are gathered up as well. They were hoping, it looks like, for some kind of push to come through into underpass, but that's not going to be the case. Brolan is going to communicate to his teammates that one of them is holding short. And so that it leaves NBK in the awkward spot where he's going to get shot at. And, well, that's Velda through the smoke, taking Brolan. And so man advantage now for OG. Push is going to come through here from Fnatic. It's the act of desperation. Final smoke going down as well. And so now or never, they have to get it done. And NBK is going to get 2 before getting taken out. They are going to lock this down, OG. It is so difficult now for Fnatic to come back in this situation. 2v4, they have to hit instant kills, and they just don't have the firepower nor the will. Bomb is going to get defused, and OG will win the first map of this series in 30 rounds.
Damn, OG coming through strong and even having such a clean, decisive last 30th round. In my eyes, Semler, I thought for sure we're going into OT here. But OG, I'm glad to see that they're able to make it clean in the end.
Yeah, fantastic work there from OG. Show true resilience. Fnatic, not quite there, but we'll see. We're going to go into Fnatic's map next on Overpass. But first, quick break, and then we'll have word from our analysts going into the second.
OG will take their map pick Mirage here in the Flashpoint 2 consolidation final. They find themselves one map away from heading into our grand final to face Virtus Pro. Fnatic, now they came out with an early strong start here. OG had to battle back, and it really felt like we were watching JW and Brolan versus Alexi B and Valde, all big performances from two players on each team. Isn't that right, Thorin?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I have to say out of the four, Brolan got his kills, but I don't know that his impact was as great as the other three. Like, the person I feel the worst for has to be JW. Like, that was actually a superlative performance. He not only was AWPing, his rifle worked, he won clutches. Like, I feel like he must be on his days and shit, where he's like, how much more is supposed to... What more can I do? It's like the old classic throwback stream clip, because I don't blame him at all for this map. He did a fantastic job.
Maui, we've seen this time and time again. OG with the slow start, downloading their opponent, and then pulling out some ridiculous ecos. If you were watching their game versus MIBR last night, that's how it ended in the 30th round. Valde, clutch after clutch here. Alexi B even stepping up himself as the IGL and delivering in some of those clutch situations.
Yeah, Potter mentioned it on the cast that Alexi B was just everywhere on that CT side. He was all over the A bomb side, B bomb side, underpass fighting, taking mid fights. It felt like he was literally just an omnipresent force on top of Mirage, especially when they were defending. So I got to give a lot of credit to Alexi B. I don't know if his individual calling got them this victory, but his individual performance definitely helped them out. Valde as well, defending that A site. Like, it felt like that game was absolutely over. Looked like Fnatic had complete control of it, and Valde just came up huge with multi-frag after multi-frag in the most key situations.
Yeah, JW with the 36 frags too, really putting up your point, Thorin, that he's going to be the MVP of this tournament, but it still wasn't enough to carry them. They just stopped short just before the finish line.
Yeah, this is why I personally hate that metric that, like, most valuable by definition means you must win, and you must win that map. Because if you watched in this particular game, the only person I think was really even debatable was maybe Alexi B, because of where he positioned himself and how he basically moved around the map. And as Maui says, like, you basically couldn't read where he was going to be on the CT side. But JW did every single thing that was asked of him, pretty much. Every time I saw his crosshair, he was always getting the kill. He was always positioning. He basically stole a couple of rounds that actually meant that OG could have won much bigger. Obviously, put Fnatic into that lead with all the frags in the first place. So to me, at the moment, it's his tournament to lose in terms of the MVP award. Certainly, these guys on OG, Valde especially, had their chance to supersede him, but they didn't do it in map one. And on the point about actually Alexi B's calling, this is where you also have to be careful, where even if you can hear the comms. So I always critique that I think he should, like, take over and just tell them what he essentially usually tells them late in the comms, which is shut the fuck up, listen to me. But actually, maybe there's a reason he doesn't do that. Like, for example, maybe he likes to let other people get their ideas in early, see what works, get a sense for the game, read the opponent, and then he decides the download's complete and goes for his call. So the dynamics are not often as simple as that, and we certainly wouldn't claim as outsiders to know exactly who's making it. It's just that when he gets styled in, is there any IGL in the game has to do more than this guy? I mean, he literally has to be alive in clutches. He entries, he lurks at times. He doesn't have to frag in the sense of put up big numbers, but he has to get certain frags on the T side. And on top of that, he has to coordinate a bunch of fairly disparate voices. So I don't know anyone who's got a bigger burden at the moment, but he's making it work. And if he can win a tournament like this, he's going to get the credit, I assure you.
Yeah, and it really felt like this match was kind of both of these teams in Flashpoint in a nutshell. Fnatic starting super strong, as you say, OG then getting the download, and then pulling off some ridiculous clutches with Valde and Alexi. And it started actually with Issa. And I know Issa has had a level of, I would say, questioning his play throughout the course of this tournament. But Maui, you wanted to look at a big turnaround point for Issa, which was round 11 when OG was way down, and he picks up some clutch deagle kills.
Yeah, this was looking rather grim for OG. As you can see the top of the scoreboard, 8-2, but Issa with these magical deagle kills just sprays through the smoke, hoping to catch someone else pushing through, because he knows JW is going for that lurk, but it's not actually through the smoke that he'll find him. It's actually when they all push here, and it'll be Valde and Issa combining. But basically, this was a round that OG just weren't supposed to win, and so you could see the firepower from Issa coming up big in a moment such as that, and that's really what Issa is on this team. He is the firepower. He's pretty much just the raw fragging ability, and that's a round that Alexi B didn't have to call. It's a round that Valde didn't have to clutch. It's just a round that Issa took everybody out with every shot he took.
Yeah, and impressively, it also really allowed OG to come back in that first half and make sure that it was going to be 9-6, continue to be a much more winnable game that it looked like it wouldn't have been without that Issa kill. Now we can move on and look at some of the positives from Fnatic, though. And as we've been alluding to, the 36 kills from JW. Well, he picked up a 4K that was absolutely amazing to watch in round 17, if you want to walk us through it.
Who?
Well,
who's going to walk me through it?
Let's see. Let's see if
clip. Fair enough.
Yeah, we're trying to wait for the JW clip right now.
I want to bring up one thing about OG though. Before that Issa thing happened, it really felt like their it was kind of what I was alluding to before in the pregame, that it looked like their comms were not together. There was a buy that was 5 seconds after freeze time ended. There was a buy. There was a 4-2. Okay. Well, we are going to get the clip here. And so JW, this was just a 1v4 from him. That was crazy. It basically was OG pulling something out of their hat with eco frags across the board. And then JW was able to just recover the situation in really spectacular fashion. And it felt like at that point, all right, that's it. OG, you gave it your best shot, but let's get on to map 2. And JW just put the nail in the coffin. But somehow, some way, OG brought that all the way back.
I have to say, one thing that I'm actually really worried about on the side of OG, but also for Fnatic for the opposite reason, is OG, you cannot have to win like 4 or 5 bad economic situations in a game to win the game. Like, you're supposed to win when you have the guns, but similarly, if you do win in that way, well, this is one problem for Fnatic. Remember, they're the ones that offline pull out the flasher type bullshit where they have the CZ and they'll get the kill and then get away and then get a gun. But tell you what, those rounds are costing them so much in this tournament. If they could just close out when they have the guns, they'd basically be in the final right now. They maybe might not have ever even lost the series. They'd have won a lot 2-0. So that's something to watch out for both teams, because OG's luck has to run out eventually. Those can't work in the long run. But at the same time, it has worked in this map.
I was shocked it didn't run out on our last game of MIBR last night, where it could have easily gone into overtime. MIBR could have easily been in this consolidation final instead. And yet they still seem to just be clutching these ecos out. And that was the turning point here. After those JW kills, you say, okay, Fnatic's rolling again. And here is where it stopped. And that is in round 27. We have another insane OG eco performance. Maui, what did you like about this play?
Just look at the guns there, by the way.
Yeah, MP9 kill, FAMAS kill, and this is where we were talking about Valde. The fact that he can just find multi-frags from situations that he has no business getting those kills in. NBK was there to clean it up at the very end, but that was all Valde. Just getting around that default box, that's a box that they're supposed to swing at you from multiple angles on, pincer you, and you will really have no chance to get more than 1 frag. He goes above and beyond and finds 2 and delays them, stays alive long enough so that the rotation can come in from NBK. Huge performance from Valde there. He was the top fragger for the OG side, and I think that was probably his most important round, and he only found 2 kills.
What's your guys' read when it comes to OG barely winning their own map on Mirage, especially going into Overpass next, which we have not seen OG play at all this tournament? May mean that they have some strats ready. They have been able to at least analyze Fnatic on this map. One would think that they reviewed it, considering Fnatic has had 5 games so far in Flashpoint 2. Thorin, do you think that this should easily be a Fnatic win and sending us to that 3rd map or not?
If I've learned one thing from Fnatic, this is also why these two teams match up pretty well, is they are just like, they have a penchant for just like losing their own map pick, but then winning the opponent. So there's a world in which I don't necessarily, I think Fnatic is favored here, not least because OG doesn't really play the map at the moment. But I also think like OG in theory now have been given a new lease on life, because if they lose that Mirage game close and then go into Overpass, that's what we call squeaky bomb time in the UK. That's when you start to get a little bit nervous. You start thinking like, we have to pull some miracle out here. Whereas now they don't even have to win this map. And so I actually hope that frees them to play the way they do when they've got their backs against the wall. You just go for it, make the peaks, don't wait. And because if you notice, actually, between the two teams, it's Fnatic that wants to play a slow game on the T side. They're the ones that want to creep up and play almost like safe Counter-Strike. We were talking about this actually during the game, me and Maui, that because they've got online and they've had all these struggles where the joke is everyone's doing to them what they do on LAN, it's almost like Fnatic have taken the next logical conclusion, which is, why don't we just play more standard then? Let's just play a little bit safer, which isn't really their game. But it's got them to this point in the tournament, so I think they're going to stick with it, quite frankly.
Now, are you concur in terms of Overpass play? Do you think that this is perhaps OG laying a bit of a trap, considering there's not any film in Flashpoint of them playing this map?
Not quite. I don't think OG is that practiced on this map. earlier in the middle of the year, I think OG had this really bad problem on overpass where they didn't know how in 4v4 situations to convert those on the CT side. They always had these problems with where do we set up now? Where do we find this middle of the round aggression? Because overpass is a map of pushing and pulling on the CT side. You're either taking some space, giving the other side of the map up, or just going for an aggressive peek somewhere. You need info. If you let these T's exec onto you onto a bomb site in a man down situation, you will lose. And OG was having a lot of trouble finding those middle of the round frags. They didn't know where to peek, at what time, how to set up. So I hope that they improve that, because they will be starting on the CT side going into this map. Fnatic will look for those early skirmishes, and if OG can't convert a couple of 4v4s, Fnatic has a chance to run away with this map.
Well, we have seen a lot of Fnatic on overpass, and to break down some of their tendencies, we have Alan here on Stats Helix.
And once again, we're going to be looking at a round from the last series that OG and Fnatic played against each other back at DreamHack Full, but this time over on Inferno. And looking at the map, we can see that OG have 4 players towards this A bomb site, and that's because they'll be going for a brackets retake here. So letting this one play out, see there's a molly at the top here of brackets and another at the bottom. And Issa's going to smoke mid from pit, and then on 2 flashes, Mantu and MBK are going to swing out and clear out all of this map control. Now with this map control towards brackets, they have some information and are going to feel very compelled to rotate numbers onto the B bomb site, especially with the clock going down. But Fnatic, they are well aware that this dynamic is at play, and they're going to abuse it by smoking CT on B from JW, and Flusher is going to apply some pressure by himself, and this is going to really mess with OG's rotates. The time is going down, they think they have brackets, now they're going to rotate 4 players over towards B, and Fnatic have really duped them out here. Just MBK here on this A bomb site, flashing out into brackets. NBK will find 1 onto Golden, but eventually will be traded out here by Crims. And now JW, he's clearing out the site. Fnatic have the A bomb site. Flush is making his way over as well, and soon enough he will pick up Issa, putting Fnatic into a 4 versus 3 afterplant, where they will eventually close out the round. So I think on this one, we really see the kind of dueling dynamics of OG and Fnatic, where OG have some really great set plays like we saw in that brackets retake, whilst Fnatic really excel in the mid-round calling, as we saw, understanding the dynamic of the rotates, pulling the rotate onto B and isolating a 4 versus 1 on that A bomb site onto NBK. Will we see this playing out again in today's Inferno game between Fnatic and OG? Back to Monty, Foreign and Maui.
Well, that was a lovely Inferno clip that we had there. If we do go to the third map, it's nice to see that having been played out between OG and Fnatic previously. However, we are going to be heading into Overpass as our next map here. You guys have already said you think this is probably likely to head in Fnatic's fashion, and we may be seeing that Inferno after all. I really am excited to see that Inferno. I would love to see this go all 3 games, considering how game 1 went personally. How about you guys, Maui?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Inferno is just the great decider. So hopefully we get to see NBK and the rest of the crew trying to pull the Fnatic rotations, but then Fnatic just reading it out. I love the mind games between both of these teams on that map because they have so much comfort on it. So hopefully it gets there. I really hope that Overpass delivers too, but it's going to be hard to top that Mirage because that was a really exciting match already.
All right, well, let's get into the map with no further ado. Potter and Semler are waiting for us as we are going into Overpass.
We are indeed. Thank you very much, Monty. And for Thorin and Maui, the analysis always so good. And it is definitely going to be a fun one going into this Overpass, man. Do OG have what it takes? It's not a map that they play too often. That was elaborated at length there on the desk. Potter, I mean, do you agree? Do you think that this is a chance for OG to just swing for the fences?
Man, it's going to be tough. It's definitely going to be tough. I think Maui had a good point. OG, they haven't had historically the greatest record on this Overpass when they're swinging versus the best of them. And Fnatic, they've shown that they want to make Overpass something special because that 4 overtime game versus MIBR, it was filled with action. So right off the bat again, Fnatic starting off on that T side, and we saw this on Mirage Semler. A lot of utility coming out from 2 members, 2 flashes and a smoke, and they're already out into B. Golden.
What is this? They're Mad Lads. They have yet to find... There we go. They get the killing connector, and they are finally going to be moving on in here. Mantu's going to chase Flusha out through Monster. And Flusha somehow surviving this as well. Now he goes down, but this is allowed for the rotation up to the to the A site here from Fnatic. JW's got the bomb on him as well, and he is going to just stick that plant. There isn't anybody there yet to stop him. So this is really going to set it up now for the post-plant. Time's a ticking, and OG have to get in position. You still have Issa waiting on the flank, hopefully looking to catch somebody out here, but it's Fnatic who are choosing to try and press OG back. They're choosing to get aggressive, and JW's going to get caught. So it's all on Crims now, and well, it is all on Crims. This is it. Him against the world, 1v3. Bomb is not even planted for him, and so they can just start defusing. Alexi B is going to get on that. He's got the kit, and there is not a hope for Crims. Doesn't even manage to get the kill. Action-packed pistol right out the gates.
Oh my goodness, it looked like for a moment there that Crims had bought that special god armor that doesn't even exist in the game, because he was bobbing and weaving past all those bullets. But OG, they finally make it happen, and it looked like for a moment that Fnatic had done enough. Golden drew a lot of rotations towards that B site, but not finding any kills towards that B. That was definitely the crux. Fnatic would have loved to find some sort of an opening, but the Force clapping right back. Fnatic, 3 Galils and 2 Deagles on their backs and a good amount of utility. Mantu, he's going aggressive. He's got a buddy with him in MBK, and OG, they don't want to lose this connector.
I like how OG don't even cut corners themselves. They're like, we know these guys are going to buy, so let's just get rifles. Like, we're not going to horse around with MP9s or shotties or anything like that. Just try and match toe-to-toe with the firepower here, as it is going to be MBK rotating up. He is going to get bopped. Crims taking point and opening it up. Now Mantu not even going to spot Flusha. This is going to get real tricky here, but it's looking like Fnatic not expecting a second man. Golden happens to be facing connector as Mantu comes up, and that's another headshot. This could be an utter disaster now for OG. 2-man advantage for Fnatic. Another rifle recovered as Flusha joins the rest of the pack, and they are going to try and take the fight here. Alexi B pressuring Brolan at long, eventually does get that kill, but the rest of Brolan's team are making their way up onto the A site, and now it's going to be Alexi B who's going to be in for a world of hurt here, just trying to spray through that smoke, hoping to get lucky, and he is not going to be long for this world. JW hunts him down, but JW, just like that, is the last man alive. Somehow, the rest of OG have come through, and it is all JW, but JW takes the kill and gets it. 1 for 1.
Things could not be getting closer, Semler. That round came down to the wire. JW finds the spam. Thankfully, the opponent on OG was low, so he's able to secure that. But man, Fnatic, it looked like they were going to get that A-bomb site down. OG, they looked like they lost it. But what a recovery, and what a deagle shot coming out from Golden once again. It just does seem like Golden, you know, he's never going to be at the very top of that scoreboard most of the time, but every now and then he does bring out some insane shot like that out of his back pocket. Another tactical coming out from Fnatic. Need to collect their thoughts a little bit, because that round was wild. JW, clutch God.
That was way too close. Actually crazy just how close that was, because JW, I mean, that looked like he had it done, at least the 2 versus 1 kind of duel at the end there from OG, and yet JW just sensed it and manages to get it through the smoke. That was sick. And well, now OG, it is going to be the force buy from them. They spend everything they've got, pistols, a handful of nades, and well, hoping to be able to just fight back. They do not want to let Fnatic, on this map in particular, get a strong start, although I mean, it is funny when it comes to OG. It does really feel like they do put themselves behind, not only in the bracket, but in the maps. It always feels like they have to be a down a man, down a few rounds, and then they can start getting into the mix.
Speaking of being down a man, Alexi B gets picked off early. MBK is sniffing out some more, but JW's too ready for it. He's got that MAC-10. He wants to farm, make some extra cash for himself. And you know JW's not going to back down. OG members getting some water control at the moment. Looks like Issa and Mantu are just going to buddy up, and all 3 defenders of OG are towards this B bomb site. A is completely wide open. Fnatic are making their way towards that bomb site, so soon they will find a free one. And it does seem like Mantu, Issa, and Valde from OG, they're probably not even going to bother going back to A, even if the bomb gets planted at this point. Probably going to look around for some exit kills. Fnatic are being very thorough, very careful. They do not want a repeat of what happened last round.
No, this is what, yeah, I mean, it's just going to be fairly straightforward stuff. It was the gamble from OG. So 3 on B, hoping that Fnatic are going to hit. If they hit B, awesome. If they don't hit B, cool. We save our guns for the next round because obviously we spent everything this round. So OG, luck of the draw would have it that they are going to survive this round. Or they should survive this round. I don't really think that Fnatic should be out hunting them with rifles either.
Oh, but JW's got that MAC-10. You know he wants to.
That is JW style, though. With MAC-10, yeah, taking a little peek. No, he's got the flash. They're ready for it, though.
Oh, what a shot from Mantu. That grenade would have done so much damage. JW's not going to be making all that money, all that bread this round.
That cheddar. Get out of here. He's done, and there isn't enough money to buy him an op, so I'm curious, actually. Does he just go Deagle Kevlar here? It's going to be another round of eco from OG. He has to know it, so maybe just manage your economy and set yourself up for the AWP in the following round, if you're J-Dub. It's actually pretty outrageous that he continues to just dominate. No, never mind. He's just going all in. All right, full buy from JW. So not perhaps interested in getting the AWP right out the gates. That or maybe a teammate like Broline will drop it for him. So, I mean, that's always an option, of course. But as far as JW is concerned, he is continuing. Yeah, he just spotted Val, didn't he? Oh, this is awkward. There you go. Valde gets the one, and they manage to catch the other. So, 2-man advantage now for Fnatic. Long push coming up from OG as well, but Fnatic are well aware of all the shenanigans. They are taking their time. They are holding angles. And it really shouldn't be too possible here for OG to pick up anything.
I'm surprised at how much utility Issa brought into this round and hasn't used any of it yet, but he might make things interesting here. Crims, too good for it. Sliver of an angle, and Crims finds another as well. It's all down to Alexi B and his measly USP. And JW do it to him. Oh, he just finds the kill. You know, Semler, we have not seen a knife, the blade, coming out from J-Dubs quite yet in this tournament so far. And I'll be really surprised if he makes it all the way to the grand finals without finding himself one.
You know, that's, to be fair, that's right. The man has spent enough time in strip malls and malls in general to have lived by the blade. He has trained for years. He is familiar. What a mad lad. It is true. He is the man to make that kind of play happen. And I'm actually kind of surprised that we still don't have an op in play for him. So just sticking to the rifles. But he continues. I mean, 5 kills on the board for JW. I think he ended Mirage with like 37 kills, which is ridiculous. Actually, I'll just go ahead and double check that real quick.
Good start from OG. What a flash. Just completely blinding Brolan. He didn't even have a chance into that round. And a lot of pressure coming out towards his B. Huge spam kill coming out from Issa. But he does get burned alive, and Lexi B, Fnatic don't know it. But he's in this smoke, just waiting for his moment. And there it is. The bomb is down. Alexi B securing the B bomb site. He's even got Natural Born Killer to have his back here. And now Fnatic, they're in the smoke. They can't get the bomb down, though.
Actually, I'm wondering if that is a problem, though. Oh, Crim's not going to be able to step in. Too much pressure getting put on. And Valda, now that he joins the party, he gets to chime in with 3 kills of his own. Puts him up on 4-3. And actually, JW finished Mirage with 36 kills, so I was 1 kill off. 36 kills for J-Dubs.
That's just decent.
That's all right.
It's all right.
It's all right. That's nothing, nothing to write home to mom about. But they're going to need more from JW if they are going to be pulling ahead here in this first half, because now OG are starting to warm up a little bit. They've got their second round on the board after the pistol. 3-2. Fnatic still in the lead, but now JW has that AWP in play. Oh, nicely done.
Feels bad. Flusha just catching that grenade. And I also just did notice that Molotov up top at party. Brolan did not need to use his smoke for it. Don't know if that's a missed Molotov or a calculated one, but OG, they're on the move. Proactive CT early aggression. They're going to have all this monster for free. A lot of information, but J-Dubs, he's coming back around. He gets punished. Valde, such a clean opening kill there. Or opening shot, rather. And MBK, He's about to run into a lot of traffic. The Shadow gives it away. 2 kills in the spray transfer, and Brolan gets taken down as well. A good trade coming up from Montu, and that's a clean round from OG. Even the movements to take over out Monster, get that free information. Maui was talking about it. You know, the last time OG, when they played Overpass, they were a little bit stagnant, a little turtled up and just maintaining that map control. This time, they're demanding their presence on the map.
Well, if they can get that confidence, right, they've got the firepower. They just need to get out there. Issa trying to make it. Velda, I mean, play off of Velda. Let the guy just have free mobility around the map. Let him just go to work. I mean, clearly there's something there. Although now it is going to be a very quick mid-take there from Fnatic early. Brolan just braving the molly. JW, unfortunately for him, walks right into Issa. Was expecting a different angle there. But he only had the deagle. Brolan's the one with the AK right now, and I'm not a huge fan of this setup as NBK moves up.
He's so far ahead of all of his teammates. No trade is going to come through here for Fnatic if Brolan goes a little too early. You can see he's waiting for his teammate. Some communication going on from the Fnatic side, but NBK, I wouldn't be surprised if his teammate flashes for him. He does draw that contact, and he's lucky to be alive. He did get dinked a little bit early on. This smoke should buy him some time as well, and that trade, it does not come through for Fnatic. So they will be down 2 numbers here. And OG, they are in full control.
Oh, the timing is impeccable. NBK, you're not gonna pull a fast one like that on NBK, dude. He is too good. Long range flush are gonna find a shot on him, but Montu's there to trade it, and there's Crim's getting the tag. Still 4 players alive for OG. Not a whole lot that Fnatic can hope to do in this situation. 30 seconds left. At least Crims has the bomb, but yeah, he's just gonna run in here and see what he can do. Yeah, buddy, throwing away the AK.
So if I can't have it, you can't have it.
Oh, unfortunately, Lexi's still able to find one. But yeah, I like that detail. When it's a lost cause, just start chucking guns over fences, you know? Make sure that they have to spend the money. But now, that's OG taking 3 rounds in a row and taking the lead in this first half. I mean, what do you think, what do you think OG need to finish with on the CT side? I know it's totally arbitrary, but like number of rounds for them to actually be comfortable going into the second half.
I'd say at least 8.
At least 8.
At least 8.
All right, so we need them to get that winning half. 8-6, 8-7, 9-6. This is what OG are definitely hoping for. And well, Montu. Oh, he gets spotted, but he hits the shot. Flusha walks right in, and Montu does not flinch.
Oh, Flusha gave Montu an easy kill there, an easy pick-off. Gave him a quick jiggle first. Let him know he's on his way, and re-peeks right into that shot. But Brolan, he's caught the gun barrel and takes out NBK. That's a good equalizer at least, because now it leaves OG scrambling. You can see on the minimap a lot of rotations coming through. In fact, giving a beat completely. Montu's going to find the opening onto Brolan. That's huge. And oh, what a trade. What a shot coming out from Golden.
That's nutty. Definitely not expecting that. HE over the top, not going to do damage. And now Alexi B is going to get caught in the open. Man advantage now for Fnatic, pressing onto the A site. JW going to get gunned down, however, and now Issa's here. He's finally getting to see some action, and he's got his teammate helping him out. Velda has rotated over from the B site, and there is still a chance here for Crims, but he's not going to win the duel. Swedes and Danes have been battling for centuries, and this time around, it's Velda coming out on top. That's 5 rounds now for OG. This is starting to get pretty comfortable for them because, I mean, these are rounds where Fnatic aren't even getting bomb plants, so they're not going to get to keep buying every round and just keep that pressure up. There will be rounds where OG can just comfortably face off against pistols.
Yeah, they're definitely keeping Fnatic's money tight as well. And even JW bringing a deagle into this round, that's going to make that AWP purchase next round. Perhaps just half armor, but MBK, this should be a shooting gallery for the OG guys. Ooh, this is a disaster for OG right now. If Alexi B isn't able to recover with some trades towards this A site, Fnatic are going to have everything they want into this round.
That's actually pretty crazy that they managed to pull that off now, Fnatic. And you got JW gifted that AWP. He gets to start moving around over here towards the B site. And do OG start spreading out again? It's looking like it. So they've put 2 towards bank, and now OG going to try and cover B site. This is textbook stuff from Fnatic. slow down the pace, force the CT side to spread out again. Give yourself that numerical advantage when you do go crashing onto a bomb site. Every advantage matters at this point. But it is, you know, that's the thing. You set them out, you make it so that they have to rotate a man back down to B, and then you can walk your way back up onto A. Only problem is that this is where Velda stayed. So Velda, he's backed up by Alexi B. Fresh smoke goes down there to block things off at the 30-second mark, so that'll slow things down here for Fnatic a little bit. They have no nades to help them, so this is going to have to be done the hard way. And so now, well...
Oh, this grenade.
15 seconds, Potter. 15 seconds. They don't have any time. There's another nade over the top. Velda catches Brolan. And with 10 seconds left, they are just getting annihilated, Fnatic. And you know what? Fair enough, JW. You got an AWP now. Just back off and save it.
Yeah, that's actually totally worth it for Fnatic. As I mentioned, JW probably would have struggled to have full armor and some util coming into this round. But now he's going to be able to have a full purchase. Not too bad, all things considered, of what Fnatic went into that round with. So they'll take those. They'll take those all day. And this time, I'm looking straight at Flusha into this round. Their default, it hasn't had much success. Flusha, he's been getting bullied towards that water, either Molotov or HE grenaded, just chunked down, chipped away at his HP early on. And usually, that's where Flusha makes most of his noise, is towards those B, the L area, the bend, even out that monster. So this time, he's brought a buddy with him. And he's full. He's healthy. Oh, Issa. No trade. That is not going to cut it for Fnatic. They need to be able to have some sort of response. And there it is. Alexi B going down. Fnatic are just getting picked off one by one all across the place right now.
Yeah, this is getting nasty as JW catches MBK and Link. So 3-on-3 sort of scenario. Bomb rotating back around towards B. 2 players here, however, for OG. And, I mean, Velda's thinking it might be time for him to rotate off, and he is going to do just that. Issa, however, has made his way out in front of Monster. If he stops that bomb from getting in here, that's going to get real frustrating for Brolan and the rest of Fnatic as we approach the 45-second mark. Issa's got a smoke. He can throw that down on Monster and try and funnel these guys through on short. And so
He's
30
so far
seconds.
from
Dude, this is getting crazy.
That kind of secures the deal here.
I'd say so, yeah. Well, now Monster's rotated in. Definitely tough. 15 seconds. JW's probably just going to run back and... No! Oh, no. That's unfortunate. Thought he was going to try and save that op again.
Yeah, Fnatic, they're getting stopped in their tracks at the moment, and they're not finding a lot of any room to work any picks or angles. I don't know that I've even heard Flusha shooting his gun a lot of the time in these rounds, and that's definitely never a good thing. That water area, OG are doing a fantastic job at just finding those isolated 1v1s. As I mentioned, Fnatic weren't able to find any trades in that last round, and you even hardly heard any guns going off, so maybe not in the right positions, maybe a little overzealous. Either way, coming into this round, they're working with scraps again here, Semler. Pistol rounds, but we've seen how close Fnatic can make these rounds. In fact, this round is going to be so important because if you take a look at OG's money as well, it's not the best. They're not working with a lot of money, so if they can just keep chipping away at that economy, eventually towards the latter end of this half, Fnatic should be in prime position to put a lot more rounds on the board.
Without a doubt. Look like Fnatic were thinking about changing it up, and yeah, they are going to try and accelerate the pace here. They can move their way up to short now, and they have a full set of nades. Looking like it's going to be a bit of the run and gun here from Fnatic. Tech9's leading the way. They're going to have some punch to him, and now it's going to be about whether or not OG can hold. Issa's going to find one, and he gets a spray transfer onto a second. Did his job already. Now Velda, of course, is going to find his 1 kill and a second one. And, dude, this B defense between Issa and Velda is just rock solid. You got the two top fraggers just holding down a site. Fnatic are just doomed if they come here.
Yeah, they're like freaking turds out there, because even Fnatic had some decent flashes, good flashes in fact. Both players getting blind, and it was staggered as well, but Issa, just a stud, finding 2 kills, blind on the second. Fnatic were not able to get a bomb plant, but they're still in okay position here. AWP once again coming out on JW's back. I'd like to see something different coming into this round. Flusha has not found success in this B default. Brolan has not found success towards that long A lurking alone default. Once again, Brolan is going towards this long A alone, and JW is going to find the opening. There it is. Good trade. Crims is even there to back him up. And Valde, so many targets in front of him, does go down. And once again, look at this movement coming out of OG. They're going to retake this connector area, and Alexi B, he's going to keep pushing for more. This is great coming out of OG. Good proactive movements.
Yeah, you'd say this is what they need to do, isn't it? Start just trying to make some plays here, trying to catch somebody out on Fnatic. Alexi B now could actually just completely eviscerate this push. He can be so quick right up the ladder. He's going to have a man with exactly NBK here in mid. This is all down to timing. Oh, and NBK gets checked. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Alexi, what are you doing, dude? He still hasn't made his way up the ladder. He could still be here in connector, but Fnatic seem to have an idea about this. This is just the waiting game now. Both of these teams, neither one wants to be the one to make the mistake. Flusha is going to be watching from the door, and now Alexi is thinking this is going to be B when it's absolutely not going to be B.
Fnatic just adding that good touch of timing. Being patient, making OG sweat it out, and there it is, an unforced error. OG rotate to the wrong bomb site, but with only 3 remaining, it was a gamble that they wanted to take. It doesn't pay off, but again, all the ideas were there, right? The motions were there. OG, they were taking back map control that they absolutely needed, and with one different move from Fnatic, definitely could have resulted in something different, but they lose the A site, and Fnatic, good opening picks to start out the round.
Oh, absolutely monster. These guys, I mean, they still have the firepower. That's the thing. I mean, JW is on double digits right now. He's got 10 kills. It's not like he's totally fallen asleep here.
He hasn't really slowed down, has he?
No, he's, what, that's like 46 kills so far in 2 maps. So,
that's some quick math, Similar.
36 plus 10.
Oh, okay. All right. That was easy.
No, dude. This is really rough, though. I mean, Fnatic, this is where they absolutely have to get the remaining 3 rounds in this half. They have to wake up in a big way. We need to see Flusha start coming into his own. He's got 2 kills, and I think the team are feeling it. You can't really have that low a scoreline, although you do have Alexi B mirrored on the other side. But then NBK, I don't know. None of this makes sense anymore. Look at that. If we're just looking at kills, this is why kills, kills are good, but you got to be careful. It's the bigger picture. And right now, the bigger picture is that OG have got Fnatic in a bit of a stranglehold. Montu going aggressive. Peek at the top mid, not going to find anybody just yet. They're much more interested in the B side of the map. Fnatic early on here and in taking over connector.
Brolan's definitely spotted the head of Montu there from OG, but OG's also heard that as well, so they're going to actually just back up. Alexi B is still very forward, but Brolan, he's got backup now. 2 of his teammates have caught back up with him. Oh, but Alexi B's also got backup now too, and Montu, he's going to keep pushing forward with this AWP.
Oh, are we going to get the shots here? MBK. Unreal.
This is so tense. Everyone is so close to each other.
Yeah, patience really being shown here by both of these teams. Again, Fnatic, they're just willing to let that clock run down. NBK wins the second duel. That is huge. Takes down Flusha, and now there's a 2-man advantage for OG. Alexi B is going to get overwhelmed at long, but fair enough. He's already got his teammates on the bomb site itself. Melda and Issa working together. Brolan and JW, though, finding those kills. Mantu's going to chime in, and this is all over the place. This is just turning into OG whittling down Fnatic now, 1 kill at a time. Brolan going to get a smoke down, trying to block it off. Oh, but the nade! NBK denies the bomb plant. 9 rounds on the board now for OG. It doesn't get more brutal than this, does it, Potter?
It doesn't. It doesn't. OG are doing such a good job just moving around the entire map right now. Every time Fnatic think they have a bomb site, it's OG coming through with a flank of some kind. Even Lexi B there, bringing Montu over to back him up, then falling back into the bomb site to just secure that entire area as Mantu has his back. This is a fantastic defense coming out from OG so far. And Fnatic, they haven't really found an answer. Besides those close, scrappy rounds with the pistols. Oh, and Valde even just one-ups Flusha. Makes him look foolish. Flusha had no idea. Crims is gonna now try his luck outside Monster. And they do find the kill onto Issa, but JW... Oh, Valde! He almost got punished there.
He dropped right as JW was in there, but that nade denies the bomb plant again. These nades have been absolutely brutal. Valde, finally, the guy is taken out. Still a 2-on-2, and it's still totally winnable here for Fnatic, but as the bomb gets planted, that is the correct move. Mantu moves in, turns that, takes advantage of that 2v1, and now it's Brolan. And Brolan, he's thinking that he needs to go ahead and take the fight to him, and he's got a minute left as well to play with.
These are 2 1v1s for him. Brolan's definitely good for this shot. Oh, he's going to challenge the sniper. I like this from Brolan. He knows he's got the time to work with. Oh, so close.
What a mad lad. I admire it, though. But that's 10 rounds on the board now for the CT side of OG. They definitely, they went above and beyond, Potter. They went above and beyond what you said they needed to be comfortable.
Absolutely, and I'm surprised at how out of sorts Fnatic members are looking right now in the server. It does seem like OG are slipping past and making moves that Fnatic are just not expecting. These are not duels that Fnatic are ready for, which is weird to say at the moment, but OG doing a great job remaining mobile.
Do you think Fnatic are suffering the same fate as MIBR? You know, the other day? MIBR just got bodied on the second map. They just couldn't get their heads in it after the close loss.
That would be weird, right? Because these guys are all on land now. They've all gone there in playoff mode. They've got the experience. I wouldn't picture Fnatic a type of team to falter like that mentally, but
all right.
Right now they are looking all out of sorts. JW pushing forward, and again, not looking in the right place. Not being able to react to a duel that he's comfortable with, and he goes down. OG, a man up, 5 versus 4 advantage, and NBK, he's lurking around this smoke. Golden knows he's there, but there's not a lot he can do. Oh, Mantu, he does go down though. This makes NBK's position all the more difficult. He goes down as well, and just like that, Fnatic, they have the control.
Oh yeah, now they get to set the pace. 40 seconds on the clock, and the push is going to start coming through here. Lexi B going to be forced back. Beautiful Molotov right over the top. Roland running through his own Molotov. Doesn't even care. That's sick. This, however, is interesting as Valde catches out Flusha. Could get the follow-up as well. They do not want to fight this guy. As soon as they figured out it's him, it's time to back off, get that bomb planted, and get that clock ticking. As Issa and Valde, the 2 heavy hitters for OG, are the last 2 alive now, moving on to this bomb site. Unreal. What is going on? Valde with a double, and now it's all on Crims. 1v2. What happened? Crims, can he pull this off for the Swedes? They're desperate, but it's not happening. Issa will find the final kill, but Valde catching both of those players looking the wrong way.
Unbelievable. How many rounds have we seen where OG members are getting freebies like that? It's free 99 out here, Semler.
20 kills for Valde at the end of the first half in regulation. 11-4 at the end of the first half in favor of OG on the CT side. As we change sides, we'll be figuring out how this all finishes right after the break.
He said to himself, I'm going all in. I'm just putting school aside, every plans that I have. And that's the person he is. When he wants something, he goes for it and hope for the best. Just giving it all.
For me, an in-game leader is just as important as a star player, and they both need each other really. The most important thing of a leader in Counter-Strike is just someone to look at and just be like, yeah, we're gonna do this and it's gonna work. Maybe it's completely the wrong tactic, but if you believe enough in it and you do it well, then it can always work. And that for me is the most important thing of having a leader.
If you go and look at the case of Bentek coming from Indonesia, there's basically no reason actually as to why a player would make it from there. The fact that he basically even got to become someone that Westerners would know and want to recruit, I think it's one of the most unlikely stories probably in Counter-Strike history.
Adam's strengths has always been that no matter what, he doesn't really give in. He is never the one to kind of admit that someone's better than him. The mindset for him is that he's better than everyone else and he wants to go and prove it.
All right, welcome back from the break, everybody. We're getting into the second half here of Overpass, our second map in this loser bracket final. OG are currently in the lead 11-4 over Fnatic, and OG won the first map of this series in 30 rounds as well. So, and this is all on Fnatic now. They've got the weight of the world on their shoulders, Potter.
The weight indeed. Flusha coming out with an HE grenade, trying to do a little bit more damage. He was kind of harmless in that first half, and Golden already taken down to 25 HP. That HE grenade coming through hugely for Valde. And, you know, I didn't even notice Semler. Valde's 20-6 already in the first half.
He's a savage.
Jeez.
He is actually insane. It's unbelievable the level of play this guy's bringing to the table right now. And, well, the desk talked about that going into the series, how he was going to be a linchpin for OG. And sure enough, he's showing up. He was there on Mirage, and here he is on Overpass, just doing work. Unfortunately, JW's kind of petered out. Such a tough break for JW, considering he dropped 36 kills on Mirage. For him to, for them to fade away here, Fnatic. Not like this. That's all you're saying. Not like this.
Yeah, Fnatic had so much faith in Broland holding down the fort at A. He was the lone defender there. 4 defenders from Fnatic stacking towards that B, and that's the A bomb site gone. JW getting taken out on the flank. Although that's a juicy grenade that should help with this retake, Fnatic don't have a smoke either. 3 versus 5 with the flank even in motion.
Oh, it's all about the headshots. And, well, sure enough, Crimson's going to find one. Mantu's just going to go charging up, and now Flusha knows that he's caught in a sandwich. He is going to get his reload done, though, so he is going to still be able to take a fight. But it's a 1v3, and he needs to find a kit to have a chance, and the kit is in the open in front of the bank, and it's just not even going to be possible. Issa guns him down 12-4. OG picking up the pistol in the second half. Both pistols for OG. And, well, that's going to just be the absolute worst case scenario now for Fnatic. OG have got a golden opportunity now to get real close to match point.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic know that as well. They definitely don't want to give OG even any more cushion. The force buy coming through, using every penny that they have at their disposal. And JW is going to try to find some Hwandigs here over that smoke, but none of the OG members are going to give him that duel. Oh, but he's going to press for more. Of course he is.
And BK. Oh, Brolan caught sleeping. JW does manage to get a kill on Valden, so he's taking the raid boss out of the picture. At least they've got that going for him. Still a man advantage for OG, however. And, well, now they get to go ahead and take over control of mid. Flash over the top, but that's going to be fine. OG, if they just keep executing this death ball, they should be able to just work their way up onto a bomb site now. There's only Flusha alive here on A for Fnatic. The remaining 2 Fnatic players are down on B. And well, yeah, Flush is going to work his way down there as well. So this is going to turn into the gamble that we're seeing more and more teams take in these scenarios where you have money invested in Kevlar and pistols. Is just stack a sight if you're down, stack a sight and gamble.
And that's a free sight here for OG. And it looks like Flusha might try to sniff out a kill for himself. That timing on that HE grenade's going to make him think again. And man, it just seems like every corner that Fnatic are throwing, every opportunity that they try to make for themselves, they just get shut down. You know Flusha wanted to Ferrari peek out that smoke and get a kill on the planter, but that HE grenade just stops him dead in his tracks, and now he's just going to try to get an exit for himself. OG are too smart for this. They are not going to give any free guns over to the Fnatic guys. They're grouped up. The buddy system is in play.
He got spotted. And unfortunately for you, Flusha, you're kind of stuck there, dude. Nowhere to go at that point. Flusha goes up with the bomb. Oh, this is it, Potter. 3 rounds away for OG from a spot in the grand finals. And Fnatic, they have got their backs to the wall. They have to go for a round of eco here if they want to have a hope, a chance of running it all the way back on the CT side. We've seen, well, insane comebacks in the past, specifically from this team. So they've been in these pressure situations before. They know what it takes. They know what they're capable of. It's just a matter of whether or not they can get their heads in the game here following this round. Or better yet, you know, this round. That would be pretty good if they can get it done here.
Would be ideal. And you can see Fnatic guys are trying to have a B stack with these HE grenades. See if they can have a cheeky explosion. But it doesn't look like OG are going to test it.
It's not looking ideal right now, no. The trap is not going to get sprung. OG are also playing this exceedingly patient.
Yeah, so thorough. Just not leaving anything to chance at the moment. Checking every corner. And this is great to see coming out of OG, you know? We've seen a lot of teams faltering in these low buy rounds. Getting a bit overzealous, but OG right now, they are looking disciplined and they are not leaving anything to chance. Valde, he's going to go test out this B-bomb site. Those HE grenades, Fnatic were finally able to use them, but it doesn't do anything. And the Fnatic guys are left scrambling now.
Oh, they're going to rotate in, but Alexi B's already got the drop on him. Impeccable stuff here for OG as the bomb gets planted. Fnatic with the remaining 2 players. I mean, Golden would love to see if he could get a kill with this MAC-10. It's not even meant to be. That's not going to happen either. So OG 14-4, a 10-round lead. Super solid money on the side of OG as well. They can buy whatever they want if they, you know, if they desire. And over on Fnatic's side, no money for the AWP for JW, unfortunately for him. He would have had to go for the glass cannon. He elects to go for a rifle play instead.
That is odd.
Yeah.
I better see some coordinated aggression coming out of Fnatic then and getting JW involved early on. Because having that AWP on this CT would have been everything for Fnatic's defenses, but he opts for the rifle. And he's also... he's pressing for more. You can see on the mini-map there that he's pushing the fountain area. He's going to have a lot of intel here. And that should strengthen up this B defense for Fnatic coming through. But OG, they're not stopping. They're already through into the site.
Oh no, Cruz is going to get caught with a nade in his hand. It could not have gone any worse here for Fnatic. Flusha with the double through the smoke though, putting up a fight. Not going down without a struggle. JW, he is going to be very quickly in position for a flank. I'm not sure if Valda was close enough to hear the footsteps though. I think he did. I think he's ready for JW. And so unfortunate for JW. It's just not meant to be. Brolan now in a 1v3. Everything riding on this round. If they lose this, they are broke going into the next one. They will have nothing to work with, and Brolan may be even thinking about that now, that it's time to back off and try and save this AUG so that they have some firepower. But you can't save forever. It is looking like it's going to be the call. I mean, OG are just brutal. Even with 3 players on the B site, Fnatic just got run over. OG are just so decisive when it comes to just moving onto a bomb site together. They're so quick.
Yeah, they are completely outplaying and just schooling Fnatic on Overpass right now. And this is such a strange map so far. Usually when we think of the firepower on both of these squads, you're expecting some crazy duels coming across the map, some AWP versus AWP violence, something of this nature. But so far on Overpass, it's just been OG outgunning Fnatic without Fnatic even being able to shoot back. Out-positioning, outplaying, outmaneuvering, and Fnatic are just left kind of scratching their heads. This might be the last full buy round for Fnatic in this entire series.
Questions now, questions, let's see it. Fnatic again with the aggression though. JW once again, exact same spot. Push right up here by Playground. And for now, oh man, he is just all about the trust. Alexi B is going to work his way back over here, though, and it's looking like it is going to be a rotate over towards that B site from Alexi. They catch JW. That's Mantu. That's just such a tough spot for JW.
Yeah, and Brolan was kind of in the vicinity, but then he ditched him and left to go all the way back to the site to hold connector from far away. So JW was definitely in a one-and-done spot and is traded out. OG with the man advantage, just poking and prodding towards this B defense, and that's even making Brolan fall off of that long A angle in case he needs to rotate towards this B. And OG are just kind of playing with Fnatic right now.
Yeah. And it's looking like they're just going to go ahead and wreak havoc on that B side again here for OG. So 5 alive. Still some nades left on Fnatic. With 40 seconds left, they could get that smoke down. Golden, however, is jiggle peeking, and so he's about to get a bullet to the face. Valda's going to swing, and there it is. Molly canceled out immediately. Crims with the MP9, and Golden chiming in. They are holding the line, Fnatic. Not going to go down without a fight. Issa finally going to pick up one of those players, but that is going to be it. Well, not quite. Mantu finds Flusha as well. 2-on-2, 18 seconds left. Bomb in the open. They still have a smoke to play with, though. Issa could try and get that in position on the bomb site. Yep. That should allow him to get out here. No, Brolan denies him, and now with 8 seconds left, you need to get this bomb down. Not going to be possible. 5 seconds, you need to get the kills. They need to be the fastest ones ever, and it's just not going to happen. Fnatic showing some life here at the very end, holding the line on the B site.
Solid crossfire coming out from Fnatic to hold down that B site. And finally, something coming through for Fnatic. A clean round, in the end at least. I got worried there when I saw Mantu tapping away at that Heaven player. Things can get pretty dicey, but Fnatic get away with 2 saved guns.
2 saved guns, and actually a pretty decent buy, all things considered. This time they're putting 4 players down on B early, Fnatic. They're not messing around. They're fully trusting JW to hold the line over there towards A. And he is going to be posted up in restroom. Velda, however, just barely missing out on Crims. That was such a close run thing. Crims could still catch Velda. And Relentless, but there is going to be the full clear of sewers at least, and so some information gained for Fnatic, but that doesn't change the fact that OG got the opening kill.
Yeah, and you could see Fnatic brought Brolan over from A to try to gain some water control, but man, he just gets taken out, and JW jumping Mac 10 by NBK. Flusha all alone in this A bomb site. You can see his teammates are rotating on the mini-map, but OG, they're actually being pretty patient here. They're gonna misdirect a little bit and go back towards B, and what a call coming out from Alexa B. Once again, just this mid-rounding coming out from this IGL of OG. It's a free bomb site. Oh, actually, the rotation came in really fast.
Yeah, Golden was also there, but they are going to get traded. Mantu drops, and there's Issa. Man advantage now. It's all on Flusha for Fnatic, and he's been smoked off. 30 seconds. He gets a kill on NBK through the smoke.
Of course, it's Flusha getting that kill through the smoke, but he does get punished by Issa in the end, and OG, they close it out.
What a fantastic map. OG absolutely dominating Fnatic on the second map and really setting themselves up for success. They have managed to battle their way through in OG fashion. In OG fashion, they have managed to battle their way through the lower bracket, through the groups, through the playoff bracket, and now they've got a spot in the grand final. So, Potter, I mean, quick thoughts here before we end it?
Oh man, I'm shocked. I'm shocked at how newbie they made Fnatic look. I think OG, they were absolutely looking like they were smurfing in here. Alexi B, he read this game like a book. There wasn't a moment where OG looked uncomfortable ever. Fnatic were just uncomfortable throughout this entire series across both maps.
Yeah, Fnatic, man, it's just, I think what happened is what they had inflicted on MIBR the other day. Close, put your heart and soul into the first map, everything in it, and if you lose it at the very end, it's so hard to get your head back into the game on the second map to try and figure it out, and I don't think Fnatic actually managed to recover. So, unfortunate turn of events there for Fnatic. They were looking so good, especially JW, 36 kills on the first map, which is monster, insane performance. Just wasn't enough to get his team across the finish line today.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't, and unfortunate as well to see Fnatic going out in that fashion, but once again, OG making it to the grand finals, the second grand finals of this squad, and I mean, it's now finally coming through, Semler. 1 year after this OG squad was formed, they're making it to grand finals consistently now. It's about time, I think, OG finally lift that trophy.
Yeah, it is an achievement. But what is also an achievement, Potter, is that we've made it the distance, man. That's it. Flashpoint 2 in the books for you and me.
We've done it. We've done it.
All right. Well, thanks, Potter, for the cast. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Awesome times. We are going to be taking a quick break, and we'll come back and hear what the analysts have to say, and we will be, of course, back later on today for the grand finals of Flashpoint. Follow the stream, follow the social, stay on top of it. We'll be back with more amazing CS here at Flashpoint 2.
OG must have taken a shower between maps because damn did they look clean on Overpass against Fnatic, taking them down easily on Fnatic's map pick. May have been close in map 1, but certainly not in round 2 of this duel. And that means OG is going to be moving on to the finals in order to face Virtus Pro. Thorin, were you surprised at Fnatic's poor performance on Overpass?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the second least played map by OG. Remember, OG never plays Vertigo, so that's not even saying much in that regard. Like, it's basically the map they don't play. So if you consider there's a world in which this could have been 2-0 at one point on Mirage. Instead, they get 0-2 themselves. This is it's the story of Fnatic, basically. It's why it's actually fitting that they go out this way. They go out when the veto favors them. They go out after a map that was almost won, after they get all the performances in theory you would need out of the big names. You had JW basically putting up an MVP performance. Probably has now had that award stolen from him, because I'm sure one of the OG players has a very good chance to win it in the final. Like, if you're Fnatic, aside from saying what really was Flusha doing for most of the tournament, and maybe some questions about how they played against lower econ buys. Aside from that, it was a great tournament. It's just it ended in the most sort of ominous way ever. Like, this makes me wonder what the future of the team is.
Yeah, Maui, you came into this and we were looking at OG and you said, okay, the last time, and that was 6 months ago now, we were really seeing OG active on this map. They looked discombobulated. They didn't look aggressive. How much has their play changed? Because remember, this was the first time they've actually played Overpass here at Flashpoint.
Yeah, I got to give them a lot of credit, because it looks like they developed the map quite a bit, especially on the CT side towards B. Flusha at the beginning of that game was down 2 and 8, 2 kills, 8 deaths, and a lot of that was because OG were throwing just different problems at him constantly, nading, mauling that short tunnel, NBK swinging from the connector door. It felt like Flusha never really found his game in this map, and that's something you don't really expect to say about Flusha, because he's got so much experience under his belt. He's always usually able to adapt, but it felt like he just wasn't ready for OG to be that aggressive towards his position. So when Flusha isn't able to be confident, that means your clutching factor on the map is not going to be there, because he usually has to be that guy for the team. He usually is the bailout guy on Overpass, and he's even said in an interview before that Overpass is his favorite map. So for the fact that he was challenged in that regard and actually shut down that strongly by OG, I just have to give a credit to OG at the end of the day.
Yeah, and we did have a pretty good example of that if we take a look at round 15 from that game, because it was kind of a wild back and forth punctuated by a Fnatic throw, right, Maui?
Yeah, so this is a weird start to the round. At the very beginning of it, Flusha actually buys an op. He does find 1 kill with it, but this felt like kind of just a scattered approach. But eventually, actually, Fnatic kind of pull it off. They're in a 4v2 right now, but as Flusha's trying to get off the bomb site with that op, he's just getting caught. And then Valde just somehow approaches, and this just felt like a communication breakdown on the side of Fnatic, because how was no one watching the flank at that point when Valde just killed Flusha? That just doesn't make any sense. Fnatic is a team that's renowned for their comms. The fact that they can stay cool, calm, and collected no matter what the situation is. But in that moment, it just felt like they just let the whole game slip away. And I felt like there was absolutely nothing left in the tank for them at that point.
Do you think it was demoralizing, Thorin, for Fnatic to lose the first map in the way that they did, and that was contributing to their really hard loss here on Overpass? Or do you think it just poor preparation on the side of Fnatic or execution?
I also think you've got to throw in, like, another factor I would maybe draw is something like a mixture of the two. Like, it was demoralizing, certainly, because they were basically leading the whole game right until the very end where they lost, which was literally on the last round of the whole game, remember. Aside from that, they were, even if they were losing a round, they could still get a couple more, and they would keep the buffer, and they would continually, it would only be like getting broken on rounds where you even say to the other guys, don't worry about it, that can happen, we're going to win all the gun rounds, it's fine. So to me, that certainly was probably in the back of their mind. But I've also got to throw in as well another factor, which if you remember a couple of playoff matches ago, I said was a huge boon for the Fnatic guys, was how well Crims was overperforming. And in these last 2 series of the tournaments, he has massively struggled. And even visually, when you would see him in scenarios where he's basically supposed to be what Valde is now, like the guy who gets you those stable kills, always positions correctly, plays for time so a teammate can come. He had a really, really poor game yesterday and today. And so unfortunately, in these tight matches, I think that's been a factor that's cost them against teams that have been able to grind them out. Look, the 2 best grinding teams in the tournament are Virtus.pro and OG.
It is surprising as well, because Crims came into today at number 4 in terms of HLTV rating. Broland was number 1. And I know we're going to talk a lot about OG and their successes, especially before our finals against Virtus.pro. So I do want to think about how Fnatic failed in this event and what it means for Fnatic as a team moving forward, because it's a team that struggled during the online era. They've tried to get over some of these hurdles by having the boot camp, for example, during the Flashpoint playoffs. Ultimately, it was enough to get them 3rd place and $100,000, which is nothing to sneeze at. But when you're coming in to this match with the number 1 HLTV rating player, the number 4 player, and you're looking at strong individual performances. How is it that they've fallen so far short of expectations when their individual level seems to be pretty good, Maui?
I feel like this makes me think of what Krim said a few months ago, I think at DreamHack Open Fall, when we asked him on the desk, what are you guys looking to prepare? What do you guys see as your win conditions moving forward? Krim said to us that they were working on their individual skill. And I feel like that was actually not a problem this game. I feel like they performed very well. JW, if that's what they were working on, they did excellently well. I think JW, this is the best tournament he's had all year. So, and on an individual level, it clearly passed the eye test. But I will say that I feel like their prep in certain moments, the fact that Flusha was so unaware what was that bombardment of nades that was coming at him towards that water position, I feel like that's a lack of prep. I feel like they might not be looking at the right things when they're going into these matchups. And they were trying to find a punish pick here in Overpass against OG, but they may have underestimated what OG was going to be bringing to the table. I know in the back of their minds now, and vision is hindsight is 2020. So at the end of the day, I will say that
I wish they had Inferno though. Come on, you know they did.
that's what they're thinking right now. That's what I'm thinking right now, and I feel like they know that too. It's rough because you think that JW played so well that this just slipped away from them. Like, this should have been their tournament, because you get these kind of performances out of JW literally once a year. So the fact that they couldn't capitalize and take this big prize pool home, it's a little depressing, I'll say.
Yeah, I actually think this actually spells some really disturbing omens for the future of the team, because they were so incredible for the first, I'm going to say 4 or 5 months out of the gate when we were on LAN. And I think this ties into what Maui Snake's talking about here, which is the old school players and Fnatic are from the era where you did just go to the tournament and then you played like veteran style Counter-Strike. Like when we're in a late round scenario, people aren't going to play a simple tactical. They're going to fuck that tactic up because it's a lot of pressure, and I'm just going to use smart positioning. I'm going to play off my teammate, and then, as he says there, it sounds stupid, but I'm just going to kill them. That's all I'm going to do. Counter-Strike, at the end of the day, just like football's about scoring goals, Counter-Strike is about shooting people with the guns. So if you can get to the right level on that, as Fnatic thought they were, in theory, you're supposed to win tournaments. The problem is, in this online period, OG showed it to you here. I've never seen Mantu play a big LAN and do some of the things he does in this tournament, but when it's online, he has a freedom to do it. So unfortunately, Fnatic is almost a team tailor-made not to be as good online. That's where all their advantages disappear. And the reason that's so depressing, and why I say it's a bad omen for the future of the team, is right now, there is no end in sight to the online period. So even though they've become a good team again, they're not winning tournaments. And more importantly for me, it's actually going to really, I think, ruin Swedish Counter-Strike, because for me, they're the team that have redefined the blueprint of how you make a remolded version of your old squad, because they took those veterans, they actually put them into less resource heavy positions, aside from JW getting his AWP. And by the way, he has completely transformed his own game, so massive props to him. And then what they've done is people like Crimson Flusha are more your supportive elements, or in the case of Flusha, just play with no resources. And then you have Golden, who they now trust. They understand they have to have this guy lead the way, and his coach is his former coach from the academy team. And then the young star, unlike the lesson that Nip taught us all the time of you just make the young star play the worst role. If he's really good enough, he'll prove himself. No, just put him in the fragging positions. Let him use that crazy aim, and you use all your veteran experience to cover any flaws he might have. And so generally, I feel like this is one of the teams I feel so bad for in the context of the current period, because if we were offline, I'd bet you money right now they'd win some tournaments. They would look really strong against a lot of teams. But at least in the online period, I think it's with good reason that they've had their struggles, despite the fact they still have those maps that they have a moment where they look amazing.
Yeah, in my interview too with JW, he said it was hard for him to kind of get the energy to play well without being on LAN, that he didn't feel like it was sharpening his performance and felt kind of dull as a result of that, which is why he said he thought MIBR had certain advantages, because due to their kind of lack of LAN experience, they were getting more into the games and more invested. If you're Fnatic, Thorn, do you stay the course with this team? Do you say, okay, we're just going to ride this out? As you say, there may be no end to this in the near future. Keeping that in mind, HLD TV reporting that the major in the spring has been canceled, which kind of, throws a bunch of the RMR points out the door, as it were. It's not looking like we are going to get any lands in the immediate future. Do you just kind of ride this out for the next 6 months and hope we return to land play, or you try and make some adjustments to compensate for the online era?
The tough thing is, if I go with like heart and history, the reason why you can't really make a change is because actually, as we said, before these last 2 matches, Crims was banging out of control. So basically everyone in the team was doing their job except Flusher. And if you know anything about what would be considered blasphemy in Counter-Strike, in the same way as you're not allowed to say Cop Forest, you're not allowed to say Cop Flusher because he still does do those ridiculous rounds that only Flusher can do. But be it using my head and just trying to be as rational as I can about the game, it's the obvious player that you would remove if you were going to make a change. Like, as much as he might bring something on those bullshit rounds and those low econ scenarios, you might not need to be in those situations if you added another solid fragger. So I can't claim to know who it would be. I mean, at this point in time, you'd probably want to pillage someone from NIP, but unless you've got a really solid move, I probably just stick because like some of these flaws, I think they're right there. Like, I think considering they finished third, they're a team where I could still have seen them win the whole tournament. In fact, maybe even without losing a series. So I would probably personally gamble and just say that we're somehow going to tweak the small things that we're making mistakes in now.
Yeah, it also has to be said that they did lose. The only teams they lost to in the playoffs were the eventual finalists. So there's not really any kind of shame here. There wasn't any upset when we look at it in retrospect. It was Virtus.pro that knocked them into the losers bracket. OG beat them in the losers finals. Third place still very respectable. That said, Maui, do you have any final word that you would like to put in on the Fnatic roster? Do you agree in staying the course with this team?
Yeah, I think you do, because a couple months ago, they beat OG in 2 BO3 straight. So this kind of felt like any given day thing, just a little bit. I mean, Overpass was a bit of a slaughter, and it looks like OG prepped for that. But Fnatic, they just beat him on that. They've beaten him on Inferno. They beat him on a lot of different maps. It felt like this was just OG's day for me. And Fnatic, if you give them a shot tomorrow, I think they could easily have they could have won the rematch and gone to the finals, and then maybe they win the rematch against VP as well. So I don't think this is cause for alarm just yet. Third place is nothing to scoff at here at Flashpoint. Definitely given the stronger teams that are at Flashpoint 2 compared to 1.
Well, that will put a bow on Fnatic here at Flashpoint. Congratulations to them for their $100,000 winnings in third place. We are going to save a lot of our discussion at OG before we head into the finals, and we're going to have to see if, as Maui says, it continues to be their day or not. We are going to go do an interview right now with Alexi B with Freya, after which, just so you guys know, we are going to take a break. OG needs some time to rest and prepare before the finals. Our finals will be beginning in 2 hours and 15 minutes. That is 7 p.m. GMT or 8 p.m. CET. But first, let's hear some words about that match against Fnatic from Alexi.
We can indeed, Monty. Thank you very much. And huge congratulations, Alexi. Despite taking one of the longest routes here at Flashpoint 2, you managed to make it to the grand final. Can you tell me the thoughts of the team right now?
Hello? I cannot hear anything.
Can you hear me, Alexi? Unfortunately, doesn't seem like Alexi.
Okay, now I hear.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yes.
There we go. Excellent. I was just saying congratulations to you guys. Despite taking one of the longest routes here at Flashpoint 2, you've managed to make it to the final. So can you tell me the thoughts of the team, especially coming off that second map?
It's joyful. I think all of us need a small break here. Maybe not 2.5 hour break, but at least we're getting a break. That's the most important thing, which some tournament organizers won't give. So I'm really glad we could push back the day a bit because of yesterday. So we could at least sleep a bit, even though I woke up like 30 minutes before our prep time and was kind of late to joining the others. But we've been waking up every minute now, and I think after having this small break, it will help us even more for the final.
Well, it didn't seem like it affected you that much, Alexi, coming into this. And I want to ask about Overpass as well. Did you expect that to be coming out, considering we've seen Fnatic picking out Inferno most of the time against you in those best-of-3 series?
Yeah, I was expecting Overpass. The thing about the Inferno was that Yeah, they've been picking it against us, but lately we've started to show some strength on the map, and we've been picking it in the last, I don't know, like 3 or 4 officials. So I'm pretty sure they just wanted to play a map against us, which isn't our pick at the moment, like not a map we're picking every time. And they've been really decent on Overpass and won us on it last time, so I think that's why they went with Overpass.
Was there anything key that you saw from Fnatic's loss yesterday against Virtus Pro, and then obviously the matchup with MIBR as well that went to 3 OTs? Was there anything that you noticed in that you could be exploiting as a team?
No, I didn't honestly watch at all. I trusted the coach on Overpass because I knew how they play Overpass. They don't change it up, in my opinion. The way they play it is really strong, don't get me wrong. I remember the last time we played against them, the 16-14 game, I did a lot of prep, and we have like every note written down, so I can always go back to those. And if you just memorize how a team plays a map, you can really go with a lot. And I prepped some for Mirage and the Decider, and for overall just all of the other stuff.
I want to ask about your own approach to Overpass as well. As you were saying, there obviously a lot of preparation coming into it, but as Adesk was saying, it's one of your least played maps in the entire map pool. So where did you kind of see your own approach coming from it? Do you feel like you caught Fnatic off guard with anything you were doing?
I think what really made us good on this CT, which sometimes we might lack on Overpass, is the lack of trading. But today I felt like, yeah, we had some rounds where we didn't get the perfect scenario, but we had a lot of situations where we're trading each other or coming out on top in these entries. And that's really the key decider for us on Overpass. I really feel like we have played, like 6 maps on it, and we've won 4, and the losses are really tight. So I'm really confident in Overpass, and I know the others like the map also, but it's just maybe not a map we would want to pick, considering there is some other maps. But we're more than glad to play it as a decider from time to time, and if we just hit these timings and get the trades going, I feel like we can snowball on the map.
I do quickly want to go back to your map pick as well of Mirage, because it kind of looked like Fnatic were gaining a lot of momentum going towards the end of it there. So were there any particular calls that you made to be winning 8 out of the last 9 rounds and taking the win?
I guess the only times when, like, obviously everyone is calling something like slight details, but I think the only rounds which had more thought onto them were the kind of like the force buys. One of the force buy where we rushed underground and catch JW off guard, and then the other one where we double naded mid boxes with Nathan, and then I don't remember what exactly happened, but I think Mulder went crazy on the A side. But it's just against them, Mirage City, like, we have a game plan, and we just tried to follow that. Obviously, we lost every pistol and the anti-eco after, and then on the first gun round, we didn't have the AWP. So both sides started really bad for us, but as soon as we got the economy and got some confidence going, we made the comeback happen.
And of course, this isn't all we're going to be seeing from you here at Flashpoint 2 today. You're going to be making it to that grand final, as we were just discussing, and it's going to be against none other than Virtus Pro, whom you beat back in the group stage of the tournament. So what have you made of their progression throughout Flashpoint 2 so far? Because you've seen them actually managing to make it all the way through that upper bracket. Is there anything you're looking out for going into this match?
First of all, like, I wasn't surprised at all that they made the finals. I think I considered them as the top 3 team here. And I guess, like, their game style, if they're hitting their shots, and especially like the way that they're just saving constantly, and every round you're under pressure, especially if you are on the CT side and your economy is like not the best, and the moment they pick you apart and just crush your money, that's like how they are really strong. And that's what you could see yesterday when they had a nice game against Fnatic. But overall, we played against them. I've played against them previously. I know their tendencies. I know their game style. I said this in the past as well. But I think, considering we were on the other final a month ago, maybe against FaZe, we were maybe a bit stressed, and it was the first time we were in finals. So what I'm glad about here is that even though the schedule has been really tight, we haven't gotten the perfect sleep in. Maybe people are a bit more unfocused and shit, but I just feel like because the schedule is so hectic, we have no time to think that this is a final. Like, this is another match. We're just gonna go into the match and we're gonna see if we come out on top. I feel really confident we're gonna beat them.
It's amazing to get to hear from you, Alexi. Thank you so much for checking in. We'll give you a little bit of time to rest and recuperate as we head towards the final. Thank you so much and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
And with that, we're going to be heading to a quick break. But when we come back, it's grand finals time here at Flashpoint 2.
After the break, Virtus Pro versus Fnatic only on Flashpoint.
Hey, it's me, Semler. Wanted to touch on a couple of things coming up in 2021 that Flashpoint will do differently. First off, the schedule. We realized our biggest mistake was leaving room in the CSGO calendar. Now we have matches every day for the next 18 months, and that's exciting. And on top of that, we're adding a new quintuple elimination format, complete with the 12th place decider matches that you've all been screaming for. And that's exciting. It's also why we are hosting 16 events in 32 different cities in 2021 as we travel through space and time. Mumbai, Tokyo, Cologne, during World War II. We've worked hard to make sure that each event is as far away as possible, one from the other. Longer flights means more sleepy time for the players and talent. Now, for our brand new studio.
In times of uncertainty, we shouldn't be making promises that we cannot keep. Instead of focusing on the future, we should focus on the here and the now. 12 teams, all best of threes, double elimination, $1 million. Welcome to Flashpoint.
Ah, terrible, terrible first game. So boring.
How about this? Freiberg looks like he needs to start eating more bananas.
The guy selection, though, isn't he? Cuddly guy, you know.
Stop being a fucking pussy, Duncan. Okay, how many titles have you won?
None.
Yeah, exactly. I've won 7. You think I won 7 world titles by being nice to people?
I mean, I'm not sure. Like, that polling material got us in a lot of trouble. Haven't we moved on since then?
How about this? Forza, they're not even a good team, and they've seen everyone's strats. And Thomas? He's not even the best ginger in UK esports.
Fucking hell.
Mad Lions? Don't you mean bad Lions?
They won season 1. You know, they're a partner team. I don't know if we should be rude.
Fnatic, they can't even cheat anymore. And Contact? What's this, the United Nations of trash? Big. If I wanted to watch a bunch of boring Germans, I'd tune into your EU Parliament. Scrap it. Let's go with the original.
Are you sure?
And don't forget our cheeky little face.
Ah, Mr. Freiberg. Come on in and take a seat. Let me know what's on your mind.
I've been doing a lot of thinking. A lot of thinking about my role in the...
Your role in the universe. A lot of people have this problem. I totally get it. The feeling that there is this distance between them and everything else. In Hinduism, this phenomenon is called Maya. It's the illusion that the self could be separate from itself.
Actually, I think,
therefore I am. It's a classic phrase by René Descartes, one of the founders of modern science. A strange character in many ways.
Yeah, thanks for that. I've got to go practice my team.
Another patient cured. A little medicine for the doctor.
The top stories live from the Flashpoint News Network. ESL announces new hyperbolic time chamber. Events can now span up to 40 hours per day. And in financial news, there are fears for renowned color commentator Henry G as Bitcoin prices plummet. We've lost millions in this game, announces Cloud9's Jacques Etienne after their $6 million investment. And in other news, Dignitas took time out of their busy schedules to visit a local orphanage. It was just so heartbreaking. Looking into their sad little eyes, there was no hope for them, said Billy, age 9. As pressure mounts from the Brazilian community, the case of banned player VSM is revisited. Valve issued the following statement: "We will not be unbanning iBuyPower." Warning: zombie outbreak as former Dignitas, NIP and Fnatic player Exist rises from the dead to terrorize the lands with his loose style of in-game leading. That's all from us at the Flashpoint News Network. We'll see you next time.
Miss Spears, have a seat. Now, I've been going through things with accounting, and it looks like you've expensed a stripper pole. What the hell's going on?
Well, you told us we have to make these analyst segments more appealing to our Zoom audience.
No, Freya. Take it down, send it back.
But we've already shot the pilot episode, so we could take a look at it.
The matchup between Forza and Envy really highlights what happens when experience meets unpredictability. XC Power, or should I say, Sexy Power, brought the heat with a 1.49 rating. The opposing opper, Nifty, only had impact in 69% of the rounds. So we'll see how they prepare moving forward as Envy lost out in a close BO3 thriller.
After a lifetime of searching, I have discovered the fabled city of Katowice, once the jewel of an esports empire. 50,000 were said to have gathered here for free bread and circuses, like the Roman Colosseum. What treasures lie here, waiting to be unearthed? My God! It's the fabled mouse of the mighty Flusher. We can finally answer one of CSGO's most elusive mysteries. Let's just take a look. Oh no! The side button's been removed. We'll never have the answers now.
What oddities will Thorin uncover on his next adventure in the catacombs of CSGO? That and more on the next episode of The Esports Archaeologist.
Hello and welcome to James Savings Bank. My name is James. How may I help you today?
Hello, I've recently bought this Dragonlord Orb and I'm very concerned about maximising the value of my investment.
What a beautiful weapon. Of course we can be of service. We specialise in a conservative clientele who prioritise maintaining their assets and waiting for the perfect time to capitalise on their purchases. We believe that some other financial advisors, such as the Yakunda hedge funds, recklessly gamble away their money betting on a big payday. We take the opposite approach.
This sounds perfect to me. What services do you offer?
We like to immediately warn you when your AWP is in danger. You will receive a text message saying, "It's James time." That means it's time to retreat to safety in order to preserve your asset. We recommend returning to your spawn as soon as you receive the message.
That sounds extremely helpful. What happens in the worst case scenario when I lose my AWP?
We also have the optional Sanji plan, which de-risks your future AWP purchases by having your teammates co-sign here. They are now legally obliged to contribute to your AWP purchases should you not have the funds yourself.
Wonderful, that answers all my questions. I'm ready to commit.
Marvellous. It's game time!
It wasn't pretty for the side of MIBR in this one. 16-2, that is such a brutal scoreline.
It is. But, it's, again, one of those things where a team like MIBR, so fresh, so new, that experience, that butt-wrecking that they just got.
Butt-wrecking.
Hey, it's me, Potter. You might be wondering how I got myself into this situation. It isn't easy thinking up creative descriptions on the fly. So, here's how I got myself into this butt-wrecking mess. Shit, I need the audience to understand just how badly MIBR got owned. Quick, Christy, come on. Think of something funny. Got their asses kicked. No. Too boring. Maybe I can work this ass angle, though. Colon carnage. No, it's too graphic. That would make the Brazilians real mad. Rectal ruin. It's a nice alliteration, but it's a little too technical. Anal devastation. I'm into it. Maybe a little too extreme for me. I'll have Thorn tweet that one out later. Fuck. Think of something quick. I'm running out of time. Think. Ooh.
MIBR, so fresh, so new, that experience, that butt-wrecking that they just got.
Nailed it.
Acor. How are you? That team still giving you trouble?
Hi, Doctor. I just feel exhausted. Been giving it my all for months, but the results just aren't coming in. What should I do? What's wrong with me?
After consulting with the CSPPA handbook, you've got a chronic case of player burnout. I'm going to have to prescribe you a full vacation. No more work for you.
But we're in the middle of a pandemic. Where in the world would I go?
My boy, I never said anything about this world. You're going to the stars.
Astralis? But they're the best team in the world. Sounds like a lot of work.
No. You'll be their 7th man, fully integrated into the lineup, which translates to 3 months of paid leave. I hear that device has quite the looser style.
Thanks, Doctor. This is really going to pick up my career.
Nathan. What can I help you with?
It's the headaches, this trauma, my PTSD. We're not gelling as a team, and quite frankly, I feel like I've lost my vitality.
Have you ever had this issue in your past relationships?
No, never, Doctor.
We need to turn your focus away from your past. That doesn't define you. How about a nice pick-me-up? I'm prescribing you our new experimental drug, Gen G. It's got 2 stand-ins and a new in-game leader. That'll get you back on track.
Oh, thanks, Doctor. That sounds great.
Lexi, I wasn't expecting you. How may I help you?
Hi, Doctor. I think I'm addicted to Molly.
Stay perfectly still. I'm going to do a quick scan. My, that's unusual. What would ever call for a Molotov cocktail?
I just can't stop rolling on these bomb sites.
Welcome back to another episode of the Esports Archaeologist. What oddities will Thorin unearth today?
Wait, what could be in this urn? Marvelous! It's the tunic of the legendary sacrificial victim, Taco. The tales tell of one who would offer up his life every round so that his lordship Coldzera could reign unchallenged. The Brazilian hordes believed his blood would resurrect their shining god, the Fallen One. Sadly, this was mere superstition. One second, what is this? By Jove! Luckily, I'm well versed in this archaic hype dialect. In life, I was known as Semler, the king of Counter-Strike, beloved until my own people from the Reddit slums rose up and tore me limb from limb. I had to travel through the dark underworld of the Overwatch League to return to life while the imposter Moses sat upon my throne. Now I shall reclaim my rightful place at my Queen Andera's side to dominate CSGO once more.
Freiburg!
That's all from the catacombs of CSGO. Until next time.
Going to give his position, but they know that he must surely be close. He's going to do something insane here. Whoa! 1, 2! There's more to be had for Santoris as they're charging his position! There's another! Oh my goodness! Santoris is just proving that.
Definitely, there's been no round where we were sat and scratching our heads. What the hell were they?
Oh, not again!
Somehow got 4 kills from it! They were back to back. What the hell is Yekin there doing?
Top mid, but they've got to be careful they don't run into this stack. Yeah, Molotov down. Essenstein about to swing on by. That's a lineup, a double kill. Oh, he gets a third as well. Essenstein shuts everybody down in this attack. Nico has given up at the apartments. Takes one look to see all his teammates are gone, and Essenstein with it in.
To try and delay this input, but Bullsark has been back. That is ridiculous, Forrest! What on earth is that quad kill? Absolute insanity!
Oh, there's no defuse kit for these two players. That's what's before. The Deagle continues. Espresso, no!
And CT, and they're going to get thrown in now. Golden having to do it all from the back of the site will shut down absolutely everybody. The Golden Boy of Fnatic rises once again.
With the match on the line is pinned behind Nubox. There's no incendiary for Chaos. Oh! He peeks into them!
Nifty, 1 versus 5. He's got 2, but where? Oh, he's gonna do it. He's got a 1-on-1.
Been called on. He's the ringer. Oh, the shot on Nifty. That's a nice ace at the end of it.
1 versus 5.
It's only Jerry left. He's wondering, where the hell have the rest of my team gone? What's gone so wrong in this round? He's trying to get revenge. Oh, Jerry! And now 2 players, they're both here. Oh my God, Jerry! What is that?
Be able to find a way to win this round. He knows Penny's in front of him. Oh! Tried to hold the trigger for longer. Huge 5 seconds. If he just stays alive after this point, it's good. Oh, second! Junior for 3 seconds, pulls out the secondary. Benta is a monster.
Tag him up, but not enough for the kill. He needs Shush to come in and help out. He's out in the open with it. Oh no! That's a no-scope! That should be illegal! And now he's running into the corner, trying to find an Acorn with one more shot. Can he save his team? He's got a second here. He sees the legs and he takes him down.
Just fine. 2 kills would do it. He's seen all 3, and yeah, he's just counting them right now. What a surprise it is. He's on the green spray down, and he's going to get every single one, certainly winning the map. What a genius.
By Deagle.
also taken down. Flusher, do it to him!
JW alive right over the top of the car, and this is a one-way essentially. They can't seem to spot him. Hauser still looking for him. Facing together, it looks like, as well as the smoke clears, this is going to be the big fight. And just realize it now. That's exactly how you do it. 1 and 2. Calyx clutches it for Envy in the end.
They might be faking Surson out there, but they just barely sees the elbow, and he peeks from, takes down KNG. Already one of the rifles gone. Oh, Surson! As he finds another, a 4th kill for Surson, in fact.
Definitely agree, and he can't even blame anyone but himself. It's a nice flick to take down MBK. They've already got a smoke up. One more to follow it down. Oh! A 1 versus 3 for Woxic. It's an ace at the end.
There's the shot. Ooh. This is sick. Now we get another one. Does he manage to pull this off? He's trying to toast, but now he's down. Now he's within scout shot. Now he's such an ace.
Gonna have to find a way to do this now. Surely this is not doable for KNG. In the smoke with an AWP. Down to the 1v1. Nifty's got it well. Match point MIBR. I can't believe it. Smoke is up for the time being. That's a nice 1D from Keto. Oh, another one! That leaves Lucas alone. Oh my god, he's got them all. Might be looking to block, but he's persistent. Nifty still alive. And there's the bomb 1v1. He's doing it. And again, time for the team to swarm. But then miles away. Nifty still. Did he just get a decoy? Nifty looking for one more VSM through the smoke, but no. Has he done enough?
Now, like, it's very difficult. Manzu needs to spot it, and he annihilates this. What gets the follow-up? Unreal.
As we head into the Flashpoint 2 playoffs, we caught up with our teams to see how they are preparing for the week ahead. First up, it's Big, based out of Berlin, Germany.
We have players who are playing in the facility here and also playing from home, because to get used to each other, to know each other very well. But I think nowadays it's very, very unique to have a place where everyone is living in the same place. Special, always very nice food from Nuran.
Who's cleaning up the kitchen after?
Of course you! Meat, potatoes, some veggies. Meat, potatoes, some veggies. Lecker, lecker. Hey, don't eat! Oh, what we watching? Kaito, huh? Ah, he's winning. It's good.
Do you want to hear me do it? That one.
Dignitas Vi, who secured a spot in the playoffs through the last chance qualifier, have a tough road ahead if they want to make an impact in the knockout stages. We caught up with Forrest at his home in Stockholm, Sweden.
It's been a rough year overall for me and the team of Dignitas, of course. Didn't exactly go as planned, I don't think, and it didn't go to plan to anyone in the world, considering COVID hit us all. So it's been very rough. It was not at all what I had in mind when we did this. We had so high expectations from ourselves, and it's just a shame we couldn't deliver to that level that we know we could. But now I'm starting to see some light at the end of the tunnel. I think we're reaching a point where we're getting more and more comfortable with the new squad, and always having new players with fresh ideas and a different individual play style. It's always going to help you redefine yourself as well. It's helping me a lot to see things in the way I play, to develop even further. So I think we're starting to hit a little bit of stride. Making playoffs in Flashpoint has definitely been one of the goals we set. It's the main tournament we have coming to the end of the year, and we're not out. We're in the playoffs, and we're looking to do some more damage. So it's been progressively going better. You can see.
Nice! Хорош! Sick, пацаны!
Over in Riga, Latvia, Yakindar, the aggressive young star for Virtus Pro, has high hopes for his chances in the Flashpoint playoffs.
Hello, my name is Marius Galinskis. My nickname is Yakindar. I play for the team called Virtus Pro, and my role in my team is entry fragger and space creator. My father's brother, my uncle, he gifted me a Counter-Strike 1.6 disc, like CD, when I turned 6, if I'm not mistaken, on my birthday. I believe VP and mostly, I would say JM, is putting up a lot of work in developing the talents around him. So he's doing a lot of demo reviews, always telling you the mistakes that you do, and overall the atmosphere of the team is allowing you to get up into a newer level, always adding something to your playstyle, adding something to your game, and always fixing mistakes and developing as a player. So I believe I didn't play like this before, and after I joined VP, something magical happened, as it should with these kinds of the players in the team, right? And that's why maybe people think that I play good now, because I just got refreshed and developed as a player from my teammates.
Find out how the teams perform as we move through the playoffs of Flashpoint 2. It's episode 2 of Connected, and the Flashpoint playoffs are underway. We took time to catch up with OG's Montu, who due to the pandemic has rejoined his family in Warsaw, Poland.
So this is my gaming room. It's completely empty. As you can hear, there's an echo. Sounds like I'm in an opera house. But yeah, this is my setup right here. Just because of the online tournaments right now, I don't have to set up my equipment. Everything's there already. So starting OG, we had quite a journey with the team. I feel like we had a lot of bumps on the road, but we've always improved gradually. As you can see, like on the internet, there's a graph where we're going up in rankings slowly. But yeah, we're always having these problems every couple of months. I think every team's having problems now, just because of the online period. But just through the help of NBK and our experienced members in the team, we are improving, correcting our mistakes, and gradually going up in the rankings.
Despite the pandemic's global impact, Montu has also been dealing with his own personal battle that could have a drastic effect on his playing career.
With my injury, which I got in my thumb, it was a really tough period, mentally and physically for me, just because all the doctors in England and Poland told me I have to stop playing. I can't play this professionally anymore. And it was hard for me just because I got this chance to play for OG, and now they're telling me I can't play anymore. I went to a lot of doctors. I obviously got help from a lot of people. I kind of developed a routine, just stretching every day, going to physiotherapy 2-3 times a week. And yeah, taking it patiently, and so far I've been improving with my condition. I think everyone looks at us as favorites coming to the tournament just because there's 2 other teams that's on our level and the rest is just below us. But I don't think it gives us a huge advantage just because with our team we always had problems with facing lower tier teams. So I don't think it is that a huge advantage for us just because the lower teams, I think they have nothing to lose.
Fnatic has a lot to prove with their rocky results, but they're hoping to end their tournament year with a win through a boot camp out in Avesta, Sweden.
Alltså vad är det här? Det är inte bra nu. Du måste ta mina pengar. Riktigt ballt.
The year has been rough for us. It started out pretty good. I think we made semis in Katowice, and then we won the first online event. Yeah, and from there we just kind of went downhill. I felt like we kind of didn't adapt well or didn't see the urgency of adapting to the online era.
Jag kan ju inte giva.
Surrender or die! It's worldwide, right? So I mean, you can't do that much about it either because it's a pandemic. It sucks, but you need to look at the bigger picture, and it's happening in the whole world. I think the way it affected our team is mostly that when you move from LAN to online, that throws all the experience out the window, basically. So now online we have to play more individually, which doesn't maybe fit us the best because, as I said, we rely a lot on the experience.
It's hard to get that feeling when you like strive for something, like when you are in a tournament and stuff like that. It's pretty tough to get that motivation thing going on when you're playing online. So it's been pretty rough for me personally, but I mean, it's okay.
This tournament obviously is super important for us because it's the last tournament we have, and so we really want to finish the year on a good note.
We need a redemption win here, I feel like, to save up the year from all the bad performances. It will be a huge moral boost and a good Christmas gift.
Envy are the clear underdogs of Flashpoint 2, but they feel they finally stabilized their roster as they advance through to the playoffs. Nifty, the frontman, is looking to prove that this new lineup is the beginning of a strong future.
The last 2 years have been like really kind of like wacky and crazy, to be honest, in terms of just being the in-game leader or being the captain of this team. I mean, it's a much different team than what I was on Renegades. I mean, we've gone through honestly many different players, many different rosters. You know, some had the choices of leaving on their own, and then some were just choices that had to be made in terms to move forward like as a team. It's been a difficult time, and I think that there were a lot of good decisions made along the way, and I think that there can be some questionable ones as well, but I've really kind of just considered, you know, the whole time that I've gone through this experience that I've done the best that I possibly could with the things that I was given. So yeah, it's been wacky, crazy 2 years, and you know, here we are. And you know, of course, we're looking to make this be the team that ascends above all the others that we've had so far over the last 2 years. So this is totally where the focus is, and the past is the past, and it's like, despite what may have gone on or what may others consider unsuccessful or successful in different ways, it's like I still value those last 2 years just as much as, you know, someone who's been a champion for the last 2 years.
Find out how these teams perform and more as we progress through the playoffs of Flashpoint 2. In our final episode of Connected, we caught up with our 2 remaining teams as they look to progress through the Flashpoint 2 playoffs.
I mean, should I just say that I'm gonna go to the toilet and wash my hands or what?
No, don't do that. I wash my hands.
Okay, I wash my hands before the game.
Okay, can you look into the camera?
Yeah, I'm just thinking that it just sounds weird.
Mad Lions, the defending champions of Season 1, have recently shaken up their roster and are looking to bond as a team with a boot camp out of their hometown, Copenhagen, Denmark.
We had a 2-week boot camp before Flashpoint, so we've been trying everything we can to make it work with a new in-game leader and a new player. We had a lot of things to prepare and actually build up the team from the scratch with new strats and fundamentals and a new way of playing. As of right now, it's fitting really good.
We had some other tournaments as well, but basically it was just getting the fundamentals on point because we're a new team and then practicing a lot besides that.
Before games, we as a team, we prepare for the games, go and look at how the other team we are going to face, how they play, and talk about how we are going to play. Personally, I try to don't overthink stuff. It's easy to do when you have an important match, and I just try to keep it simple and just do my job.
MIBR, with an overhauled roster spearheaded by Brazilian legend and head coach Kogu, have been posting promising results with their fresh new lineup. Kogu, upon his return to CSGO, took the time to sit down with us at their boot camp in Belgrade, Serbia.
My name is Rafael Camargo Ribeiro. My nickname is Kogu, and I'm the coach from MIBR. Counter-Strike, still Counter-Strike. It's a game that you play as a team. You have to communicate a lot. You have to be connected with the team, so everybody knows what you're doing, but they don't have to be looking your screen. This is the connection.
Despite a wealth of Brazilian talent, the importance of structure and playing as a team is a priority for this new MIBR roster.
I think we have some really good Brazilian teams, Brazilian players as well. A lot of change in Brazilian teams have happened in the recent past, and I think we have to have more time, not only for my team but for all the other Brazilian teams, and we have a lot of aim, so we have to work more in our strategies as well, and that's it. I think with more time we will be doing better, the same as Furia and other teams as well. It has been amazing since I returned to the CS scene. I know I have to improve a lot. I have to watch more demos. I have to do more. I'm always thinking what I can do more to help the team, make them to be more comfortable. My job is to help whatever they need. I'm gonna be there for them.
As we say goodbye to the roller coaster that was 2020, it's good to know that we are all connected through our love for the game of Counter-Strike. Stay tuned to find out who is crowned the champions of Flashpoint 2.
He said to himself, I'm going all in. I'm just putting school aside, every plans that I have. And that's the person he is. When he wants something, he goes for it and hope for the best. Just giving it all.
I'm from Ballerup here, close to Copenhagen, just outside Copenhagen. I've been living here my whole life with my mom and dad and brother and sister.
What was he like? He was always playing, mostly outside. He was just like a normal little guy, I think. I'm not sure he was that quite fond of school.
School's not right our thing, I would say. We are more like with our hands, like to use our hands. So he chose Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike was just like a casual game for me, like a hobby, and then I've always been pretty good like at playing computer, PC, whatever game it is. I've always found a way to be good in it. Like I did play 1.6, but I played like a cracked version of it, like 2005, 6, somewhere like that. And then I actually liked playing Counter-Strike, like the 1.6, and then I got Counter-Strike Source at a birthday from my grandparents. So that's pretty much where it started.
I think that they have a better opportunity at early age with computers and all that. We are there when they are playing it at first, explaining to them that this is just a game, and let them play early age. I would say that it's a recipe. Start early and have guidance.
Early on, it was like 2 hours a day I could play, and then I started playing 3 hours because why not? And then it took on from there.
Of course, every parent will be concerned, I think, if they start to sit a long time at the computer. I think that's normal to be concerned about.
Like I did have a couple jobs like while playing Counter-Strike, like a labor job I had in like the winter season as well. So like I've always had a job. I've always been working, earning money and stuff. So it's not like I don't know how a normal life is because of Counter-Strike.
I have been in his room many times telling him you have to find out what you want to do with your life. You cannot live or go by living from this.
I was working on being a car mechanic. In Denmark, you need like 6 months of school to start like the car mechanic, and I finished that whole like the school part, and then I needed like to be like apprentice at a shop somewhere, and nobody would hire me because I was too young.
He didn't have a driver's license, and so he couldn't become that at that age. But if we had turned out to get to be an auto mechanic, he would not have been where he is now.
My whole career started in Face It. I met a guy who asked if I wanted to join a team, and then it took on from there. I got better, and another team wanted me, and then everything kind of like started from there.
I think when he came and said, "I'm going to China with eFuture," he was 19 hours, just like, what? To China? How long? Who's going to be with you? But he just said, that's what I'm going to do. And they did. And then he went on to North Academy after that. And then we started thinking, okay, so he might have a chance. So go for it.
There's Acor though, finding Pronax taking him down. Gets the second one, and Snyder, he's also gonna go down.
Ooh, what dude? That was filthy. Seconds on the clock, and that could be a money grenade right there. Damage done, and a triple already for Acor. Oh, what a shot!
So when he came up as a rising talent, a lot of people probably thought he's going to be a flash in the pan like that. But I would actually say he's one of the rare people who manages to combine the benefits of both ends of the spectrum, where he fires very, very quickly. He doesn't do a lot of conservative play, but his hit rate is very high, and that isn't typically whatever causes him problems, the firing speed. So as a result, he's basically been able to go from being like an up-and-coming player to pretty much just skipping to almost the top of his field already, even though his team actually isn't at that level proportionally.
Confidence is a really big part of Counter-Strike. You play against a really good player, like a player that you've been looking up to for years, and you've been watching him play or another team play, and then you actually play against them one time and you do good or you do decent, you do better than your expectation. That's gonna gain you a lot of confidence and belief that you can actually do it.
He's not nervous. He's just in the game. We're just here. We cannot do anything. We just have to watch.
We sit here at this table turn the TV, and while he's playing some tournament and all the families follow him here, we do everything we can to support him and do our best so that he can be at his best.
We're proud of him, of course, but it's strange. It's just a strange thing watching him on TV.
Mad Lions obviously coming into Flashpoint as the highest seeded team here in this tournament series, but they really struggled and ended up being taken out by Havu.
I'm looking for Acor to go off. I'm expecting him to have tons of impact on this new game. We're just saying a lot because I don't think he's shown up yet in this series, so he has to have a big match. Same thing for Bubsky. Those two players, their star players, need to have impact on Duke.
Himself and gets shut down by that, but now Acor comes charging in with the AWP, but don't forget, this is what he's very good at, and he'll pick up one kill, ready for the second one. He takes down PTR, jumping down. There could have easily been someone there. This is one of the reasons why he is such a mad player. He's actually hunting him close range. He got that and he'll follow it up. What a madman! 20 seconds, they flash him a single time. He really wants someone to go for the peak. There's one kill, he goes for it again. I don't think he knows. He didn't see it at all. Now he has to go for the straight plant here. 10 seconds left, and he's going to hold it down. Sorry moving up close, and he's a bullet away from death. They don't know that, though. Acor not scoped, and he's still going to win it. A nice double kill and a close round here that will go in the favor of Mad Lions.
Obviously, a huge upside was Acor dominating these two maps.
Just for a moment, it's going to slow things down. They'll go straight through the smoke here. Acor's on the other end of it. They can trade him maybe with the AWP, but they can't punish him.
Is this result so far for Mad Lions? Is this going according? Did we expect them to make the grand finals at the beginning of this tournament?
We had a goal of making the playoffs, and that was about it. That was like with 0 days of practice before going to a really big tournament, but ended up winning it all somehow. So.
This is a 12-1 run in the second half for Mad Lions to get here, including 8-0, 8-0 run. MIBR is stumped. They have no answers.
He can't swing for it here. They do line up for it. Oh, and it's a $500,000 comeback for Mad Lions on Train. Outrageous.
They deserve every bit of this victory. What a championship for Mad Lions in Season 1.
It's really just no surprise, actually, that Acor was a mechanic or potentially was going to be one if this esports career didn't work out, because he, more than any player, just seems to fit and recognize his role in the machine that is Mad Lions. The way that he fits in and just doesn't play outside of himself.
He was more of a, I don't want to say a shy player, but he just did his job, and he did it well.
I feel like it's like a team game. You need to look at it like for a team's perspective, not just your own.
You never watch him and you think, this guy messed up because he wanted to make a highlight reel. No, it's usually just him playing his role to the utmost ability and fitting into that space exactly what you want. So he's not always going to be a fan favorite because he doesn't get those top 10 plays. He doesn't always get the top 5 plays. He's that kind of guy that gets 1-2 kills here and there, just always kind of getting the ones that he's supposed to get, not really always exceeding expectations, but just meeting them, and sometimes he'll surprise you with a highlight round here or there.
Acor playing a retake with an op at the A bomb site, but there's going to be so much utility and smoke. How does he expect to have any kind of an impact? Look at that smoke wall. He can see nothing. Has to be over aggressive, and he gets a kill out of it. One more for Acor, jumping on the box. I take it all back.
He's so hard to stop when he's in this mood. Gonna try and see if he could do it again. He's not afraid. Jumping up, one more kill, and that's the ace. Absolutely disgusting.
What I did before was I was full sacrifice for the team. Everything I did was just to make the team win. To actually be a player in my position now on this team, I can't sacrifice as much as I did before. Mostly because of my role, like as an AWPer, you need to be out on the front. You need to take chances, and most of the times it's my teammates who has to sacrifice for me. So it's a big turnaround for me, like being the guy who has teammates that actually sacrifices for me.
Maybe he can view it as now this is his opportunity to be a little more selfish, to have the squad kind of revolve around him a little bit more.
I mean, our goal is to definitely show the world that we can actually compete at a higher level. I don't care about the pressure, really. It's just as long as I do all I can or do the best I can, then I have done my job.
If you go and look at the case of Bentet coming from Indonesia, there's basically no reason actually as to why a player would make it from there. The fact that he basically even got to become someone that Westerners would know and want to recruit, I think it's one of the most unlikely stories probably in Counter-Strike history.
My name is Hansel, my nickname is Bentet, and I play for Genji Sports. I'm from Jakarta, Indonesia. When you play CSGO at Indonesia, there is not much team here.
First of all, he comes from a region that has absolutely no tenure, no legacy in Counter-Strike the franchise, even the old versions. There was never any team from Indonesia that accomplished anything. There was never any player that accomplished anything. And yet his route to getting the success that he's had was basically like doing it the hard way.
I started joining Indonesian team, which is pretty small back then, but it's something. Yeah, I would say I was a competitive person. I like to not give up. If I see someone is better than me, I need to practice more to become better than him.
Oh, 1 HP. No way, Bentet. How are you alive? He's now going to look for this frag. He's got this ace blocked down. I don't think Bash has it. He doesn't. Bentet pulls it in with an ace.
So for Bentet to be actually originally found, he played on a team called Team NXL, which at the first Asia Minor went 0-3 immediately. They lost every map that they played. Yet, despite that, Bentet had the highest rating in the entire tournament, so he was absolutely going to turn some heads, and Tyloo acquired him within a year after that.
Tyloo is one of the best team in Asia to play CSGO, and Tyloo asked me at a very good moment. I'm not scared, I think. I just take the risk, take the challenge. Without thinking any longer, I said yes, and then I joined Tyloo.
Find a sandbag, he's got no help, he's at the point. Benton! Benton, what the hell is this? Is he going to get the ace? He's so close. Saudi's still alive. Rock's pulling out, but it's Benton. What are you doing?
Which means he gets it down to a one-on-one. He can still swing out on Voxic. That's very well done from Bentet. He's still going in. That's a beautiful flashbang coming out. Oh my goodness! God. Bentet, you can't do that. That is disgusting.
Ooh, good opening kill from Bentet. Oh, he's got a spray through as well. And 2 flash assists from Summer. Oh, and the spin as well. A 3rd kill. And Bentet is just wrecking G2 in this map. He's going to add a 4th onto it. What an absolute monster.
Bentet, he's starting to get the timing right. 1 down. Shorty, oh my He's God. Done it. So close so many times, but this time he gets the cigar and Bentet doesn't even blink.
Yeah, I think back then we dominate the Asia scene with Tyloo.
I mean, the first time I heard of Bentet was probably when I wasn't even involved in Team CS. It was probably just me watching one of the majors or one of the tournaments which Tyloo would regularly qualify for, and I think it was just as a fan probably the first time I heard of it.
Bentet was a better player than the level that Tyloo was able to actually compete at internationally. The fact that coming from his region, he is essentially a diamond in the rough, isn't he? He's a guy who's just over in the scene where he's never going to make it if he's stuck over there, most likely, because just not enough other factors that can help you. But he could be a great pickup potentially for a Western team.
Tyloo knew that playing internationally is my goal, like playing in an A. And I tell them that I really want to join Genji to compete at North America, and they support me. Now I'm at North America with Genji, which is I'm very grateful for this opportunity because I really want to compete at North America to play CSGO player.
Yeah, to have a player come from Asia and be brought into a Western team is, I think, incredibly rare. I think it's maybe been tried 1 or 2 other times before, and both of them didn't go very well. So I think we've been very happy with how it's kind of come across. I think way better than what's happened before.
I like living here at America, and I'm just so happy to live and compete here.
It's the moment you've all been waiting for, the grand finals here of DreamHack Anaheim 2020.
Bentet has this crossfire with Kuster. Damage done on the Dig. Bentet looking for a bit more, and there's
a third for him, still alive, and the bomb at his feet. Bentet could do it all.
He's got one. The bomb tapped. They have to stick it. Dax has won the round, and surely this is done. It is 19-15. Gen.G go flawless in overtime, and they are your DreamHack Open Anaheim champions.
With Gen.G, we compete at DreamHack Anaheim. We managed to get first place. I think it's really great for us.
And they win it. They win it, right? Their first event. That is a strong honeymoon period. And you're supposed to be able to ride that sort of momentum moving forward for the rest of the year. So it's so unfortunate that it got stopped short, so short before they could ride it out.
Pretty much straight after that, I think we played one match of Flashpoint, and then everything just got shut down.
The pandemic is not that much at Indonesia. Yeah, it's worse at the United States than Jakarta. It sucks, I think. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, my parents is kind of worried about me, but they trust me. They just said, wearing mask, please wear mask every day and don't go outside. And I tell them, yeah, don't worry about it. I didn't go anywhere and I just follow the protocols. I don't know, I just worried to get the virus and can't compete again and can't play CS again while I'm still recovering the virus, I think. I'm just not thinking about it, about the pandemic, because I think like the pandemic will be over maybe soon or later. So I just trying to having fun with my coach every day because I live with him.
It definitely could have gone poorly being locked in the house with the wrong person. He's taken a big leap to come over here to America as of high. I mean, it's not easy to be away from home all of this time, so I think it's been really good for me to stay with him, and I'm glad he's appreciative. I know he's appreciative, so it's been really good from that point of view to have someone as nice as him to be stuck in a house with for all this time.
We cook together at apartment, and sometimes we take a walk together to get some fresh air. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to live with him.
We try and obviously do some stuff together, like sometimes we'll make dinner or, you know, cute little things like that. And just try and just keep each other sane, because it's obviously a little bit lonely sometimes just being stuck in your rooms. Our cooking together is not a wide spread of things. Fried rice, pasta. He does cook an Indonesian dish. I'm unfortunately not very good at handling spice, so I did try it and it was just a little bit too much for me. I start sweating like an idiot when I eat too much spicy foods.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good guy. I like to live with him.
And now it's just been the two of us for 6 months, and as you said, we've been basically locked in the house together. We head across to the office every now and then, but yeah, we've just been locked together. We have our own little schedules, and yeah, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good, of course. I have friends instead of being alone here. I have friends at my apartment. Yeah, I think it's good.
I couldn't ask for a better roommate and someone to live with and be stuck here in America with, so it's been good from that point of view. He is a unique talent. I think mechanically he's very, very high up there. So it was worth the risk of going to Indonesia and picking him up and giving him a go. He is that talented that it's worth the risk.
I started to join American team, which is one of my dreams. And at age 25, I don't think it's pretty bad to compete at United States, to start competing here as a career. And I think this team has potential moving forward.
For me, an in-game leader is just as important as a star player, and they both need each other, really. You can have a great leader, but he won't be able to get the results that you necessarily want if you don't have the fragging ability and the star player ability. And the same goes as for star players. If they don't have someone to lead them and call the right tactics, then they're not going to win anyway.
Alex in the corner with the AUG, going to pick up one, gets a second, looking for a third, and he gets it! Apex setting it up, the spray almost takes down Terry. Alex, oh, what a transfer!
He just walks in, get another one from Alex, he's on for the ace, single-handedly winning the round in Flash, and Alex, incredible performance in the final map of a grand final.
Ok, Alex, est-ce que tu peux faire un clap comme ça
Prise 12.
Vas-y. 12.
12.
Perfect, impeccable. So, James, can you tell us who is Alex to you?
So Alex is my younger, shorter, and slightly better at video games brother.
Can you tell us about the move to France? How did it affect Alex?
So I'd say Alex is probably more French than he is English in terms of his like mentality and the way he is in everyday life. And I think he probably speaks better French than he does English.
You ready, man?
13. Can you tell us about the move to France? How did it affect Alex growing up?
I think moving to France is definitely a different lifestyle for Alex, particularly having to go to school, speaking a language that he knew nothing of before he started school. I think that was quite a big life-changing experience for Alex. I think it's beneficial for him to have done that because it's given him confidence. He knows he can do something that at the outset might seem quite daunting.
We moved to France when I was around 8 or 9, I think it was. I was just playing sports, football 6 times a week and rugby on the 7th day. I was playing a lot of football and I couldn't perform as well as I used to be able to. I couldn't run as much.
When we moved to France, he spent a lot of time with sport. Unfortunately, he had a few health issues, which meant he had to stop playing football.
To begin with, no one could really work out what it was because we had some scans and there was nothing like physically wrong. And until we went to see this doctor who essentially told me that I had 60% lung capacity. I lived in the countryside where they have the vines where they make cognac and wine, and they put pesticides on there, and that affected my lungs, so I couldn't do any sports anymore. And that was the time where I had to really give up playing football and rugby, and so I just played more and more video games since that moment.
He had a good balance between his computer life and normal life. So no, we didn't have any concerns other than the arguments within the family about the internet speed and the use of the Wi-Fi connection.
So my first introduction to Counter-Strike was over 12 years ago, I think now. Instead of playing football and rugby in the evening, I would just play Counter-Strike as my competitive entertainment, I guess. So it didn't really change much until I became a professional, obviously.
Alex started playing competitively and then professionally, like through a very natural progression. He started off playing with friends, and then from there it went to going to like small little lands with friends to sort of playing bigger tournaments.
I played a tournament with my friends and we ended up playing against the LDLC team back then, who were number 2 on Counter-Strike Source. And that's really, I guess, one of the moments where I thought that this is like really, really cool. I obviously was watching competitions back then, but I think it was a much different experience to actually play against a top team and realize that, yeah, this is fun, this is very competitive.
We were quite proud of him, actually. I do remember packing him off with massive suitcases with his computer and monitor, putting him on the train at about age 15, I think, and he went off somewhere miles away in France to play.
And then moving into Intense, or Intense as we called it in France, I was playing with some of my very best friends to this day, but that was my first competitive team, I guess, where we actually felt like we could go on and win tournaments, at least in the French local scene.
He then progressed so that he was playing for a professional team, but with very low wages, whilst he was still at school. So when he was about 16, he was earning money.
So I was playing local tournaments in France, and I was kind of getting noticed there, and that's where I met Lambert and Mistu, who I'm now very, very good friends with. And I essentially played with them for as long as I could. And it was a much different atmosphere because they were a lot more competitive and were looking to make it as professionals. And for me, going into that environment, that I guess was the moment where, without actually thinking about it, I probably set my mind to becoming a professional as well.
When Alex first started playing competitively, I didn't think he'd be making a career out of it necessarily. There wasn't much money in it at the time. But when he started getting a bit older and he started getting paid to play for the first time, it wasn't much money. But at that point, you could sort of start to see the potential for a career out of it.
I didn't have any concerns about becoming a professional because I had been in the scene long enough and I knew the teams above us were getting paid like not that much money, but enough to live off. My parents were kind of more reserved because my mum and my brother all have done really well in university and have good jobs and good degrees, and I was never really interested in that. So I think they were more worried about the financial side of things, but they were still happy that I was doing what I wanted and chose to do.
At a very young age, he said he would be able to make a living from it. I have to say we were very skeptical, but it turns out he was correct.
The French scene is definitely unique for its personalities. There's lots of very prestigious players, I would say, very strong history in Counter-Strike, going back all the way to Counter-Strike Source.
The French scene initially had an incredibly set idea of what the paradigm of how to play Counter-Strike was having a lot of success like that for many years, then had this sort of more, I would say, fallow period where they weren't having the success, but they kept trying to make the old approach work.
They tried to keep hold of this playstyle that made them so good, which was, depending on which team, it was very one-dimensional fragging ability, I guess. But the game evolved past that, and they didn't evolve with it.
They had no good in-game leaders left in the scene. Like I said, the people who were trying to do it, Sharks, NBK, even bringing back Existence, who hadn't been at the top level for years and years, it kind of showed that they were out of ideas. And so I think in that moment, that's what made them receptive to a newer guy.
I definitely felt like I had a lot to prove in the first year, at least, going into LDLC, because I was kind of the pickup that not that many people expected or wanted, I guess.
So when he was sort of coming through the ranks, he was playing under some big leaders, like Existence and stuff. So at that point, he wasn't really taking a leadership role, but I think that we always knew the qualities were there and the hard work was there to fulfill that role.
Becoming in-game leader was definitely a necessity. I'd been in and around the French scene for a few years and they weren't changing players, they were just recycling the top players in the scene. I think LDLC backing me over Existence was more of a seal of approval of what I was doing than anything else. It was definitely a feeling of going in the right path and I'm going in the right direction, because if I wasn't, then they wouldn't have backed me over him.
XMS with the bait and switch, and it's going to be the ace from Alex on the back of the boost, so very well called from LDLC.
I was coming to the end of my contract at the end of 2018, going into 2019. I didn't know if I wanted to sign with LDLC again. They obviously wanted to keep me. So I was talking with the coach of Vitality, and I told him that I was coming to the end of my contract, and if they were interested, I'd just put my name forward in that sense. And they decided at that point that it was a good opportunity for them to get rid of Happy and bring me in.
They had this guy, Zero, monster young talent with all these veteran players around him, but something was still off in the lineup, and what they essentially did was kick out one of the other formerly very great in-game leader who won 2 majors, Happy, bring in Alex.
My time on Vitality was kind of a roller coaster, I guess, because it started off very, very low. But I think we always had the belief that when we were further down in the rankings that we were a lot better than where we were ranked. So once we transitioned into me becoming in-game leader, not that I had all the merit or the credit for that, we kind of took off and got up to number 2 in the world and won 3 tournaments, I think it was.
His first real crack at Tier 1 to be an in-game leader, he was able to make this very unusual fusion of players, and as essentially almost a rookie himself, go all the way to the top.
I decided to leave in February after Katowice because I think that was the worst I'd felt in maybe my entire life. I just didn't, at that point when I was going to the airport to go to Katowice, I got to the airport and I asked myself what I'm doing, why am I here? Because I don't want to be here. I don't feel like being here. I was just too tired and too much travel, and I was burnt out, and I'd told Vitality the year before from, I think it was July, I think was the first time I said that, look, we need to do something about the calendar because I won't be able to do it again in 2020. I took the first 3 months of just recovering from all the competition, and I didn't really do anything. I was just sat, because we were in lockdown, I just sat here and just tried to relax as much as I could. I think the most important answer I had to find was to the question that I asked myself when I got to the airport was, do I really still want to be doing this job? And once I had answered that, I then had to find a team that was willing to work with me on problems that I'd had in the past, and yeah, Cloud9 kind of answered those questions for me.
I think it's absolutely exciting for CSGO fans that Alex is joining Cloud9. It's been a while since we've had an assertive leader within the organization, someone that can take the bull by the horns and lead the boys to a victory.
Alex could have an enormous amount of impact on a lineup like Cloud9. Like, I would definitely build this as like, now you can actually be a Cloud9 fan again, basically.
In-game leaders, their stock couldn't be higher in CSGO right now. Every org is looking for an in-game leader because, quite frankly, most of them suck, and it's a very difficult role.
The most important thing of a leader in Counter-Strike is just someone to look at and just be like, yeah, we're going to do this and it's going to work. Maybe it's completely the wrong tactic, but if you believe enough in it and you do it well, then it can always work. And that, for me, is the biggest thing and the most important thing of having a leader.
Adam's strength has always been that no matter what, he doesn't really give in. He is never the one to kind of admit that someone's better than him. The mindset for him is that he's better than everyone else, and he wants to go and prove it.
I grew up with my family a bit outside of Gothenburg. My cousin and my uncle, they were both professional football players. We have like that in our family, in our blood, to be competitive, to win.
Adam har alltid varit en väldigt aktiv kille när han var liten. Allt inom sport intresserade honom. Och det var ju både fotboll och innebandy. Och sen så fastnade han ju mest för ishockeyn som han höll på med tills han blev 18 år.
I love sports, I love competing and like the team environment. I don't think I would be able to play like a solo game. Like I love the team aspect of sports. I started playing Counter-Strike back in 2005. A friend of mine bought Half-Life 2, and included in that was Counter-Strike Source. We finished playing Half-Life 2 and eventually we said, oh, we have another game here called Counter-Strike. We both sat down and played it, and we were like, wow, this is a great game. My parents hated seeing me in front of my PC. Me and my brother, we had 1.5 hours per day in front of our PCs. The rest of the time we had to do homework, meeting friends or doing other sports or, activities.
I samband med att han satt mer och spelade vid datorn och var mer och mer orörlig så blev både jag och Adams pappa oroliga att han satt för mycket vid datorn. Och det var ju inte bara det att han satt vid datorn, utan det här spelet som vi då inte förstod vad det var ju ett väldigt intensivt spel med ganska höga ljud och så vidare. Och gick man in och tittade så såg man ju bara som förälder hur de sköt varandra. Så att det var ju ingenting som vi tyckte någonting om, utan vi blev ganska oroliga. Vad ska detta leda hän att sitta och spela ett sånt döda spel?
It was hard to convince them to let me play. I could be sitting and playing in a game and my parents would just knock on my door saying, hey, you have to get off the PC. And I was like, wait, I have like 2 rounds left, I have to play. But I think the main thing for me, why I was allowed to play, was basically one of the old owners in my team, which I played with, had to call my dad to tell him, like, you need to let Adam play more, like we need to let him play the matches which we have scheduled here.
Och förklarade då också då att bara så att ni förstår, så just nu så är Adam rankad nummer 16 i Europa i det här spelet, och det är ett helt lag som spelar, så att det är inte bara han utan hela laget är beroende av att Adam är med. Det var ett litet uppvaknande.
After I finished school, I was still playing semi-professionally, and eventually I got an offer from Fifth Lauren to join his team.
I'll be honest, he used to be a little shithead. He talked a lot of smack. He was super cocky for what he believed to be, he thought he was the best player in the world, even back then. There's obviously a lot more to Adam than what first meets the eye. I think it went really fast from, okay, he's a cocky guy, but it was for a reason. In terms of having the winner's mentality, that's really Adam in a nutshell.
Back in Source, when I played with Fiflaren, we were one of the best teams in Sweden, if not the best team in Sweden. When CSGO was released in 2012, we had the beta keys from Valve. We started playing and we were like, yeah, this is pretty close to CS Source. And we heard some rumors that 1.6 players were also going to move over to the new game. And I knew that they contacted Fiflaren to create a team together with him. There were 4 people. It was Exist, Fiflaren, GetRight, and Forest.
And then Freiburg was the last piece. And Freiburg was really someone that I was at least hoping that they would pick up, knowing his mentality and knowing how much effort and time that he puts into making sure that he's one of the best players in the world.
I literally spent every woken hour of the day to play CS, to try to convince them that I was the one they should choose to be the 5th player in the team.
I was really hoping that, the guys would see that. And, the more they played with him, they kind of saw that too. And I think eventually, right, we kind of just locked ourselves in on Freiburg. And that's really how the team was formed with the 5.
We had a pretty good start to the team, obviously. When we started playing and we were winning tournament to tournament, it was fun.
NIP had probably the most impressive win streak in the history of any esport I'm aware of. In their first 87 offline maps of Counter-Strike, they won all of them.
It feels weird to talk about, but I was never never got tired of winning. It was super satisfying. Being there, lifting a trophy, winning, just feeling like you're on top of the world.
We never really knew what we were bad at when we kept on winning everything. It was very hard to improve when there was nothing to improve upon, so to speak.
I think it was the 2nd or 3rd tournament that we actually started realizing we haven't lost yet. I think it became a bit pressure on us, but I remember losing the first map against Virtus Pro. I just remember Forrest just applauding us, saying, okay guys, this streak was really, really, really awesome.
The first team in history to beat NIP on LAN, they must be feeling happy. If only we had a shot of the Kiev arena at the moment.
Having a good mentality and having a good chemistry in the team made us having the NIP magics, as people call it.
He is very much an anti-fragger. He's very much a space creator. He's very much the happy, energetic kind of player that brings everyone up. But first and foremost, he's never the one to kind of give in. He's always the one to, yeah, I keep on dying here. Bring me in again. Just let me at him.
He gets the shot. JW downed it. What is this? Triple kill for Freiburg. Freiburg finds his 3rd and 4th. Beautiful shot with the pick. With Tech 9, and that's got to be it. An ace from Freiburg, all with the Tech 9.
He's going to be walking up. Spots Pronax here in the corner. Takes him down, turns around for the 180, still 15 bullets left. Freiburg crunches it. Are you kidding? It's going to be a double. He does it again and again and again.
I was very aggressive. I wanted to be the guy who got all the frags. And how did I get all the frags? Yeah, by just running in first.
In most cases, this is not something you can actually teach. Because it takes a lot on a player to go in and die 15 rounds in a row and not really give a damn. For Adam, it's natural. He just does it, right? He's not gonna, even if he dies 9 rounds in a row, I ask him to go in for the 10th round, he will still do it.
It wasn't bad to be an entry fragger when you know that you have Forest, GetRight, Exist, and Fiflaren behind you. If you would fail, at least you would get info to your team, and to walk in first and die, take a bullet for Forest isn't too bad.
You win as a team, you lose as a team. I think Adam has really, really lived and breathed that for most of his CS career.
I became famous on playing Banana on Inferno. I mean, it was just one of those positions which I was really comfortable at, and I managed to do a couple of highlights.
Make it 4 Freiburg! Excellent defense there on Banana.
That was fun, then seeing the memes or the nicknames coming up, the King of Banana. It was more fun for me. I didn't really think about it, but it also boosted my confidence a lot playing there. NIP created King of Banana ice cream. It was basically a banana split, so an ice cream with banana and chocolate flavor, and they named it King of Banana after me. And I think that was pretty cool to have something named after me. I think one like highlight or scene from me playing that defines me is probably my ace against Fnatic in the 2014 Cologne final.
Back, Olaf finds the shot on Exist. Freiburg does return, picks off Konax. He's still here though, and he's going for more. Two big frags. The third man is here, however, and Freiburg has to back up. But Freiburg somehow opens it up single-handedly. Rotation, Freiburg. All he has to do is stay alive, and it's going to be great. Oh, he picks up a quad kill. He could do even better than staying alive. Penalty that could really work. Then Freiburg comes in. He sprays. Freiburg misses, and it's the ace.
It was a obviously pretty important round since we ended up winning the final and the major.
I think winning that event meant a lot, and I think that I think that for everyone it was super nice to kind of get that major win with the core five.
Och då ser vi hur de står där vid den svenska nationalsången och sådär, och det var ett otroligt starkt minne. Då var man stolt och är stolt fortfarande.
Also winning in front of our home crowd in Malmö 2016, that was one of my favorite moments in my career. Coming out of our booth and walking out on the stage and see like the thousands of Swedish fans who screamed out their joy was that was something I'll remember for the rest of my life. When I was replaced in NIP, for me it wasn't too bad. Like obviously it was sad because I wouldn't be playing with my friends anymore, but we had so poor results that year that we all felt like we needed to make a change.
I think for me, Adam is a guy that is very hard to replace on a team. He brings a lot, and I think that once you lose a guy like that on a team, you lose a lot of your identity.
I never really thought about quitting. Like I had it like, should I keep on playing? Like who could I play with and everything? Like, you know, you have a lot of thoughts when you get the decision, but I still felt like I wanted to keep on playing. Basically the idea just came back to my mind. Like in the beginning I wanted to create like a young Swedish team which I would be captain of, which, you know, I could basically teach how to play CS. Then eventually when I found out that Exist, Get Right is available, I'm available, Fiflarn is available as a coach, and we started, you know, messaging Forrest saying, hey, what's up? Do you want to play? I always wanted to give this team another shot with the old lineup, and I'm so glad that we did it. Even though we've been playing with each other for many years before, it was like a new team. We have to really get used to each other in-game again. It was rough. Like we had to go from the bottom and work our way to the top, and in the beginning at least it went fairly well. Eventually, like, we had so bad results that you felt like there was something in the making. We tried everything. Like we tried changing positions, we tried changing basically everything we could have changed, but we still couldn't make it work.
What I saw for the first 7 months, it was a lot of damage that we were doing to these guys, right? Instead of, you know, it was supposed to be a good time back, we're supposed to be winning some games, you know, the guys are back. It turned into instead, I think, a lot of pressure to kind of get the results. And when the results didn't come, I think there was a lot of just anger that was getting built up.
I want to still prove that I can still play at the top level, and with the 2 new players in our team, I'm fairly sure that we will be a completely new team. Like we tried bringing back the old players, it worked, but now it's going to be a new beginning for Dig CSGO.
He's learned a lot for the past few years. I think that the development now, when he did end up leaving NIP, you know, he joined Optic, he joined Heroic. I think he got a lot of experience, and I think he got a different mindset into, oh, how does the actual game progress? How does it work? And I think he spent a lot of time in actually working on that, in becoming a strategical mind.
I have a way which I see the game, which I love, obviously, and I feel like I can read the game fairly well. And I think the more I played with our team now during 2020, I felt like I want to get my input out a bit more and more and more. And eventually it came to the point where Robin asked me if I wanted to try in-game leading, and I said yes.
From 5 years ago to now, I think the development of Freiburg has been absolutely tremendous. I'd say that there has been a remarkable kind of turnaround for Adam in the sense of where he has chosen to kind of put his efforts at.
I want to be a good in-game lead. I want to feel like my team, I want to let my team play the way I want them to play, and the way that they want to play the game as well. Because when people are playing in comfortable positions, which, you know, when teams are feeling confident, everyone is doing their like A position, the A game, that's when they're at their best. And I just want to make sure that my team is like feeling super comfortable, because I think then that's when we're going to get results. Being one of the older players in the scene, I think I have a couple of like obligations, especially to the younger players, to teach them how to play CS. Like for example, if we pick up a young player and he's never been to a big LAN event, I think it's my obligation as an older guy in the team to try to comfort him, try to tell him how it's gonna be, prepare him as much as I can, and also like teach him basically the way of how it was for me when I was young, like talking from my experiences and trying to help the younger players in the scene.
You know, I kind of see myself in Adam in some sense as his mentor, you know, back in 2010 when he moved to Ireland, both in-game and outside of the game. And I see Adam doing exactly the same thing. You know, I think Adam is super smart. He is one of the nicest guys you've ever met. He's super loyal. He means well. He doesn't tilt easily. He's good at explaining, you know, his thought process and what he wants. And I think that once, you know, the more he picks up this in-game leader role and the more experience he gets in that way, I think that I can definitely see Adam playing this game for a very long time still, and still keep on developing new Swedish talent.
I keep playing because I'm super competitive. I love competing in the game. Obviously, playing in front of a crowd, it only adds fuel to the fire for me. It's the best feeling in the world, and lifting a trophy, like standing on stage and feeling that you are the best team in this tournament, you won this tournament. That's everyone should try that feeling. It's great, I promise you. For me, it's super important that you have faith in your team. I'm here to compete. I want to go to events. I want to place good. I want to be a top 10 team. I want to, you know, go to tournaments and have the chance and the feeling that we can win this tournament, because otherwise it's not worth it.
important. And the warrior's blood through your veins is coursing. Kill for hire, soldier of fortune. The whole world's watching every move. Take your shot, don't act the fool. All you got and all you ever need is one bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? One bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do?
It's time for our Flashpoint 2 finals, and someone will be going home with our beautiful AK-47 trophy. That's nice and all, but what's nicer is the $500,000 that is on the line for our first place team here. Second place, still guaranteed $250K, so regardless, people are going home with a very healthy chunk of change. Joining me today are Thorin and Maui on Get to the Point. We're going to talk a little bit about MVP before we dig into the actual finals matchup here. And we have a lot of candidates, but what's interesting about this particular tournament is that our winners bracket team, Virtus Pro, doesn't necessarily have the strongest MVP candidates, does it, Thorin?
It's just not really been the way that they've won their matches. Like, they've won their matches off a mixture of team effort. Like, as far as I can tell, doing interesting prep. That's how they've gotten map wins that you never would have expected in the map pool. They've even been able to do stuff like, for me, Overpass is the mark here. They started out the playoffs looking terrible on it against Mad Lions. By the end of the playoffs, it was winning them series. So I think one of the things about this team is they've done it with their minds. They've done it with actual preparation. Things you'd want, by the way, younger players to look up to beyond just like, you know, you can't really show someone a simple and say, just be as good as him. You can't do it. You can actually follow the kind of path that these players have set out.
I know you're such a Yakindar enthusiast, Maui. We are going to talk about that later, but surely you don't agree that VP has a leading candidate in this MVP race?
There's definitely nobody that jumps out on the scoreboard to say or have an MVP case, despite how much of a Yakinder fan I am, and despite how exciting James can actually be at times when he's actually taking the fights. It's surprising that when you look at it, they've made it to the grand finals through the winners bracket, and no one even really has that great of a stat line. So yeah, I think I have to agree with what Thorin said. I think the prep work and the teamwork and just their ability to wear teams down is really what got them here.
And it's even more impressive when you think that their winners bracket matchups consisted of Mad Lions. They won that. Big, they won that. Fnatic, they won that. The only match they've lost in this tournament was to OG itself, and that was in our group stage final. We'll be getting into that. That's going to be a very interesting topic of discussion. But first, let's go through some of our MVP candidates here, because they're coming from a lot of teams that haven't made it to the finals, but have had outstanding individual performances so far. And first up, I don't think he's going to win, but we at least have to give some credit to KNG from MIBR. He is the last survivor of this MIBR roster that made it to the finals of Flashpoint 1, obviously losing legends like Fallen and Taco, his last teammate Fur as well, and replacing him with these newer players, or players that are kind of getting a second chance at life like Lucas. So when we look at KNG, what is it about his opping and his IGLing that was so phenomenal in Flashpoint 2, Thorin?
I mean, when you talk about a player like KNG, first of all, in terms of the MVP angle, there are so many maps played in this tournament. In theory, you can absolutely win without making the final. It's just, if someone steals the show in the final, recency bias is going to make it hard for you to overcome that. So I think the crazy thing for me is KNG always had amazing fragging power. Even way back 3 years ago on Immortals, his raw fragging ability was what made him exciting. But much like actually the discussion about JW earlier, it's how he sort of tuned up the weaknesses in his game. Like, he's kept all the aggression, all the raw skill. Like, look at this, 3 of those kills were with the Scout. But then he seems to have somehow just gotten smarter at playing the game. And the fact that he's apparently playing the IGL role while doing all of this, I mean, the raw impact this guy was having game to game was unbelievable. Even, quite frankly, the losing map of the tournament for them against the guys Moji, he was unbelievable. He was arguably the best player in the server. So I think right now, when you consider that, yes, the Furia guys are out there, but outside of Fury, this is the best Brazilian player right now.
Yeah, he's been absolutely phenomenal. And I want to really bridge into his IGLing because, Maui, you have really been gushing about his leading in game.
Yeah, definitely. There's so much to say about his skill though that I have to bring up one thing is that when the Ex-Immortals roster was actually, they had this weird stint in MDL and I was actually playing against them for a while during that run. This guy was taking my elbow off every time before I even rounded corners. Like, he is so fast. I don't think you get how fast this guy truly is until you're facing off against him, or you just see it from the person who he's killing's perspective. Because with the op, this gun was nerfed a few years ago because it was too easy to peek around corners and just destroy people instantly. He is just instantaneous. It feels like he's so ready for every peek, but his IGLing is also phenomenal. I think that raises his case as an MVP for me, because the way that he's able to, this team is not the most experienced. Like, these players haven't all played at a tier 1 level, but he's making them compete with tier 1 European teams just a couple months out of the gate. This is crazy what he has done with this roster. I don't know how much of it's Kogu, I don't know how much of it's KNG, but in the mid round, they are actually money. The way they're able to work around the opponents and find holes in defenses for teams such as Astralis, Heroic, G2. I mean, that's something you just don't expect for a team this young.
And by the way, he actually has the most total opening kills of anyone in this discussion, and he stopped playing a series ago and has been watching the match with the rest of us.
Very impressive. And yeah, MIBR, certainly a team that we didn't expect to make top 4 here with this roster. When it was announced, it seems unbelievable that they could make a deep run like this in a tournament like Flashpoint. But really credit to KNG and the rest of his teammates for doing an amazing job at using their boot camp in Serbia to get themselves up to speed, developing their map pool so quickly, and exciting things for this roster, I think, in the future. Now let's move on from MIBR. Brolan, the young gun from Fnatic, he has had an outstanding tournament as well. Earlier today, he came in as the number 4 rated player in terms of HLTV rating. Is this guy living up to MVP credit, Maui?
Yeah, I would say so. If Fnatic went to the finals, I think Brolan would be the surefire case for an MVP on this roster. It feels like he's set up some of the time, but other times he's just locking his spots down. And you can see here on this entry path right here, at one point he's the first in, he kind of takes his time with it all, but he just finds so many frags because of his pure aim. I feel like in terms of raw aim, he was easily top 3 at this tournament. I think the only person who had a really strong case for beating him out would have been Xantares, but Brolan just obliterated Xantares in terms of impact, it felt like, this tournament thus far.
Yeah, and I would also say, like, the crazy thing about this guy is he is still so young in his career. It's because he's gotten, thankfully, this is another thing. When they brought him into Fnatic, they didn't expect him to have to tear the world up immediately. And those couple of years have paid enormous dividends as some of the older names have dropped off in terms of performance. And I think what I find so impressive about the way that he plays is this was the guy everyone said earlier this year, oh, he's just abusing the Krieg, like he's going to be way worse. Like, by the way, he hasn't had a Krieg at this tournament practically. Like, he's just using an AK, and that aim is so amazing. And on the CT side, by the way, spoiler, the AUG was nerfed over a year ago. You can't nerf Brolan though. Look how amazing he is when he has that AUG. So to me, he's just found his game. So right now, if you're the other Fnatic players, you just get the fuck out of his way. You do whatever else needs to be done, and you just let this guy shoot people in the head.
Yeah, well, Brolan's been a strong candidate. I know he's not your favorite candidate on Fnatic, Thorn. You wouldn't even have him as the Fnatic MVP because you've been in love with JW. And I think the consolidation final that we just saw today, where he was dropping 36 kills on that first map, getting these clutches, really keeping Fnatic in that game, is evidence enough that he should be considered for this award, right?
Yes, I mean, obviously stats alone don't tell you everything in a tournament. In fact, they should only start the conversation. But when you start the conversation by saying JW had like the best plus minus, so that means in terms of deaths and kills, the massive disparity between them, that shows you he has transformed his game from where he was 5 years ago when he was winning those majors. And in that particular matchup, like, he did more than enough to win that series. It's not on him at all. Like, this map, obviously was the one that they played in the opener, not that specific one against OG, but Mirage. He basically was the best player in the server. He was fantastic. It's just that his team couldn't hold it together, and OG crept over the line. So I think if you just look at the variety in his game, how much more cerebral he's become as a player, he's actually become one of the most stable elements of his team, whereas he used to be the polar opposite. He was the wild card. He was the guy who he was there just to cause havoc to the other team, make them answer for him. And as I always say, his stats used to be invisible ones, like map pressure or uncertainty factor or just tilting the opponent by calling himself Jay Wonderchild and just hop around the corner and shoot people in the head with a CZ. Now he's just actually outskilling people. Like, he's actually completed his game half a decade later.
Where are you at now? Are you with JW or with Brolan as the preferred MVP of Fnatic?
I've got to go with JW. I feel like it's just such a shocker. Having watched Fnatic throughout this whole year, at the very beginning of the online era, they had one tournament victory, but after that, they were pretty much silent across the board. A lot of low place finishes, 8th place, 6th place. It wasn't looking great for Fnatic, but coming into Flashpoint 2 here, JW has looked like an absolute stud, and I think the reason that this team was one of the best on T-side prior to today, where they did kind of collapse on Overpass, they were one of the best T-side rated round T-side teams at the entire tournament, and a lot of that was because JW was finding opening kill after opening kill, and that's something that I don't really see many other oppers doing in general anymore. It feels like a lot of times teams will center their aggressive plays around their riflers on the T side, just get that one bullet AK headshot. But JW was just man-moding it in certain positions, especially on Overpass, where I noticed that he was just getting a lot of freedom on that map and finding so many important picks. And that's when it becomes easy for Golden. That's when it's easy when you have a 5v4 on really every map. If you're able to get consistent entry frags on the T side, you are probably going to be converting a lot of that because it puts so much pressure on the CTs. And I think it's a reason why Fnatic went as deep as they did in this tournament. Brolan, he got a lot of great kills. I mean, like, yeah, he's fragging out his spots, but JW was getting mega impactful ones.
Yeah, JW sounds like the de facto here Fnatic MVP player after that judgment rendered by you guys. We're going to move on now to talk about your son, your young gentleman's son from Latvia, Maui Snake, and that is Yakindar. Now tell me, why is Yakindar good enough to be adopted into the House of Maui?
Yakinder is just such a raw talent, and that's what I really love about him. I feel like this guy has taken a lot of the lessons that he had while growing up in some of the tier 2 competition and has just tried to make them work against top tier competition. But that being said, he has been punished a little bit more, but you still see flashes of greatness in his play. You still see the mechanical ability, how he's able to find multi-frags in situations that no one else ever has any business finding those multi-frags, because two things. One, his crosshair placement is just so great when rounds get hectic, which is something that is very difficult. It's not like he always has the craziest, snappiest aim. He somehow plays such an aggressive style, but always feels in control of the situation when you actually watch his perspective. And two, it's actually just, he takes an FPL style and brings it to the game, so it gets the team. I think the main thing we heard when listening to the comms of other teams when they're playing against Fnatic is what the fuck is going on? Why are they doing this? Because Yakinder would just come out of nowhere, just take your head off, the head off of two players, and he always felt like he was exploiting the gaps in the opposing teams.
Now, I know that Maui's very proud of his adoptive son, Thorin, but I'm going to need you to go ahead and smash his dreams. Tell him why Yakinder is not going to be the MVP of this tournament. He's 23rd in HLTV rating. He's had some ups and downs. And if he were to be MVP, what kind of finals performance would Yakinder have to make him number one for you?
He would have to have an absolutely absurd one. We're talking like he'd have to drop like simple zero type numbers, because the problem is stats wise, and let's face it, almost all MVP awards begin with a stats conversation. He just isn't there on the numbers. Like, he's there for the opening kills. So in terms of like entry impact, I can give him that. In terms of eye test, the aim looks phenomenal. Like, he has probably some of the best highlights in the whole tournament. The issue is, for me, he's a player who's still developing. So in a year from now, we could probably have this discussion and the stats might even be there. But I think you saw in some of the playoff series, He wasn't even the main reason his team always got through the game. It was actually other players, like Buster was kind of Mr. Reliable. He was sort of playing the Crims role on that team. Jim would have maps where he'd come alive. And one of the issues I had was, as they went around the map pool, because Yukinder is a newer player, certain maps, sometimes on Overpass, I thought a couple of times on Vertigo, he had his drop-offs. He had his moments where he didn't look like he was in tune with what they wanted to do. And so the downside of that sort of player is you can't only credit when they get the amazing entries and take over the game with aim, because also if they could then do a lot of the other basics, they would have the stats. They'd be up there in terms of the numbers. So he gets his credit because he's in the final. Like, he has a chance. Maybe if he has some super insane performance where he 1v9s it, maybe he can get back on the radar. But it's more, I think, just giving him credit for his tournament and where the team is in general that we're mentioning him in the conversation now.
All right. Let's move on to our MVP favorites. The presumptive MVP of Flashpoint 2 has got to be Valde from OG. And we say this even if OG go on to lose this next series, because there isn't a clear candidate, whether it's Yakindar or Jame from Virtus Pro. So what has Valde done, Thorin, that's been so remarkable that puts him in this situation where somebody would absolutely have to pop the fuck off in order to overtake him, even in a loss?
Well, one of the reasons I always used to criticize people overrating Forrest was he used to have basically everyone's favorite fragger positions and some of the best CT positions to create highlights from. Whereas Valde is someone where he's rotating back into a site because he anchors a whole bunch of sites. He plays all the spots where if I'm on a contract year in a team, I don't want to be playing these spots. I'm not going to get my numbers. So the idea that he is just smashing so many categories, he has the highest rating, he has the most total kills, he has, like, out of our group, the second highest kill death differential. He has plus 97 for the tournament. He has enormous amount of opening kills. He has the most success in opening kill percentage. He has the highest KAST in terms of kills, assists, survival, time, or whatever it is. He has the most clutches one. Like, the guy basically has done everything. And again, to reiterate one more time, he is not given all the resources, and he is not the guy who's supposed to carry the game. So when you consider Mantu on his team, who is given a lot of resources and attention, was doing very well in the stats for quite a lot of the tournament, the idea he is outshining him, for me, that's like you're like almost 1.5 times an MVP. It's unbelievable the production he's putting up. Look at the ADR of 21 maps he has played, and he's played some of the best teams in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And Maui, are you going to buttress Thorin's opinion here? Are you going to give some more Valde validation to this MVP cause?
Yeah, I have to. I feel like Valde has just been locking it down. This guy is a rock for the OG side. And when, like Thorin said, when you look at the actual positions he plays, there's no reason he should have the stats that he has. He plays long A on Dust 2. He's the B anchor on Inferno. He plays ramp on Nuke. He plays B on Train. These are spots where if you die, you pretty much just lose the round for your team instantly. But he goes above and beyond. He not only finds kills, he stays alive, he provides info to his team, and he makes proactive plays when his team needs to. He pushes at these spots, even though it is so risky to die in these certain circumstances. He finds the perfect timings. He waits long enough. He knows when it's actually going to be the most impactful so that he can get that perfect flank when they need it the most, so he can clutch out that round. He catches the opponents off guard in ways that it's crazy, because his mechanical ability along with his thought process is at such a high level right now that there's almost no world where he doesn't just end up winning MVP, even if OG do come in second place at this tournament for me.
That is quite the example that he has set here at Flashpoint 2. We will find out if Valde can perform well enough in these finals to continue Bubsky's reign as the Flashpoint MVP. We're going to dive into our pre-show for our finals match in just a few minutes, guys. But first up, a break. The Flashpoint 2 finals are almost upon us, and we have some very exciting Counter-Strike for you guys. Virtus Pro, the unlikely dark horse coming through the winner's bracket of this tournament. I know that doesn't really resonate with dark horse, but not many people would have picked them to be there in that winner's bracket position before our tournament began. And they will be heading up against OG, a team that has loved the loser's bracket so far in this tournament. Before we talk about their Flashpoint 2 runs, though, let's go in for some history on the tournament legacies of these teams with this roster. Thorin, how has OG been doing this year? How have they done since they formed this group of players?
Well, if you remember, the key thing is they only formed, it was almost not that long ago, a year ago, basically, that we had this lineup. I think they celebrated the birthday a few days ago. So one of the issues is they started last year on LAN, and it started so poorly because they went to CS Summit, which wasn't one of the competitive ones like the RMR this year. It was basically like a joke tournament, and they lost in the semi-finals to Mouse Sports without Woxic, who was considered their best player at the time. So that already began the LAN journey a little bit ominously, and then they basically resurrected themselves at the Blast spring premiere, the offline portion where they were able to beat EG twice. We saw some of the storyline about Alexi B's calling come to life. But then we went online, and unfortunately, despite the fact being such a new team, you'd hope they'd really take to online play and not be missing the lands. They were pretty poor generally. Like, it wasn't until actually the summer, in that RMR that I referred to, another CS Summit event, that they got the third place. They got into some shape at that point in time. Then they had the one where they made the final of IEM New York against a FaZe clan that was basically dead man walking because Nico had already gone out the door behind the scenes. They managed to lose that final, which also shows, by the way, another classic theme for OG, which is win or lose, they always have these 3-map epic back and forth wars. The problem is they win some of them to get somewhat deep in the tournament, but they always lose on one of them in like kind of the way that Fnatic lost there, where that first map, it just leaves you feeling sick to your stomach because it's like, I lost that as much as the other team took it from me. So the trouble for OG is they've shown these flashes and even runs of looking very, very good, but they've never looked like they had what it took to be a champion. And so that's why, to me, this storyline that they're playing the team that they're going to play in the finals, the only one that lost, they're the only team to have beaten the team that they're playing in the final, can give you an extra psychological aspect. The fact that they've done these 2 lower bracket runs, like, in theory, if they're ever going to win, it's surely going to be now. If not, then my joke would be blow the whole roster up. It's a fucking failed project. No, whatever. We'll wait for the game first.
All right, that went from 0 to 60 really fast there. Maui, tell us a tale of Virtus Pro, because I know you were in love with these guys as we started this tournament. Did you pick them to win before we even started?
Yes. Yeah, I did.
Okay, so you've got some big confidence. Now, why is that?
Yeah.
Because they've been playing in all these CIS events this whole year. Why would you pick them in this bracket when we have OG, Big, Fnatic, these top teams competing in Flashpoint 2?
I think for a couple of reasons. I think one is that people really underrate how tactically sound this team is and how good they are at breaking down mid-round situations. Like, when you watch them on Train yesterday against Fnatic, they broke down Fnatic so many times. 2v4s, 3v3s. They were coming out on top constantly, and that's what they've been doing to CIS competition. They can play the aggressive Russian style, but they also can bring the game down to a slow crawl where they're able to outthink their opponents, outgame them, and outtrade them, outclutch them in a way that I think that a lot of people weren't ready for. And I think that their style also involves so much misdirection, because you think that when you watch a CIS team, it's going to be a simple hit. Okay, they're just rushing a spot. But actually, Virtus Pro throw a lot of fakes into their game. They really catch you off guard a lot of the time. And the individuals have so much talent on this roster. I can't stop gushing about Yakindar, but really every single player top to bottom here is a stud, except Sanji, but he knows that, and James knows that too. That's why he makes him buy every off.
He's a pistol god.
Yeah, he is a pistol god. I think he has the best pistol rating at this tournament. So his first bullet accuracy is actually nuts. So when you watch Sanji, you think this guy is amazing. Why doesn't he get AKs more? But then you watch him spray with an AK, and you're not really confused anymore.
Also, every time you think that he's just done completely and you forget about him, he will always have a bullshit halfway. Just gets like 3 or 4 rounds. Like, I'm trying to think who he did against. So maybe it was against Big. I think there was a couple of times against Big where he just almost turned the game for them.
Yeah. Sanji is against Mad Lions. Sanji was the reason they brought it to overtime. Actually, on 14-15, he got a 4K with 10 health. So like he can have his moments too. As much as I'm just kidding around with him, just because James does make him be his dog at times. It's a little rough for Sanji out there, but he does have his shining moments, and he does deserve a lot of credit on this roster. Yeah.
I thought you were going to go with that there. I thought you were setting it up.
We already talked about how he's like a mule in an MMO game. He's like that low level character that just stores your gear for you if you're James. Just he's there to support the star players. You know, every team needs a guy who's willing to make the sacrifice, hold on to the pistol, and allow the stars to shine, as it were. All right, we've talked about how these teams have been historically this year, but specifically, let's take a look at how they got here in Flashpoint 2. Because interestingly, they were in the same group, our Tower of Babel group that we started here in this tournament with. And we said, this is the group of death. This is definitely the hardest group we have. And speaking of which, Cloud9 surely must look in a better light now because they lost in this group to the two eventual finalists. Kind of a joke at the time. Doesn't look like so much of a joke now, does it?
I literally had a tweet the moment they were eliminated that was like this. I basically said, no, I didn't think these teams were going to be in the final. I said, like, when these teams end up being the third and fifth best teams in the tournament, you will look back on that Cloud9 result in a different light. And everyone at the time didn't do what they're all going to lie and claim now, Maui, which is, well, of course, we all just thought that was his first tournament and they got a lot better since. They all just said, no, but you're overrating OG and Virtus Pro. Were we? Were we really? No, I think the problem is, basically, it's only actually the result of, it's the fact that they couldn't win a map is what was bad for Cloud9 here. I think if they'd have even taken any of these series to a third map, shown us a little bit more, gotten on the board in that sense, I think people would have given them some credit. The problem is, people probably thought, well, who cares if you win 2-0 but it's really close, because a win's a win, and you know, if they don't force you into a pressure situation, normally you think who cares as long as you get to 16. But I think actually this really were the seeds of what we saw in the later tournaments elsewhere that Cloud9 has played, where they've had some very respectable results. And as we're kind of bringing it back to here, it ends up that the two teams they were playing, you couldn't have known it on day one, were actually low-key the best teams in Flashpoint 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of that, we did get that matchup in our group finals. It was a narrow 2-1 victory in favor of OG coming out of the losers bracket. But it's important to note that, you know, those teams had already qualified for the playoffs, so they may not have been giving it their all heading into that winner's final match. They were secure. There wasn't really any risk of elimination. They weren't going to head into any kind of loser's bracket after that. And what happened in the meantime, because remember also, we had a week off after we played those games for these teams to prepare. And that's where we started our playoff bracket. And it was in this playoff bracket that we saw, weirdly, a very similar story unfold. And that story goes like this. Virtus Pro makes it through the winner's bracket, just like they did in our Tower of Babel group. Now, we see an unlikely upset. OG lost to Gen G in their group. They lose to MIBR in the first round here of the upper bracket, sending them into the loser's bracket and having to play all the way through back into the grand finals. Now, if the story repeats itself, we'll see an OG win here. But who knows with Virtus Pro and how they've been getting really a lot stronger, beating Big, beating Fnatic as we headed through this tournament. It also has to be said, OG has basically played Flashpoint 2 on hard mode, because by dropping into the loser's bracket in the first round in groups and in the first round of playoffs, they have had to play more matches than anyone else in this event. They have played the maximum amount of matches that you can play in Flashpoint, which is 4 in groups and 6 in playoffs. So they haven't made it easy for themselves. But Maui, tell me, what is it about this OG team, their tenacity, that is allowing them to reach another finals through the loser's bracket again?
They just don't die. Alexi B is the zombie king, and he keeps this team going every step of the way. It feels like they're feeding off the life force of other teams. When other teams make mistakes, they completely will capitalize on top of it, and they have the right blend of tactical ability and firepower. I feel like we don't talk about some of the players on this OG lineup enough. Issa's not having the best tournament, but sometimes when they need him to, he will come up with a crazy multi-frag round. He just did it to Fnatic in order to break them and send themselves to this grand final game. So I think that OG right now is hitting a sweet spot where Alexi B is calling out of his darn mind, Issa is fragging at a very high level, and Valde is looking like the best player in the entire tournament.
You have to say, Valde and Alexi B have been absolutely spectacular for this OG lineup. You saw it in our consolidation final against Fnatic earlier today. It seems like there's nothing they can't do if they're in a 2v2, an even situation against the opponent. Have they impressed you, Thorin?
Yeah, I think at their roles, they've been far and away the best players in the tournament. I also think that's one area where I do get a little bit nervous for OG, aside from all the deficits they get into, is that if Valde and or Alexi B are the players in a 1v1, 2v2 type scenario, now I get confident they can win it. If it's some of the other names, a lot of that confidence drops away. So it's crucial that those players, I mean, they were able to do it on that CT side of Mirage against Fnatic, can position themselves so that they are the guys who are in those situations. Then all of a sudden, they start to look like a pretty complete team.
And the clutches have been absolutely phenomenal from this OG roster as well. You could say they almost didn't make it here in their match versus MIBR, coming back to seal it in 30 rounds on an eco. We've seen so many eco wins, but Thorin, you were saying earlier today, they can't rely on this. They've gotten by, they've scraped by the skin of their teeth too many times.
Yeah, and not least, by the way, because this is actually one of the few times where the James strategy of just saving all the time is going to make it really tough. Like, how are you ever going to know when he's got the AWP, where he is with it, etc.? So, like, I actually think the problem is what they did essentially to Fnatic. You know what? I won't shed any tears, because guess what? Fnatic did that to everyone else for the last, 5 years. So they were just able to produce miracles when they had half buys, when they had just, no armor, when they had very limited utility. Something about it, it's almost like a power spike. They would hit that mode and they just knew, right, the game's about to slip out of control. This isn't the round we're supposed to win, and they would just make the right moves. So the problem with that is a truly great Counter-Strike team, a championship team, wins the tournament off the gun rounds. They win when we both have 5v5 and we've got all of our weapons and all of our utility, and we're just better at you in the fundamental areas of the game. So at the moment, I think OG is actually a good team in that area, but they're not a great team. And that's where I could actually see, if they play it shrewdly, and even the economic approach of VP could potentially be a counter.
Maui, tell me about VP and compare them to OG and the situation that Thorin just presented. Has this been the measured Counter-Strike team, the conservative Counter-Strike team that you were talking about earlier in Flashpoint 2?
In ways, yeah. But they have just two sides, I'd say. I think Virtus Pro are just... You don't know every round, are you going to get the explosive rifling coming out from Yakinder or Buster, or are you going to be hit by that second punch, which is usually in the form of Jame just clutching out rounds from thin air, it feels like. So this team has a lot of win conditions going into every single round, whether it is the aggressive rifling or the stable passive opping from Jame. And it feels like, I think that's what Virtus Pro's biggest strength is that you don't know round to round, what do we have to avoid? Do we have to avoid Jame? Because against Fnatic, once you're able to get away from JW in that last series, you were actually kind of cruising. It felt like Crims and Golden weren't really living up to their name or their potential, but it was JW who you had to fear on the map. For VP, every player is a weapon. Even though I kind of bagged on Sanji earlier, he too can show up in these major situations. And sometimes Sanji, he's solo on this B site with an MP9, but he pulls off just flush of multi-frags where he's able to just slow them down with utility, stay alive, find a couple of kills. And that's the player you're supposed to be targeting if you're OG. And yet he can still pop off in huge ways. Right now, I feel like Virtus Pro and OG, these are both the two most complete teams, and I think it's very deserved that they are both in the finals against each other.
And before we get into the map draft, which is about to happen imminently, Maui, I want to just bring up a point that you've mentioned before, which is that VP does have an unnerving ability to lose their own map pick. So how is that going to affect our draft? That's true. That's true.
I feel like for Virtus Pro going into this veto, I think you just, because in the last 6 BO3s that they've played, they've lost their map pick 5 times. So that is just it is unnerving. I don't even know what to exactly make of it, but I feel like sometimes there's too many cooks in the kitchen, perhaps, for VP, because Kicker was an IGL before, Jame is their current IGL, Yakinder watches a lot of demos too, and they have a coach. So there are 4 heads in this camp that are actually bringing ideas to the table and trying to brainstorm what the best game plan could be. And I don't know sometimes if they're going into their own map pick, if they know exactly which game plan that they really want to run with. So that's why you'll see all these conflating ideas round to round. It's why I've noticed that they have so many weapons, because I feel like they have different game plans round to round. It doesn't feel like there's a semblance of consistency, and it's something I praise them for, but it's a double-edged sword.
All right, let's head into our vetoes right now and have Thorin start guiding us through this. I do think we've got some pretty obvious first rounds of vetoes here, Thorin.
Yeah, and obviously it goes against the strengths here because you're not going to see that vertigo that they tried to pull out on Virtus Pro. It didn't work in the last couple of matches, but did earlier on because that's always the OG ban. And then the Virtus Pro ban is, of course, the Alexi B map of Nuke, the one where he had the overtime game against Cloud9. So those are pretty obvious to get out the way. But this is where I'm interested in actually in that strategy because one thing I like about OG is they just keep it simple. They pick Inferno or Mirage, depending on which one they prefer. In this particular case, maybe we'll see the Mirage again. Meanwhile, the guys from Virtus Pro, I think they've tried to get too cute with their veto. They've almost been trying to prove a point with what they can do. So I don't want to see them do anything silly at this point in time. Like, I'd like them, listen, the Dust 2 is right there. I didn't think OG looked that great in that series they won earlier on it. Like, I'd just go ahead and pick it. Just take your strength.
Yeah, I think Dust 2 would be a great pick for Virtus Pro. I feel like they've also been pretty clutch on Train as well. I think they know they can get Inferno as a decider anyway, so I wouldn't love to see them pick that there. I don't think they'll be going for Overpass, but let's see what they go with. I think D2 or Train have to be the pick here, and they'll go with Train. Okay, so that's a map that they've been incredibly good at lately, and OG has been a little rocky. They lost to Gen G in pretty bad fashion to kick off Flashpoint 2, in fact.
They did beat Gen G later, though. And
the
also,
key
I do
thing
want
to point out, though.
Go ahead, Thorin.
Basically, the key thing at this point in time, though, is now OG, in theory, is forced to ban out probably Overpass at this point in time. Like, I don't really see in this, like, they're going to have to leave it up. But I think, like, if you're the guys from VP, how could it go better for you? You can essentially get Dust 2 if you want it as the last map.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of reasons for them to go for D2. The thing is, with Grand Finals on the line, VP's perma first pick was Inferno for a long time, for pretty much the entire history of this roster coming into this tournament. So if they want to go with what they're most comfortable with, I would say Inferno. If they want to punish, I think they'll go with Dust 2. And it looks like they're going for what they're most comfortable with. So I like that. I don't think there was really a wrong answer here, but I will say that OG is just a little stronger on Inferno. So
Yes.
it's a little bit more just playing into your strengths as opposed to your opponent's weaknesses.
Yeah, I think the real fear here is that this is one of the maps that OG was able to beat them on earlier on in the tournament, and more importantly, this is the map where all those Alexi B bedtime stories all come true. Like, that's where he just does the God mode T-side. So if anyone can handle, that's why I would love to see if we get to a third one. If anyone can handle the Yakinda Jam banana switch up, it's got to be Alexi B, the man who theory's reading the game. So I think Virtus Pro actually showed a little bit of conservative vetoing finally, that we're at the big money match for all the marbles, because earlier in the tournament, I think they just go into their strength there.
Let's revisit the first match between these teams, because Virtus Pro won Mirage, OG won Inferno, and then OG won Dust 2. Perhaps that Dust 2 victory is why Virtus Pro doesn't want to play it. And if you're Virtus Pro, do you like the Mirage pick here, considering you've already taken the win against OG?
I'll say with a lot of tier 1 teams, you almost don't want to see the same maps again, because it always feels like the team that lost comes back in the rematch knowing what they did wrong. And everybody knows that you learn more from losing than you do from winning. So I think this could all flip around. I think VP might switch it up and they might win Inferno later. I think that OG might lose on Mirage. I mean, this is all sorts of whack. Rematches are so hard to predict because honestly, you just don't know how are people going to adapt from game 1 to game 2, but that's what makes them exciting. And that's usually why these matches end up being so close, because it's just these clashes of ideas against each other.
Now, we want to get into this map, Thorin, but I need to get your predictions first. So, Thorin, where, after seeing this draft, do you think this goes? Who will be the Flashpoint 2 champion?
Well, here's the thing. I will tell you straight up. I came in thinking it would be OG, but actually, if they'd have vetoed and made Dust 2 the decider, I was going to switch it up. I was going to do the surprise heel turn and join the VP Nation, but I'm definitely not, actually. I'm just going to say, fuck VP. Like, you'll know how I feel. I think they're overrated. I think OG shows them up now, 2-1.
That's pretty strong condemnation for somebody who's going to maybe predict them. All right, Maui, are you staying on the VP Nation hype train here?
It would just be criminal for me to switch now, right? I picked VP going into the tournament before day 1 even started. I thought that these EU teams wouldn't know how to handle the aggression that's coming out from them, the multiple weapons from this VP side. I've got to go with Virtus Pro. I've got to go with Yakinder.
All right, well, we're going to see. We've got a split prediction here. Bardolph and Haka will be on the cast for our grand final. I'm eager to hear their predictions as well.
Thank you very much, Monty. I picked Fnatic at the beginning of the tournament to take it, but had it not been for Fnatic, I probably would have picked Virtus Pro. In this series, I'll pick Virtus Pro. I am a fanboy of this team. They play unique Counter-Strike, and I quite enjoy that. Hawker, where do you sit on this one?
I'll go with OG. I think they're solid enough just because Valda's been so good recently. I also love, James, how my head looks so much smaller than yours. Like, I know you have a bigger head than me, but that's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, your head is so much smaller than mine. My head is, I've got a big head.
Big head.
What can we... Well, that's a simple segue into the actual grand final, but why not? Virtus Pro will be starting on the CT side of Mirage. All USPs, nothing untoward there. Sometimes you see a CZ, but not today. OG with grenades on Alexi B, a P250 on Valde, and a run boost for NBK.
NBK getting aggressive early in the front line. Smoke going down onto short, but they're going to go through it, trying to split this B-bomb site. NBK, that first man in, long-range headshot with the Glock, and now Buster is trapped in the B apartments. He's got to win this fight. He has to hold this ground, and he's not going to do so. Valdo wins the key battle to keep his team in control of the round.
Bomb plant will guarantee some money. Only headshots required for Virtus Pro. Two-man on road as they move from the door. Crouch peek from Kiko won't be enough, and will be Mantu for that final kill. Last 2 kills for Mantu. Starters you mean to go on. He'll be an important player going forward on a nice open map like Mirage. That is the T-pistol taken by OG. Now we'll see what Virtus Pro choose to do. No money's been spent just yet. Virtus Pro, quite the team in terms of unexpected buys. They really have their abacus game on point. They'll make some serious calculations to squeeze out a buy that you might not expect, but it will be a flashbang and nothing else here from Virtus Pro. 5 players on the A bomb site. Buster playing from CT. See what OG's investigation game is like. They've got Alexi B. He can be the investigation man with this Mac 10. He's expendable.
He will be clearing out the underparts position, making sure that there is nothing too crazy going on the VP side of things. VP have stacked towards this B-bomb site. So that's something that OG would like to avoid if possible. And Alexi B continues on his excursion. $500,000 up for grabs, James. That is something that these VP players, at least some of them, have never experienced before. That's for sure. Especially players like Yakindar. He's a very new addition to this roster. Definitely curious to see how he holds up, especially on this Mirage game. That's the matchup I'm looking at. Yakindar versus Valda, because they both play the same position on CT side. They both play that connector position, which is so crucial on Mirage on the CT side. We've got Alexi B investigating. He's taken a lot of damage here, but he's got his team the information. They should get this A side.
Keykurt's the only man around the A-bomb site at present, holding an off angle towards the jungle, but that flashbang is still in hand for Virtus Pro, so there's perhaps some more damage to be done. Very forward smoke grenade, not the one you normally see. There's a pop flash. Ether able to fall back. NBK's got angles, as does Mantu. Mantu 3-0 at present. He'll be important on this T side for OG. Now again, that was almost a complete eco for Virtus Pro. Only $200 invested, and James straight out for the AWP on round number 3. Love to see it.
Yeah, no Kevlar, of course. When you get this AWP in the 3rd round and you lost the pistol, he's had to invest all his money into that one sniper. We've got Sanji rocking the MP9 as well. Not many nades for VP in this round. They've really prioritized getting these early rifles out, but OG also have AKs on most of their players. So it's not like there's an advantage for VP in that sense, but the little utility they have, they're making the most of. The flashes into top mid, allow an early kill, but here comes Valda on the flank. Yakindar caught at mid, and the early mid control goes the way of OG.
Jamin was covering his 6, but his 12 was the problem. Jamin Buster now, suddenly giving Virtus Pro a slight advantage. Sanji in an awkward position. Does he go out? Does he go up? It will be the latter. I don't know if Issa heard anything. Has he identified that anybody's there? There we go. No assumptions have been made, but Sanji swings out wide and wild with the MP9. That leaves Alexi B in a 1v3, picking up the bomb and an AK top mid. James still creeping with an off angle by jungle. And Sanji's made his way from Shadow back to CT spawn, so Virtus Pro will be careful. With a minute on the clock, Alexi B could still do some more damage here.
Uh-oh, Buster, gotta be careful, and he is. Close range, he could have got caught on the ladder, but he gets the timing right on the fight. And even though VP lose those initial duels towards mid, they actually come back to win the round. That is very impressive for VP there, considering the circumstances, considering how those early fights went. Especially as well, Yakindar died off early. He's normally the man who's been beasting at mid. The last time these teams played, he was coming out with all sorts of smokes, all sorts of plays around that mid position to hold it. But the rest of the VP players do their jobs wisely in that round. And now it's not a perfect buy for OG. They've got 3 AKs as well as a couple of pistols, and they're already all grouped up towards A for a quick set play.
A lot of flashbang support on the way. Jame will spot many plays. Doesn't go for the repeat. Smart stuff. Yakindar just watching a Palace push. Issa is lurking there with one of these Desert Eagles. Well, the Desert Eagle. And OG will slow things down. However, this is their push. It's not a double pump. They've used their grenades. But feeling like perhaps it is a suicide mission, they'll reconsider their options. Virtus Pro still with 500 HP. OG now with a flash or 2 and a Molotov. Now at this point they could go for a relatively dry entry into the B bomb site. Get close, molly by the van perhaps, or the bench position. Get those flashbangs in and off they go. Lexi B will take the pistol, probably wide swing, and then maneuver his puppets around afterwards. The jump peeking from Sanji. He's got a smoke which he could put down by the van, between the van and the site. But he'll put a very timely one in the apps instead.
Here we go, Sanji spraying away, 2 kills with the MP9, and that should really seal this round. OG are going to be stuck in the apartments. Look at the rotation from VP as well. They've got 3 players ready and waiting on the B site, and the OG players took some damage as well. So they're already backing away, maybe seeing if they can save these guns. You don't get money for saving, remember, on the T side. So Issa would have $0, the same for Valda. And they need to make sure they don't die after time. That would be the worst case scenario. I think they should be safe in the positions they're holding. But now what will the call be for OG, James? They've got a couple of players with $2,000. We may see them just force up into this round, in all honesty. It wouldn't be a great buy, but with Issa and Valda having such little money, it's not an easy call to make here.
Yeah, I think it's possible. It's definitely possible. A few grenades, perhaps Tech 9s. To move around these weapons, and indeed it will be, well, LXCP will buy at least. Okay, there we go. Came in late. Some discussion to be had. As we saw from the desk, Sanji criminally underrated as per usual. The timing of that grenade to allow him to take space and then fall back onto the site, reset the situation and buy time for his rotation in case of a push from OG is awesome. Looks very simple in its delivery, but requires spatial awareness. A mind on the clock. Well then, OG have got 2 smokes, with which takes the map control. Bomb currently waiting top mid. No one heading underpass just yet. Maybe looking for another push from Virtus Pro. We did see one early. Valde hunting for Sanji. He's caught him repositioning, but Jame has the angle. Hoping maybe for a focus elsewhere, but Jame will hold on to the B bomb site for now.
No real movement from VP in response, but they are playing very passively on this A-bomb site. And if these nades are put in the right positions for OG, they could get this bomb down without any further kills needed. Kicut's playing towards CT, but a flash over the top will allow Mantu to start to get towards the site with that bomb. Alexi B will be the man waiting in connector, and Yakindar has to make sure he clears this angle. Fight's happening on the site, but Yakindar doesn't clear this position. It's a freebie for Alexi B, eventually getting the kill he was looking for, but Buster's able to trade it into a 2v2.
That would have been a nice rifle collected as well as position. Now, the ramp is going to be smoked, I do believe. Or something is. There we go. There's a smoke on the ramp to force them out. And there are great angles now for Virtus Pro. NBK swinging with the scout. He'll get picked up by Issa. That smoke gave them great position, but they weren't sure as to where OG was. Emerging through that smoke, timing works in their favor, and they take the lead over Virtus Pro, and they've put them in a real bad money situation.
Lovely stuff from MBK and Issa at the end there. They had to make sure they were on the same page on that play. They needed to push this together. Here was that first kill from Valda over at B. Then Issa got a couple of kills here, pushing behind MBK through the smoke. And the nice thing about that play is that it's not all that likely VP are going to be looking at ramp when they've just put the smoke down there. It's not 100% guaranteed that they're going to be looking that way. If anything, it's more likely they're probably looking somewhere else. So the fact that OG take a little risk and it pays off for them like that that is really nice. Well played by Issa and MBK to make sure that they were working together on that one. And now it is OG back in the lead, at least for now.
Yeah, this is a potential swing round. Some grenades starting to disappear from the inventories of Virtus Pro due to lack of money. And we've got plenty of Galils out for OG as well. So it's tight across the board. James has the AWP with Kevlar. Headed towards A at first, but there's a big presence from OG towards mid. This could be a fast split of the B bomb site potentially, although I'd imagine the bomb would be in the apartments if that were the case. So it'll just be a change of pace here from OG. In the middle of mid, but there's no challenge from Virtus Pro. You can see denial of information with that smoke towards top mid, and then indeed, split could potentially be done here. Now is Man too brave enough to go through this? Doesn't know the situation towards ladder. So they will be thwarted somewhat, but will they bide their time? Their smoking connector will be gone first, and we can just see they will replenish that so they don't get sandwiched by the CTs. But Buster will surely have to start moving back here.
Making sure to play a safer position. VP get aggressive over on A though. They are aware of this. They're rotating players to the B bomb site, and Buster's got the lineup. Only got one kill though. Mantu trades him out. Missed shot from James allows the cross to the site to begin, and it's Sanji on the site itself. He's able to get one kill. James needs to get something going, but Valda emerges with 2 kills through the smoke. And even though Kickout pushed A to begin with and got all this information, he's the man that has to clutch.
Valde, his IQ seems to be unlimited in this game, and Kikat's just going to have the wrong angle, exposes his head to east side, and that's enough. See Valde creeping through the smoke on the short pillar. James saw that smoke about to pop and started focusing on the site, but we could see on the X-ray Valde just creeping through. Real important for his squad. That does indeed put Virtus Pro into eco territory. Looks like the start to the CT side will be bad for them. Lost a pistol, of course, and things don't get much better now. Another $200 eco round for Virtus Pro. Again, they'll start on the A bomb site with Keycut with a flashbang. OG may not go for the investigation they did last time, though. Moving towards the stack. They'll get some sound cues from those players in the shadow area. Issa will take care of one, and soon the other. So it seems Danger will be mostly neutralized here. We've got a boost from James. Let's get a cheeky kill. That might be all she wrote.
Yeah, VP stacked the right side, but with 5 USPs, it's very unlikely you're going to get more than 1 or 2 kills. This round going about as you would expect in terms of the outcome. This was a map that these two teams played back in the group stage, and VP were able to win 10 CT rounds, mainly thanks to Yakindar being a real beast at mid. He was not allowing OG that mid control in a lot of the rounds, and that meant that OG had to kind of fall back, oftentimes into James Orp, and he would have a lot of impact. I think the instant difference in this game is that OG are getting mid control much more easily this time round, and you can see just how much of the map that opens up for them. How many plays Alexi B likes to run through that mid position. He's a very dynamic caller. He's very quick to react to some of the information that's given to him, and we're already seeing that come through in some of these rounds. It's a 5-2 lead for OG, and that's showing no signs of slowing down.
VP quickly back on A buy. We'll see how good it looks. $4,000 to $5,000 for most. So the rifles are on the way. 3 rounds in a row for OG. Going from strength to strength, this team. There's a timeout from Virtus Pro. It's Abacus time, trying to figure out what kind of round they want. Sanji's got 5k and Yukindar's got 4350, so I always look at things like that and think, is he going to drop and be given an MP9 so people can get more grenades or something? But no, he's got himself an AUG. A lot of people arguing that the AUG is a stronger weapon than the M4A4, but what's pretty interesting about some of these weapons in Counter-Strike at the moment is the difference can be in the implementation. Wide array of tools available. Much better than it used to be. Well then, again, a fast play from OG into the mid position. Quickly, they will smoke the window. We'll see if VP throw mollies there before they go through the crawl space in future rounds to try and thwart that. But for now, OG are neutralizing the AWP angles. and James has been neutralized, going for an aggressive play in B apartments, trying to get an advantage, perhaps to put more players towards A, but he's been denied.
You can definitely understand why James wants to go for that peak as well, because OG had 4 players on mid, and they were being loud and proud on that mid control. They were using a lot of their nades. I really like the emphasis on OG on this position as well. They're not allowing Yakindar to play inside that connector. They're forcing him to play back in a position where he has to make decisions. But because James saw so many players at mid, or knew that there were a lot of players taking mid, he thought he could maybe peek B and get a 1v1. He was right in that assessment. It's just that MBK landed a banging shot at range, and now MBK nearly has the chance for another, but he gets taken out by Buster.
45 seconds on the clock. How much risk taking will there be for Virtus.pro? Sanji is in the apartments with the AWP, which is allowing Buster to rotate. So kind of what they may have been going for previously, get the AWP posted up and focus on the A bomb site. They'll do it late, and it could cause them some problems here. Yakindar's creeping. Oh no, he's not creeping actually. He's around the smoke, however. Oh, Sanji is aware of what could be happening here, holding down 2 jobs at the moment, but not aware of how many more players are on short. He'll surely start hearing things soon. 16 seconds, and his body's surely going to be showing to the left side of the pillar from his point of view, but OG are still not moving just yet. 8 seconds, and Mantu finally finds that frag. 3 on 3 now, and Kika is still on the A bomb site, and it looks like he's going to be saving. Very awkward for Sanji. He didn't know if anybody was in the apartments, so he had to take a gamble, was exposed on the corner, and that frag from Mantu allows OG to plant the bomb in a very nervous situation for both teams.
Yeah, OG ran down the clock about as much as they could have there. And if there were a second CT on that B site, that could have been a completely different story. Maybe they get a kill on the cross and then drop the bomb, and just a few seconds more could have made all the difference. But Sanji was alone on that B site, and even though he got 1 kill, it wasn't good enough to buy enough time for the rotation. OG up to a 6-2 lead, coming out to a storming start here on Mirage. Virtus.pro will be able to save a couple of guns and a bit of money in the bank. There was that shot from MBK really quick on the initial kill. And oh, it's such a tight angle for Mantu. He spots a bit of the shoulder and he makes sure to line up that shot from range. Now, what is the call from VP in this round? It looks like they will be buying off the back of those saved weapons. That means we won't get the AWP for James. We will have an MP9 on Sanji as well, but it's still a reasonable buy for them.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering about in the previous round, but the money was better for Virtus.pro. No stranger to an MP9 on the B bomb site is Sanji. Not a big deal for him. Limited grenades here for VP. No flashes at this point. We've seen in the previous rounds they've been trying to proactively find a hole in OG's formation. If they're concentrating players in mid, then they'll be weaker elsewhere. Classic strat to get that AWP posted up in B apartments on that occasion didn't work out for them. But for now, they may feel like they have to be somewhat at the mercy of OG. Again, no AWP really makes a hell of a difference. Sanji still just jump peeking towards the B bomb site. Buster and James with some focus towards mid. But as we can see, after their presence, OG will head towards A.
OG have used 4 of their smokes here on that early mid control, but it's not going to be as big a deal in this round because there's such little counter utility from VP. They're already somewhat limited heading into this round, so there aren't any mollies or flashes left, and that means that this contact play has a much higher chance of being successful. There are a couple of VP players already in position. Yakindar this time anchoring the A site, not his normal position, but Kikat's there to help him out. And Kikat almost gets a second, but it's Alexi B with 2 headshots from mid. And now Yakindar could be in trouble. He strikes from the site, but he's instantly traded.
14 seconds, the bomb gets planted, and James is surrounded by flame, which leaves Sanji as the last man to fall, coming in from that B bomb site, still with the MP9. 7-2 for OG, dismantling Virtus.pro 1 round at a time. And I was going to say this could be another 3-1. Money's tight. We can see Buster with 3,500, but Virtus.pro are going to concentrate their efforts in certain directions, as you'll see very shortly. Alexi B's frag in connect to the first one was very important. So we've got the 2 AWPs out. Again, light on grenades Virtus.pro. Very good at squeezing buys out, however. A 2-1-2 to start from VP. Can this second sniper make a difference?
I actually like Yakindar getting the AWP here. I don't like the missed shot though, but Buster's there again on the help. Those two have been working well together on this mid control. Buster always seeming to catch players looking the other direction. And the reason I like Yakindar getting this AWP out is because I feel like he's not been able to really play his playstyle so far. He's not been as active as he would like. So the AWP can be a really nice switch up to get some early fights. And now James getting involved on the action. He was just boosted up towards short. That's a shot from Valda and one from Issa. Just like that, OG bring it back to even numbers.
Free kill for OG. Got to be real careful about those rotations. Alexi creeping out the smoke now, maybe inspired by Valde. They're going from either side. Alexi and Issa making their way, more headshots being delivered. Keycut now trying to stay alive, and it's Sanji. They know he's the B player. Bomb's going to be collected though. Up the stairs you go, Issa. Maybe he opts over from Tetris. The awkward position of that bomb is going to buy some time for Sanji to make his way over as well. We can see him by jungle now. Does he continue to pursue, however? He doesn't know that Issa doesn't have the bomb. So Issa could be rotating to the B bomb site, but now we've got some sound cues. 28 seconds on the clock. Does Sanji dare peek? He doesn't know what Issa's up to just yet, but the FAMAS will be enough. Edges the round for his team. Picks up the AWP as well. Problem is, he's the only person who survived, Hawker. So what does that mean for their money?
Yeah, it's not looking great on the money side of things. Sanji can buy another rifle. Might drop that to a teammate as well. Indeed, he gets an MP9 in reply. Important round for Sanji to win for his team. At least they have got that AWP, as you pointed out, but a couple of weaknesses in there. FAMAS is in play. They need to make sure they win this next round, otherwise OG could instantly bring it back. And Alexi B has a MAC 10 in this round. We could see him taking the point for his team, as all the OG players are stacked on the B side of the map to begin with.
Have a look at the start from Virtus Pro though. They put 3 players straight into the B bomb site. So they have the potential for a boost later on. James very deep on A ramp. Might be R-esque setup over there, but in the meantime, Alexi B is trying to get that information. Sanji creeping around the smoke, but he will be killed by Mantu, who gets a multi-frag. Yakindar in the smoke now.
Oh no!
Oh dear. God knows what happened there, but that has not worked out well at all for Virtus Pro. Had 3 players on B, but it seems it was anarchy around the smokes, at least from their point of view. For OG, though, they've got 4 players alive, and they're straight back to winning ways on the scoreboard.
It almost looked like Sanji may have purposefully left a gap in the smoke that he underhanded to get that kill on the edge of it with the MP9, which worked out quite nicely as a little trick play. I don't think OG were that ready for the initial kill to go against them, but then just the strength of that execute onto the B site was too much for VP to deal with. They weren't sure whether or not they wanted to fight aggressively. They weren't sure really how to react to those smokes coming in. You see Yakindar in particular, not someone who's normally playing on that B side of the map, so he wasn't really sure how he needed to play that round, whether he wanted to go through the smoke or not. Might have taken him a bit too long to react. We'll see the replay. There was Mantu eventually spotting Sanji on the edge of the smoke, and fortunately for Yakindar, his teammates die so quickly on the site, he ends up walking into, wow, his own molly. It looked like he threw it into the apartments, but it may have just trickled down onto the site. Because I think there was a tiny bit of the molly in the corner.
Very unfortunate. So again, we're seeing more ropey buys from Virtus Pro. Utility's increasing though, despite the mixed situation with the weapons. And again, there'll be 3 towards the B bomb site. This time, Jame will be looking to get boosted on short, I think. Buster will be heard rotating away. Who's in the underpass? Well, he's got Yakindar to help him fall back. As we can see, OG have changed the pace again. Everyone being very careful now. Bomb collected in T-spawn, with Issa lurking in Palace. Just being very careful of aggression. They know that VP need to find themselves an advantage the way these rounds have been going. OG are looking for that play, but it's not coming in this round just yet.
Oh, a run boost to mid might not be the best. This is a pretty good angle to deal with this. Gives Jame a chance. He's not able to pull the trigger, but he gets the kill eventually. MBK, the man taken out of the round. Good patience from Jame to take his time to get that early kill. 42 seconds remaining for OG. They've got the mid control they wanted, and now they're going to start to use these smokes. Last time they did these smokes, they used them to split the B site, but this time they're going to creep into connector, try and be unpredictable, and perhaps go through that smoke towards the A site.
Jame might, sorry, Yakinda might have an angle on them. Here he is with the Org. He's halfway there now. Alexi B behind that smoke. And Sanji's trying to flank from connector, from short rather, but that won't happen. 2 versus 4 with 17 seconds on the clock. Maybe it's about trying to make it expensive for Virtus Pro, though. OG will retreat. Virtus Pro could do with, well, Buster could do with picking up a weapon. He will get an AK-47 for his troubles. For surviving, there's a sigh of relief for Virtus Pro. They make it to 4.
So OG's aim in that round was to use the window and back connector smoke, this time to go into the A site. They really like using those two smokes on some different plays. Sometimes they'll use those smokes to go up through B short and to split the B site. Sometimes they'll just throw some flashes over the top of connector to move into A. I think you could see that VP were pretty well prepared for that though, because the position Yakindar was playing specifically was one that didn't seem to get blinded by those flashes. It is quite a common play for OG that they like to do that, and it looked like VP were one step ahead of that round. They get a 4th on the board, and now we're getting some of those smoke shenanigans from Yakindar, but he's burning. He's down to 33 health, just about getting away.
Look at a rotation on the radar from Virtus Pro. I believe James in the underpass once again. With no sound cues, they'll head towards the A bomb site. Now, who's going to peek first? It will be James to get a better of Alexi B. He's commonly lurking in connector. That can give VP some more confidence now as Issa starts to swing towards Shadow. Got 2 players around connector jungle, Yakindar and Jame. Positions held on default as well. A pop flash for a potential swing, but Kiko will wait for a second flashback. Spot 2, and there's a transfer onto Tetris. NBK and Mantu left. Mantu still stuck in Palace. 1 minute on the clock, 2 versus 4. If they fall back and hide for a while and don't show the bomb, then maybe the CT start to rotate towards the B bomb site. Some more presence for Mantu to have a look. Does Jame dare go for the dry peek? Well, his timing's worked out for him. Off angle now. 40 seconds, and Mantu somehow still gets that kill. Maybe Jame visualizing from the other side, and perhaps there's a chance for OG.
Yakindar is on the flank, so OG have got to make sure this is a fast move into the A site. They need these early kills, and I think from VP's perspective, they can just sit back and play patiently now. They know Yakindar has this locked in from behind, so they're just going to survive, wait for Yakindar to pull the trigger, and it's a freebie. Easy spray from the back, and Buster is able to peek while Mantu is not ready for it. Well played by VP, realizing the situation, making sure they just needed to stay alive, and in those early proceedings as well, if Yakindar's not going to have as much impact fragging-wise, then I want to see him getting more flash assists like in that round. He threw those 2 flashes for Kicker, set Kicker up for success on the spray down. That's what you got to do. If you're not having a good game, sometimes you've just got to set up your teammates.
Absolutely, and playing in that default spot, you're already going to need some help for your teammates if you don't want to go 1-for-1 at best. Oh, James sees an elbow. Not the bomb carrier though. Swing and a miss. A pistol round for OG. We saw how good they could be versus the likes of MIBR, but I don't expect that to be the case here. Alexi B just walking through the smoke once again, but Kiko has a superior angle. There's that common CT smoke. Jame will call that one is towards the van. Sanji watching the angle. Jame watching the drop. Buster doesn't want to go towards the windows because he could just get shot straight in the head, so he'll have an off angle. Positions are good for Virtus Pros. Mantu tries to do some damage, but there won't be any in this round as we move into the dying round of the last half. First half. The last round of the first half. There we go. English.
Got there eventually.
Words.
Yeah, I love how VP are approaching, especially that round there, because Alexi B loves to try and spearhead those plays on some window boosts and on some sneaky plays through connector. So I think that the best way to deal with that is just play really safe around mid and just wait for Alexi B to walk into a position where he's exposed from a couple of angles. Because in that position, Alexi B just doesn't clear the right one, and the rifle's able to get the kill up close. So really nice from VP. It definitely looks like they have done their homework, and even though they got that slow start in this game, they brought it right back. They've got 6 rounds on the board. If they get 7, they will be pretty content with this first half, I think.
They've got their best buy in this last round. Double AWP, AUG, AK-47 for Yakindar. So James on about 10 kills. I say about because we've got this round to play in the first half. We'll see how Mantu compares once the CT sides change, but they have parity at present. Mantu with some outrageous frags, AWP versus AWP, with James already scoped in. Definitely helped his team with the impact kills. That was Kika, T-ramp with an AWP. And again, OG creeping around the smoke grenades in Connector. This has been a habit of theirs. They've got away with murder. 4 versus 3 for OG, streaming into the A-bomb site, but Mantu still here. Normally they're just looking for Alexi B, but this time there was a second player here. That makes things real hard for Virtus Pro with Jamin Yakindar remaining.
Yakindar having a look. OG not giving him any chances though. Playing super safe right now, as you should in this position. There is a chance to isolate this first fight. Yakindar spots the man stuck at under Palace. That nade will go soaring on through, but unfortunately, there's no damage done before that. And oh, James got this kill at mid. Nice with the CZ. Molly coming through, forces the player into the open, but Yakindar loses the fight, and Valda closes it out with a clean headshot. 9 rounds at the half for OG, still fairly close. VP are still in contention on this first map. It's definitely heating up to look like a good grand final, but we'll have to find out who's going to win this first map after the break. It's looking good for OG right now, but there is still plenty of Counter-Strike to be played here in this grand final. 9-6 in favor of OG at the half. They would love to win this pistol to really put their mark on their map pick. And there's going to be Alexi B picking up the kit and the smoke, while VP also have some utility. They've already used some smokes into that A site.
Straight in they go. There's the flashbang, easily avoided by Valde. Issa with some headshots. Looking to stay alive now. This does not look good for Virtus Pro, and now they can't see anything because they're all dead. That was a very... That's one of the fastest pistol rounds I can recall. I don't know how many of these helmet players... armor players took damage, but that was just... They just turned the lights off.
Yeah, 20 seconds is all it took. VP had the smokes lined up for the jungle and stairs position, but OG had so many players actually on the site that the nades weren't really able to be used in the right places to get them onto the site itself. Good shutdown from OG, working it together wisely in that one. And now VP have 5 Glocks in this round. This should never be a round that they win, especially in the final, OG. You can't let a round like this slip.
Reminded me of the did you see the Glock round yesterday? The 4 Glocks.
Oh yes. Oh god.
Man. Well, good run for a young team. But anyway. This round may take a while, which if you look at it on paper, you wouldn't think it would, but again, the economy is so important in Counter-Strike. You want them to use as much utility as possible. Just get them to spend everything, and then find a way to get a kill if you can. They can't this time, but at least they made them spend some money on grenades. And who knows, that may lead to shortcomings later, which maybe help you win a round. So you could give nothing away for free in Counter-Strike. You would only be doing yourself a disservice.
Very important round coming up for Virtus Pro. If they want a chance here on Mirage, they should really be relying on winning this round. Otherwise, it is going to be a long way back for them. And it's not like OG have upgraded all their weapons. They've only got 2 premium rifles on the CT side. They've only got those 2 M4s to work with. So there is a good chance here that VP can win this round. Definitely got my eyes on Valder in this half. Playing in this connector position, he's been so good for them in this tournament. If you can lock down mid from connector, you can just win the half for your team straight up.
So OG tried to throw an incendiary towards window in case of a fast smoke, like we referenced in the first half, but not only was there no smoke, but the incendiary went the wrong way, so they couldn't even go through the crawl space. And Alexi had to just stand in CT spawn and wait for that molly to go. No harm done, however. Sanji lined up towards top mid. Can smoke top connector from there and pop flash it as well. Yukindar creeping bottom connector, and there is the smoke, which wasn't thrown by him. Other places you can throw it from. Virtus Pro poking the A-bomb site. The bomb, I'm not sure if it's been seen just yet. James has taken some damage. Could have been a grenade there, but he's on A ramp with the bomb, and the kills are coming through from VP now. Finally getting paid off from Palace and such, but they're still in the choke points, and the man advantage is back for OG, with Yukindar getting dropped by Mantu. Alexi, oh my god. That was fun to watch in the X-ray, but they're both still alive for VP.
Both low on the VP side, though, and James is trapped on the site itself right now. Take a look at the minimap, though. Kickert's going for a big flank, so James is just going to have to stay alive as long as possible and set up Kickert for success. It looks like someone's ready, though. Mantu clearing out mid. Heads-up play from him, and now James is left in an almost unwinnable position. A couple of the players are low, but in comes Alexi B. No chance for James in the clutch. OG doing great work right now on Mirage. That is a 12-6 lead. That is a round where they didn't even have full rifles, and they still won it quite comfortably.
Indeed they did. Virtus Pro have lost both pistol rounds, and they have not been able to break OG afterwards, which does not bode well for them. Seems the second half will start for them at a 6-12 deficit. Half the score of their opponents. Again, it can be, when that scoreline is 6-9, it can really be, I mean, there's so much potential there for both squads. But if one team sweeps, then the game can change dramatically. I'm sure VP feel the pressure now. Already light on grenades here in round number 19. They've got possession. Ooh, well, now they've got possession of mid. It's got to change from possession to position, but I suppose it's both now. Ladder room being taken is very important. A minute 20 on the clock is pretty good as well. OG, though, have got a lot of grenades left, which could be handy for utility, for denial of area, and so on. However, that's proving to be difficult with Kikert creeping into jungle.
That's more like the Yukindar we like to see as well. His aim can be so sharp, and this boost could be spotted by Yukindar. Oh, it's close, but he can't see over the top of this smoke. Once this fades, though, will OG clear this angle? Well, now he knows. He's trying to spray through, but they've already backed away. Good boost from Valda to get a kill towards mid onto the unsuspecting Jame. And with 47 seconds left on the clock, VP still yet to get the bomb in their hands, and they're falling one by one. They're falling onto the A site. It's a 2v4 for them, and they don't really have many options at this point. Sanji's going to get the bomb back, and he's going to try and see if he can bring it to A, but it's all about landing some shots here for VP.
Look how wide Yakindar's going. Valde must have heard a sound cue there. He had to be faster, Yakindar. He knows it's possible that he gets pinched from the back in that short position. 19 seconds on the clock, and you have to wonder where he's headed. Well, maybe his destination's just changed as Sanji's been dropped with the bomb on ramp, and I think he's got to slink away and find a place to hide now, Yakindar. Look for some shelter, as there's not much more for him to do. OG with 4 players alive and 3 AK-47s. Valde upgrading to the AWP. They're in a very strong position to close this one out quickly.
Yeah, it just looked like VP got completely lost in the mid-round there to me. It looked like there was never a decisive call made as to what everyone's doing as a team. A couple of players pushed the A site, trying to awkwardly trade each other, but the timing wasn't great on these fights. Issa wins the first one. Alexi B can just hold Palace, safe in the knowledge that his teammate was locking down the other position. A bit too easy for OG in some of those fights. And with a 13-6 lead, it might end up being a very one-sided first map of this final. Sanji may have something to say about that, though. He's got the hero AK, and he's got the early kill.
Well, that was very, very needed for VP. There's a chance they could even collect that rifle a little later on. As we can see, with only one, that would be really important. But for now, Yakindar's just holding position in case anybody goes up short. But OG are playing deep on the bomb sites. The third man's rotated towards B, which is Mantu. We've got Issa creeping around as well. James got good range on a Tech 9 if he can land a headshot. NBK being very, very careful. Support from Alexi B. Got a HE flying through. And Jame will back off. 4 HP. Just him being alive certainly helps. And again, these connector pushes will work for both teams now through these smokes. Yakindar takes the rifle, takes an angle. And Issa never saw that one coming.
Nice kill from Yakindar. A slight off angle, which is enough to net him a kill onto the A site. And VP this time are grouped up. They can follow through onto this. Alexi B trying to jump for information. MBK arriving with a headshot. And Alexi is still jumping on the spot. Yakindar finally hears it, and he gets the headshot through the smoke. Lovely triple kill from Yakindar. He's feeling it right now. He just wide swings onto Mantu, who will duly shut him down. But it's great to see Yakindar getting some of his confidence back and just taking fights in that position.
Yeah, really is. Let's not forget how urgent that first kill was here for Virtus Pro. Question is that something they can replicate? Where can they find continued success on their T side, as OG did in the first half? Well, the money, there's going to be some money for OG. Alexi B's already got 9k in NBK 7300, so there's no eco round coming just yet. No breathing room for Virtus Pro. 6 rounds behind OG. So it'll be the 5 AKs here for Virtus Pro in round 21. And I do wonder if that indicates a faster play rather than looking for an opening for Jame on his T side.
I wouldn't mind a faster play here. I think VP have been a little bit slow at the start of this half. Not that that's a bad thing. It worked for them in that last round. But I think a bit of quicker aggression could put some pressure on OG, who might start to feel this game slip away from them if they lose this round, because their money is starting to falter. Kicker, close in connector, surely spots the shoulder, but Alexi B is not giving him anything to look at except for that shoulder. So there's no chance of the kill. Now a smoke goes down defensively from OG to hold that position, and any attempted early aggression from VP will be slowed down by the counter nades.
You can see as Mantu is posted up, look at the rotation from OG. This is what Virtus Pro failed to do on their CT side when they tried to activate this with Jame and he got popped and Sanji had to pick up the mantle. 3 men on the A bomb site with the AWP and B apartments. Buster's slowly creeping through B app, so we'll see if that combines. He's actually heading towards the stairs. He will be aware, though, of the angle to dodge. Kika, in the meantime, will be top mid. He's got some flashes for his teammates if required towards connector. 42 seconds. Will this be a split of the B bomb site?
It's looking like it. Mantu still posted in the apartments. No one with eyes on short right now, but Mantu will go back to get the first and the second kill. Mantu putting in a shift from this position. Finally misses his chance, but he won't miss again. 3 kills from Mantu on the B-bomb site, and he's got a 4th! Mantu going massive on the B hold. How does he get that shot while jumping up? There is nothing that VP can do against that.
I can't believe they barely even broke ground on the B bomb site. That performance from Mantu was fantastic. If you back up to the barrel by the van, and you're in the corner between the van and the barrel, if you crouch jump backwards, you can land on the van instantly, which can be good for a nice peek. Mantu absolutely savaging them. I like how he uses the unscoped speed to have a quick look, see what's going on around him. Same as we see from the likes of JW and so on. But again, Virtus.pro decimated round after round. Barely tasted success in this half, just the 1 round so far. And OG are only 2 away from taking Mirage, so they've got to get their skates on. Got to get their act together quickly, Virtus.pro. Otherwise, this will be gone.
Well, here comes Yakinda. Quick play at mid, and Valder is not ready for it. Jame over at the B apartments taking a lot of damage, down to 22 health from those 2 nades. But VP still have the clean man advantage. And look at the mini-map. Yakinda is a man, but this could work beautifully for him.
Yeah, it really could. OG backing off, actually. I wonder if they consider it compromised the market position based on where they're standing. Oh, they're lining up for Yakinda as well. He won't fight to the death, though. His position is pretty important. He needs his teammates to come through as well. Misses the long spray. NBK won't. Sending some bullets towards the window, and maybe the B-bomb site will be taken after all in its entirety. NBK creating some space for himself. Sees the back of Buster's gun. Heading towards default now, but Buster's pretty damn fast on that trigger. So it's not over just yet for Virtus.pro. Almost this entire half, they've had half the scoreline. 6-12, 7-14. They'll change it once again, but for how long?
Even if Yakinda doesn't get those kills, he does 90 damage to both of those players on the B site. So it's a lot easier for VP to entry at that point. Only 1 shot needed on either player. And when you've got the M4, even if you dink someone, you can just be taken down with a body shot. Mantu holding with the AWP. I assume it will be 1 shot and then run away. And that will be exactly the call from Mantu. He will save the AWP, taking out 1 player with him. As you said, though, 14-8, still a long way to go for VP, but they're showing some signs of life.
But is Dr. OG about to twist their oxygen tubes? They're only through a few breaths from the body bag Virtus.pro. So many rounds just to tie the score with OG. And it has looked bleak for the most part here on Mirage. Maybe a slow start from Virtus.pro, but better start running hot now. Another fast frag in the mid position for VP. Alexi B committing to a peek there. Down goes NBK as well. Momentum seems to be changing for Virtus.pro. I think James trying to do 2 things at once there in different directions, but he's not Dr. Manhattan.
That's the Jame I like to see. Getting aggressive, getting entries early in the round. Obviously, that first one onto Alexi was fairly standard. Alexi just got mollied into the open, but then after getting that kill, maybe he grows in confidence slightly. He takes that fight against MBK, wins another opening duel for his team. And now OG have to do something here in the 3v5. You would assume sitting back in this default setup would almost certainly lose them the round. And you can already see that they have decided to call for a stack. Unfortunately, it's at just the wrong time. They've rotated away from A in an attempt to stack the right site. Unfortunately, though, Alexi B is not the Oracle this time round. He calls for the B stack, and that means that VP will be able to stack A and get this round easily. At least OG will have the chance to save their guns, though.
Yeah, they can certainly put some decorations around these weapons in the next round. Virtus.pro inching towards double figures. I feel like if they can make it to 10 with OG still on 14, there's like a psychological thing there which maybe plays in the minds of OG. I think they can be susceptible to that on occasion. When things get close, and they should win. But will we? 2 M4s and an AWP. Again, we saw OG with better success going for aggressive plays when needed. So if they're not able to get good stuff around these and they've got to try and make up for those shortcomings, then watch out for Mantu. 23 for 10 at the moment. Wanted to see both snipers on their respective CT sides, and I feel like Mantu's certainly having a lot more success. Of course, there was that 4K in one round, which definitely is a big part of the tally, but position as well as delivery, both important.
That second shot from James was sublime. Getting aggressive onto short, there wasn't much of a timing window to work with. VP now starting to run some of these faster plays. They've got the picks at mid in the previous round. This time, though, they're all grouping up towards A. Early smokes into the site, and OG only have one man on the site itself right now.
Streaming in, lining up for Issa, but he can't find either. We've got smokes all over the shop now as OG are forced out of the site. It'll be retake territory for them. They've got 2 smokes, defuse kits and flashbangs. Mantu, of course, with the AWP as well, if they can get him into position. Currently in mid, looking for a lurker. You can see that James doing the same, having a look towards the ramp. Bomb still needs to be planted, though, and those smokes will soon be gone, so things may become more difficult. You can see a smoke towards connector, but Electric B's ahead of that, not for long, however. Now there is position for Virtus Pro to the wrong side of that smoke in connector, and only Valde in CT.
Very important headshot from Sanji there. The desk was talking about his headshot accuracy. At times he can get quick kills in important situations, and that's one of them. They needed that kill to get the bomb down safely. If they were to fall there, that connector smoke wouldn't last long, and then they'd have a real rough time getting that bomb down. But as soon as they get that kill, OG instantly realize they have to back away. They'd rather save to fight another day.
I honestly do wonder now if in the backs of their minds they start to get a little nervous, knowing what Virtus Pro are capable of. They've won many a scrappy game of late, Virtus Pro. And it could end up being that way. It's certainly possible. 3 rounds in a row, 4 from the last 5 for Virtus Pro, all by detonation. OG been backing off repeatedly. And they will take a timeout, OG.
Only one timeout left after this as well. If this gets a close game, if it goes to overtime, for example, that could be a concern. OG still very much the favourites, but VP have won the last 3 rounds in a row, and they've looked pretty good while doing so. Even with those save guns, it looks like OG will just be saving on their other players. If they all save here, they should be able to buy into the next. Maybe Issa is the one man who's a bit more contentious on that front. But everyone else will be good to go. And obviously VP have everything they could want ahead of round 25. I do like that OG took the time out there. I think it was needed. But we get back into the action with VP looking to continue that win streak.
Here's some aggression from OG. Flashbang forces away. Any peeking tease. MBK quick jiggle ahead of it going off. Looking for that information. We've got some map control being shown, being taken by Virtus Pro in mid. With 2 players towards T-Ramp, that would suggest an ultimate A play, especially with the bomb basically being in that direction, although it could still be rotated away by James, who's being very, very patient. And I do wonder if he'll be served something soon, because I can see MBK edging forward towards the ramp, but he won't outstay his welcome there. Awkward for Issa now by default, and if OG wanted to rotate towards a B or something, he wouldn't be able to. However, Mantu's also pushing B with the AWP. I was calling that out earlier on, so Virtus Pro are going to get sandwiched. That buys some time. They're in a lot of trouble here, I think, unless they get some kills quickly.
And Kicker has provided one. Early kill from him. Alexi B sneaking behind the smoke. Bowder with one of his own, and Issa gets one while blind. Sanji has to try and fight back, and he's done so successfully, but it's still a man advantage for OG on this A site. And in comes Mantu with the AWP. Is he ready for this close angle? It looks like it. He's going to clear it. He's going to get the kill, and it's all on James. This man has been clutching with the AWP all tournament long, but with 30 seconds left in a 1v3, what the hell can he do here?
Well, James can do a lot. He's not too far from this bomb site, that's for sure. And again, that bomb's not been seen this entire time. He's been standing on a ramp with it. which is why Valde goes towards the B bomb site. Now, which angle does he check? Not the right one. Can't spin around fast enough. That blind kill from Issa changed everything for OG, and it puts them on game point. Again, OG just very good at being aggressive, finding the right ways to be aggressive when they need to on that CT side. Mantu flanking through B halls with the AWP. Aggressive positions on ramp as well, but not overextending. Just closing the net on OG, on Virtus Pro rather. And now they've got themselves a bunch of game points in the bag. A full buy though from Virtus Pro. But again, they need 5 from 5 now, and the aggression keeps coming from OG.
It's not that common you see Valde getting this aggressive early in a round. Normally he's the man in the back lines trying to close out the rounds for them, and the flash is on point. Valde gets himself out of there with a frag on top. Mantu's going to push all the way into the B apartments as well. He's been doing this quite often for his team, and it's so nice to get this information.
Yeah, liberties are being taken now by OG, playing a very confident game. It's the kind of Mirage you love to see. Spotting one player jumping over. Now, he doesn't know if the pixel gap is potentially being held by a sniper. Indeed, I think it was going to before he put that smoke up. That forces Virtus Pro. Oh, they seem to be reacting to that defensive position from James. So we've got 2 players tied up in B, which leaves only 2 players for Virtus Pro to try and make inroads, try and find an opening or something somewhere. But Valde, again, just too much IQ, too much game sense for the man. Make it even worse for Virtus Pro.
Oh, Valde almost getting another one. He's already got 2 on the round. He may get the chance for more because James is going aggressive with the AWP. Buster's got a kill. It's back to a 3 versus 4, and James is still going here. He's got the shot he was looking for. Valde getting caught in the open, and now it's up to Alexi B. The IGL, the Oracle for the team, gets the first kill. He's dropped the bomb, and he may have the chance, but it's MBK who arrives, and Alexi B is gonna get the final kill. 16-10 for OG. They win their map pick, and they do so in style.
Definitely looks like the stronger team on Mirage from start to finish. OG put their stamp all over that map on both sides of it. An outstanding performance from Mantu, of course, culminating in a 4K on the B bomb site. Absolutely outrageous hold from him. Well, Virtus Pro have it all to do now. OG winning their pick, which is always nice to see. Man, what a crazy start to things here. There's a lot more CS to come as well. Hopefully 3 maps. We'll see if Virtus Pro can win their own map pick after the break.
With the mental plane, just to spark the brain. With the building to be born, yo, the rinse up with the track, with the what? I'm on a mission that niggas say is impossible. But when I swing my swords, they all choppable. I beat the body dropper, the heartbeat stopper. Child educator plus head infiltrator. Cause niggas styles are old like Mark 5 sneakers. Lyrics are weak like clock radio speakers. Don't even stop at my station and attack while you're playing bell with the rep like Amtrak. What the fuck for? Damn, my law make law. I mean justice. I sentence that ass to the 4. Ram the clock. That state pin time, check it. But the pins I be sticking with, you can't state the crime. Came through with the woo, slid off on the DL. I'm low key like seashells, I rock these bells. Now come aboard, it's Medina bound into the chamber. And it's a whole different sound, it's a wide entrance. Small exit like a funnel. So deep it's picked up on radios and tunnels. Niggas are fascinated how the shit get vaccinated. My logo is branded in your skin with the MC's pain. Live out the name, your and to perform. Some had the snort cocaine, get to act the same. Before he rocked it on, now on the mental plane. Spark the brain, the building to be born. Yo, with the track, the fucking is the born.
We are in the thick of it in the Flashpoint 2 Grand Finals. OG has gone up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series over Virtus Pro, winning their own map pick on Mirage. Now, the last time these two teams faced off in Flashpoint, it was Virtus Pro who came out on top, but they never really looked like they were in this game, getting out to a pretty big deficit early on. Maui, what was your take on Virtus Pro's deficiencies at the start of Mirage?
It really felt like on the OG side, they could just do no wrong in terms of their rotations, and the way that they were able to read so many of VP's plays, having the right amount of people, or at least the majority of their team in the right spot. You got to give credit to everybody on the team, because I'm sure it's not just Alexi B on that CT side calling for the rotations, it's everybody giving the intel out. The fact that they hear that one player in Palace, they hear that one flash in ramps to get that map control. So I think right now, it feels like to me, OG's comms are in a really good place right now, because the way that they're breaking down mid-late round situations as well is top-notch stuff.
Yeah, and let's talk about those comms, because that was something we brought up in the consolidation finals versus Fnatic earlier, when we also saw Mirage played. Now, they started out kind of cold. You guys were saying they need some time to warm those comms up to get into the groove in their strategies. This time, they just fly right out of the gate. Do you think they're already warmed up from their earlier series, Thorin?
I would probably say so. Like, the way they won was actually fairly convincing. In the end, obviously, the first map was back and forth. The thing I think has been so interesting for me in this particular series is, because this was the map that we already played previously when these two teams played at the end of the group, I actually think that affected the way that VP chose to play the game. It looked like it was the game within a game where you're trying to anticipate what they think you're going to do. So as a result, they had these like super passive setups on the CT side when they were on the first half, and those were not working at all. In fact, actually, Yakinda was basically either just too passive or hung out to dry. There's nothing he could do. So he didn't really get into the game till the second half. And the problem is, we talk all the time about how OG's this team who's coming from behind, and, you know, they have the power spike they have to activate. They didn't need to. They were just front running the whole game pretty much.
Yeah, and there was a time, however, when VP was able to kind of claw their way back into this and make it at least a little bit competitive, and that was in round 19. So Maui, what were the adjustments that Virtus Pro was making in that round that allowed them to at least take a stab at winning on Mirage?
Yeah, so what we're going to see here is a T side round, and basically it actually starts with a nice kill from Valde there and Issa as well, but if I'm not mistaken, this is VP. Okay, wait, actually, this is actually okay. This is just actually OG cleaning house. They actually just destroyed everybody. Great angles, great everything on the side of OG, and I think Jame ended up saving that round. That one felt like a really bad breakdown for Virtus Pro in terms of where they were trying to find their kills at any given time. It felt like, I mean, when you look at back at that replay, you'll see that actually 4 people died in 4 completely different places. There was never chance for trade potential, and I think VP is usually really good in those kind of mid-round situations, working together, making sure that every player is either in a safe spot or there's potential for trade on any type of aggression, and that's just not what we saw. That is not what we saw on the VP side there.
I want to return to, because we've talked extensively about the ecos and the force buys that have been so successful for OG, and we don't have the replay about it, Thorin, but when we saw it again on round 25, what was going through your mind? Because it looked like that might have been the start of the VP comeback, and it was shut down once again by an OG force buy.
Yes, I mean, economically it would have been, because then OG would have been in a really terrible money situation, probably for the next 2 rounds, and that in theory could have evened the score up. But instead, OG won another miracle round. It's like when I said earlier in the pregame, like, they can't keep getting away with this. Obviously, Alexi B was like, hold my vodka, because he's just doing it again. And in fact, I have to give credit on the OG side, and I have to take a point away on the VP side. And this is the credit to OG, is they made some ballsy plays, and they just hit pistol shots. Like, Alexi B had that crazy sort of like crouch walking kill with a P250 semi through smoke, but he should never have had that kill if VP's spacing hadn't been complete trash. Like, when they went really slow and lurked, they were getting some amazing positions on the map. The problem is, when they were supposed to be rushing, people didn't go together. They went one by one, and then Issa got that ridiculous like semi-blind kill where he just headshot someone with a deagle. So again, as we pointed out in the pregame, in fact what Maui said, like, every player on these two teams, because of the slog it's been to get to the finals, had to have their moments. And Issa, the last couple of days is having these key impact rounds. You might not be making the best decisions still, but if you do those kills and you've already got so many good pieces around you, it's going to put you ahead in the game. So that was, for me, the big killer about that round was like VP had so many real gun rounds they won. So to lose a round like that against basically like, I think it was like 2 rifles and a crappy FAMAS, like that's the one you've got to get at that point in time.
Yeah, and you know, OG has done super well when they've had that footage to adjust to their opponents. You know, in some of the rematches that we've seen so far in Flashpoint, Genji is a great example. They lose Train to Genji, then they come back and they clap Genji on Train in the next meeting. Same thing here in Mirage. They narrowly lost Mirage 16-14 the first time. Now they come back and look much more dominant on that map. But as we head into the Virtus Pro pick, this is going to be on Train. And while both teams are 2-1 on Train, I was a bit skeptical about this from Virtus Pro because I think they probably should have lost that match to Mad Lions on Train, and it was only Mad Lions' mistakes that got them back in. But OG doesn't have that experience of playing Train against them. So with that in mind, Maui, how can Virtus Pro really turn this series, send us to a third map? What are Virtus Pro's big strengths on Train that you've seen?
What I've seen is that when Virtus Pro take control of the outer yard, usually that's where a lot of teams have huge communication breakdowns, including OG. When all of those tricky angles, those 45-degree angles with perpendicular angles are setting up against each other, it's tough to know who's supposed to get first contact in any type of late round situation. But Virtus Pro do a great job at knowing who is supposed to be watching what and who is taking that first point of contact at any given time. When they slowed the game down against Fnatic just yesterday, they won 16-5, and that was looking like a really close series, super back and forth, but VP just completely outplayed them in the mid round, and I think that's what VP need to do today, because OG, they struggled against Genji when Genji was throwing a little bit of misdirection their way. I think VP can throw more of it, and I think it can even be stronger, and so I think they need to find their footing on that A yard. I don't think you should simplify the game too much. Don't crawl up into a ball and just try to hit B over and over again, because if you do that, you're running into Valde, and we've seen what happens when teams just run into Valde.
Thorn, do you think OG has any particular strengths on Train that we've seen in Flashpoint so far? Is this going to be a winnable map for them?
I think this is going to be tough. I actually do favour Virtus Pro to win this. Like, even though they had that game where, yes, potentially they could have been knocked out the upper bracket by Mad Lions, I think the most impressive thing that Mad Lions did was it looked like they got everything out of the demos. They had all these incredible setups that they were calling essentially blind, as in they were literally doing like the RTS hard counter to the other guy's build where you just know exactly what he's going to do. I don't know that OG can do that. I mean, think about how the tournament began. I'll set this storyline up. If OG can seal this victory on their opponent's map pick on Train, well, they began this tournament looking really embarrassing on CT side of Train against a team with standings. So it would be an incredible way to kind of cement that you became a different team in the course of the tournament. But I have to say, I favour the grinding T side of VP to actually be able to get us to 3 maps.
Maui, I'll start this question for you, but what is the player on VP on Train that you think is going to have the biggest impact? Who should people be watching in particular for on the Virtus Pro side?
Surprisingly, out of left field, I'm going to pick Kicker. I feel like every time a situation broke down in the mid round, I feel like Kicker just knew exactly what to do. And I'm not sure if he's microing other people in those kind of situations, but it always felt like he had full control of everything that was going on across the map. I don't know what it is about Kicker's game sense, but growing up in that, CIS region, that's kind of a home map for a lot of teams over there. I feel like he just has an incredible read on it. So Kicker's a guy I'm going to be looking at in the mid round to just absolutely carry VP. Jame as well, simply because ops on Train can do so much damage, but Kicker, I've seen him pick up the op as well and look really strong with that weapon.
Thorn, I'm going to flip that question for you. Who is the OG star that is going to break out on Train if OG picks up a win?
I think the obvious one to go with, just because on every map he gets it done, is Valde. Like, Valde can do so much. There's going to be a lot of clutch scenarios, you'd imagine, in this game, the way that 2 teams play. I think, though, that the guy that I'll actually highlight for the sake of variety is, I mean, we didn't even get a chance to talk about him much, but he had that ridiculous hold on the B site on Mirage, is Mantu with his AWP, because if he can really get it going on this particular map, that's what's going to give OG a chance to win the game. You can't just have Valde having to rotate in a 1v3s all day long. Those are going to be really tough to win. So if the AWPers can get it done, I also agree with Maui. Like, Jim, this is one of his better maps. Like, the 2 AWPers can really be deciders on this one.
It'll be fun to watch that op duel between Jame and Montu. As a reminder, OG now on the cusp of becoming the Flashpoint 2 champion. If they win here on Train, they will go home with a first place trophy and $500,000. Virtus Pro is trying to keep themselves alive and send us to a third map on Inferno. To guide us through Train first, though, is going to be Bardolph and Hawka.
Thank you, Monty, Thorin, and Maui over on the desk. There are a lot of cool storylines for both of these teams, James. I mean, firstly, VP qualified for this event, and now they have a chance to win 500k. That's ridiculous. Then, VP in this tournament, they said they were coming into this wanting to play against EU competition. They've beaten Big, they've beaten Fnatic, they've beaten Mad Lions, but the one EU team they've lost to team is OG, James. They've got to make sure they can come back in this one.
Indeed they do. And they will start as the aggressors here on Train. Have a look at these P250s. I am a happy chappy. Kikert's donated one to Buster. Very kind man, but he's got one for himself as well. Actually, maybe Sanji's dropped it. That makes more sense. But anyway, off they go. These sound cues will certainly be heard by the likes of NBK and Mantu, but they're not really in position to help. Alexi B rotating through connector, and Mantu will make his way as well. Going fishing they are, but indeed that extra range the P250 will deliver a kill for Buster.
And Yakindar's got a second entry for his team. That's the entry duo for VP, both getting a kill each onto this B site. They've been really good in some of those games at getting these kills onto B on Train, and they've done it here in the pistol round. They've got a 5v3 lead, and even with OG having 3 players alive on full health, they've got a lot of different angles to deal with. Yakindar spotted first. It's MBK who takes him out, but instantly Kicker slides out, as does Jame. All the VP players chiming in with kills, and Issa hasn't got any chance to win this round. It's VP getting off to a good start on their map pick.
And again, I think Issa's trying to keep his Kevlar intact. He's going for a force buy next round. Oh, that's not going to happen. See if he chooses to stay, if he's able to stay alive. Looks like he will be. So at least the Kevlar will be saved. Again, if you're heading towards a force buy in the next round or something, that's always a consideration. If you believe the round is completely lost, your Kevlar's perfect, then there can be a cheap helmet to be had in the next round, which may just make you, help you take a fight against these SMGs and such. Trying to land these shots to the Deagle and so on. So Issa will actually spend that $1,000 to get full armor with the helmet. So there we go, we can see the difference there for the super nerds among us. VP now looking to at least take control above B, but will they commit all the way immediately with no real information beyond the odd grenade? It seems they will. Buster leading the charge with the Mac 10, the expendable man. Jame on the site will deliver. Start as he means to go on. Headshot onto Valde.
This sets up some interesting mind games as well. VP rushing B basically on these first 2 rounds. I am interested if that is going to continue, if that's a game plan for them, or if they're just throwing some B plays in early to make OG think about the B site, and then maybe they go back to A once we get into the gun rounds. Either way, it's a successful start to the game for VP, which is exactly what they would have wanted. And now the question is, do OG get to save their weapons? Because they probably want to at this point. They'd love to have another chance to do some damage in the next round. And it doesn't look like VP are going too aggressively to try and hunt anything down here. VP obviously focused on their own economy as well. The Mac 10s can probably afford to run in first. Buster's trying to do just that. And OG have got a couple of players at Ivy. We might get a fight momentarily. It's not going to be a decisive one, though. It's 2-0 for VP, but OG saved their guns to try and do damage in this round instead.
Yeah, this is basically the same as the last round, which I always like to see, that kind of reinvestment. Quick decision. Lost position, quick decision. Move into the next round, and rather than have a force buy and an eco, you essentially have 2 force buys. Valde has a Zeus to make up for his lack of upgraded pistol. And Yakindar goes into the A-bomb site again, expendable man with the Mac 10. Not sure if Mantu spotted him at Sandwich. Perhaps he did with that grenade being deployed. So he's entertaining 3 players now, Yakindar. However, they don't know all of this just yet. He could get caught with a grenade in his hand. Oh boy, he could be in trouble. Well, there we go. That's position retained for OG. So Virtus Pro had a man behind enemy lines. That has quickly changed, however. Bus has been heard falling back, and things are getting weird for Virtus Pro very quickly indeed. The bomb carrier is going to get dropped, and nobody else is close.
Wow, Alexi B getting involved in this round and dropping the bomb. Now he's got an AK on an off angle. This is one that James is going to struggle to clear. Even if he does clear it, it's not an easy angle to deal with, but he is going to start to round the corner, and Alexi B doing a bit of damage to begin with, but James goes back for the headshot. Now VP have the bomb back in their hands. They may be in a 3v3. It may be uncomfortable for them, but at least they have the bomb and the ability to group up and try and hit a site together.
With Kika and Popdog, there are angles to be had on this A bomb site. However, James doesn't know how safe A is just yet. A main rather. He may wait for Sanji to join him, just so they can trade frag if required. So Kika crab walking below Mantu. Will he see the angle? He will. That'll certainly help. East is still in a strong position with 20 seconds left. He's covering a lot of bomb plant spots. He's seen the bomb now by Sandwich. If he stays alive, where can they even plant that bomb? Well, Valde's not in position just yet. He's rotating from B. But this has looked so nervous for Virtus Pro.
It has been a nervy round for them, but I think if they get away with 3 AKs, the outcome is okay. It's not even that bad for them. Valde has that Zeus in his back pocket, but he won't get the chance to use it. Sanji rips his head off, and now it is only Issa remaining. Kevlar and Helmet would be worth saving. There's obviously no chance to win the round, and the CZ at this range at Ivy is obviously not going to be effective, so he'll hold the close angle, hoping that someone comes to him, but VP will not give him that chance. So 3 AKs safe for VP. It's not the end of the world for them, even though for a second there it looks scary. They come ahead with a 3rd round win.
So there are some Finnish fans of Alexi B who really want me to say that it's Finnish Independence Day today, to the point where they've made a Twitter account called Inform Bardolf, and of course spelled my name wrong as well. So there you go. Can stop spamming me now. Congratulations to Finland. It's Independence Day today. Something to bear in mind if they win the championship. Alexi B has been he's been a really good IGL in this tournament. He's been a man who's been admired the way he's led this team, but he's got more leading to do just now. Looking for their first round here on Trainers. Once again, Yakindar goes from mad dash towards Sandwich, and NBK will be the meat apparently.
Oh, a Kikut's got another kill. That was over towards B. Mantu was trying to get a pick with the AWP, but he gets sprayed down. And now VP are going to quickly pop their way onto this B bomb site. Valde is here, but he's playing it very far back. It's a passive hold from him, and that means that OG are conceding the bomb site. This B site is normally retakeable, but in a 3v5, I'm not sure how likely that is.
Sanji has footsteps by Connector. Nothing unusual there. Post plant on the B bomb site, but oh, surely a shadow was seen there by Alexi B. Apparently not. Issa and Valde. Awkward for Valde now. Maybe he gets a cheap kill on his way out. He doesn't have a defuse kit. I don't expect some kind of ninja play here. We'll be simply looking to back away.
Is Issa really going to be 0-0 by the time we get to the 5th round? That sucks.
That's really strange, isn't it? But yeah, 4 rounds for Virtus Pro. Their pick. Pretty good start so far. But OG like to, some of the games they've played, they've warmed up over time, and then once they're hot, they do get a flurry of rounds back. We'll see if that'll be the case today on Train.
Great to see some of that early aggression from Yakindar be successful, and then, wow, Mantu was committed to that angle with the AWP. He had a Molotov that bloomed behind him, so he was always going to be in trouble, even if he landed a shot. I'm sure someone else would have been there to get the kill. It would have been a 1-for-1, and then a quick play towards B. And look at this from OG. We're only 4 rounds in, and they've already taken a timeout, perhaps because that B site has been lost quite a few times now.
It's a clean set of Crimson Weave gloves from Issa. Very nice.
Do you like them with that blue knife?
Contrast is good.
Yeah, it can
Contrast is good, so you don't have to have like the same color of everything. It's nice to have some contrast. So familiarize yourself with a color wheel. Good for dressing yourself as well, and various colors elsewhere, but contrast can be nice. Red versus blue is a classic, of course, especially in gaming. Very strong pair of colors to put together. But this buy won't be very strong from OG. 2 rifles, a lot of high explosive grenades. We shall see where they go. Towards main, perhaps bouncing. So if players are trying to go fast, Olof, that would be a painful push for them.
This is a T-side smoke over at Brown Halls that VP like to deploy. James has just got the opening kill. But yeah, you can see from Valda's perspective, it's so hard for him to see anything at B. So he's always going to be a bit uncomfortable at the start of the round. VP really like to throw that smoke, and I don't see many other teams using it. So that's certainly something to keep an eye on.
It does give him an off angle, though, where he can see players creeping down lower B unless they hard check for him. So he had some high position on B with the rifle, but that might not be enough. Oh, Isa getting a little hungry. What a peek from Isa! How does he get 2 from that? Absolutely ridiculous. CT's never peeked beyond there, but of course in this situation, why wouldn't you? Virtus Pro, they are collapsing in this round. Those kills from Isa are unbelievable. James now, what does he do in this situation? 40 seconds on the remaining. Sanji's got some sound cues, but James got so many angles to look at. Up on the crate, you'd look towards red first, but on blue is where Isa gets dropped. James very aware, very capable. NBK playing the off angles. Does he peek every so often? 27 seconds. Sanji trying to find out where these CTs are. We can see Manti round the back, and NBK, his positioning is so strong. James at the point of no return. 17 seconds. Scopes next to the smoke, and Valde will emerge and put him out of his misery for the first round from OG.
Yeah, outstanding stuff from Issa, as you said, especially with the M4. It's rare to see kills this quick. Getting quick headshots onto both of those players. MBK then moves into Pop Dog, gets the timing just right on Kicker, who was trying to walk down the ladder. And from there on, it was OG who were leading the round. And look at what that does to the economy, James. All of a sudden, if OG win this round, VP's money is going to be called into question, and OG could turn around this half entirely. So that is a huge round for OG to win, and it really puts the balance back into this game.
CT lurk smoke is up by B. Again, the CTs can be behind this. You can get a one-way over the top of it. I think last time, I want to say it was OG who did that. They threw it up there, did nothing, and then Valde went up behind it the next round and caused lots of problems. But Yakindar on this A bomb site is making it so expensive for OG.
That's a one-man fake, and he's killed them all, James.
He really has. He may have shut this one down, but Valde's got to commit to this, surely. Got to try and do what he can. I think he may have been spotted by Sanji. Stereo peek from Virtus Pro. And then Buster will leave it to only NBK. Well, that's one way to stop your money from being broken. Send in a Yakindar.
And if you're wondering why Maui on the desk loves Yakindar, that's one of the reasons why. Even if he's... Ooh, nice shots from MBK. You might be able to save this. VP's money isn't great either, but James will get him out of the round. So yeah, Yakindar there, even if he's not always top fragging for the team, just look at the minimap in this round and how many players he's drawing the attention of. He gets the first kill, then he's able to quickly get the second, just the snappy aim onto the A site. And obviously at this point, OG are panicking, thinking it's the A-sided play. There's no way in hell they're going to be ready for 4 players to pop onto B. When Yakindar can do stuff like that, it's almost unplayable at times when he is on his game, and he's certainly looking on his game after that round.
2 EWPs out for OG. Valde again looking to delay things. I explained that smoke before. Very risky to run past it. And again, I think it was versus MIBR the first time he used it. Didn't do anything. Second time, lurked behind it, got some kills. NBK very aggressive towards main at present, and there is a take. This will be heard by Virtus Pro. Can wallbang that with an AWP, but James is towards Ivy at present. But even if they don't stay in there, OG, so not that thing in the corner is where the CTs normally stand, but of course everybody knows that, so you've got to change up the play. There we go. At least they'll have to use some utility to retake the area. I'd say NBK's demos on the CT side on like to train and nuke would be really good to watch, but Yakindar's demos might be great as well, looking for another 3K, but Alexi B will try to stop him and the rest of Virtus Pro on this A bomb site.
Shot lands from Alexi B, but Ivy is open, so he has to get aggressive, and that means James can play the game that he wants to play, just sitting back and waiting for the opponents to come to him. The passive sniper always going to land that shot. Mantu striking back for OG, maybe giving them a chance, but a 2v3 retake on A is always difficult. There are just so many spots that VP can play this bomb from, so many different angles you have to clear out, and especially considering the value of that AWP and how hard it's going to be to use that AWP on the retake, Mantu's already decided to back away. This is another round for VP, and this is the first round really where we've seen a full commitment for them into the A site on one of these gun rounds, and it works out wonderfully for them. They put Alexi B under a lot of pressure because they get those early kills. Alexi B realizes he's exposed from so many angles, and VP are really composed in that round. They're really patient. They don't try and rush out to kill Alexi B. They know that he's the one under pressure. They know that he's the one that has to make a play, and they make him pay.
Coming into this tournament, there were questions on whether Yakindar could deliver his rating versus tougher opponents, higher ranked teams, European teams, and oh boy, is he looking dangerous right now when Virtus.pro need him to turn things around, put OG on their back. They will stand up once again, however, in round number 8 with the full buy. Mantu 1 for 4. Had a sparkling performance on the previous map, but seems the water's gone flat at the moment. Still time to get his game going, though. And there's no time like the present. Well, had a time up from Virtus.pro, and now it's time to get cracking in this one. 6-1 on their pick of Train, the T side. It's a great scoreline thus far. Couldn't ask for more than this. They won the pistol as well. And they are planting the bomb almost every single round, which gives you an indication as to how much success they're having.
Especially on Train. You know, on some maps, getting the bomb down isn't always the end goal, right? Like on some maps like Dust 2, for example, on the A site, you can get that bomb down pretty easily a lot of the time, but it's all about making sure you can play the post plant. On Train, if you get the bomb down, you've probably done something really, really good at the start of the round to get to that point, and Yakindar has been fantastic in these recent rounds. He's tried to go aggressive again, but this time he's got a bit too far. Isit is prepared for him. Counter flash comes in from Mantu, and after getting that early kill, OG sit back and they try to relax, but VP are keeping the pressure on them.
Yeah, East has had some really key frags, even with the little success we have on the scoreboard for OG. OG being very aggressive again towards main, still grenade streaming in. NBK in a very tough position. See Buster looking for a player moving up the ladder. Now if he moves back, you can see NBK is going to be real careful about where he stands. He's got shadow problems, he's got foot problems as well. He's got himself some sound cues. Buster looking away from the flashbang. Did he see James as well? The flashbang's in main, and will the aggression continue? Apparently so. Mantu delivering, but the B-bomb site's been lost in the meantime.
This is someone that they were talking about on the desk. Maui was saying he loves how Kick-Up plays in some of these positions. That was a heads-up play to get to the B site. And now, if we take a look at the mini-map, it's interesting how OG are rotating all through CT right now. That should give VP a chance to gain some ground on this B site. You can already see Kick-Out is doing just that. I really like this play from Kick-Out. He knows he needs to take a risk. He knows he needs to do something to win his team this round, and he might get the chance for some frags.
Alexi B is dead by CT spawn, but Kika didn't see anybody else. I'm not sure how much he heard either, but Issa will also get dropped. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 2. Now it's OG who have the information. They know where Kika was, and the bomb planter's got to be around default somewhere. They start to creep in silently, but suddenly it's only Mantu remaining. Just creeping up. Got to unscope because you know Kika's around here somewhere. That is quite the turnaround from Virtus.pro. And you can see on the radar, you could see the way they were behaving on the server, how they were communicating with each other, the hesitation, not quite throwing the smoke just yet, allowing Kika to move forward and so on. And as you said, they're not playing for the bomb plant, they're playing for the round win. That was a great execution from the remaining 2 players of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, that's a 2v4 for VP, where they turn it into all 1v1s, and they catch a couple of players in the back. That is ridiculous. It's so rare that something like that will happen. And obviously, part of it comes down to OG not being prepared for it, but part of it comes down to Kicker realizing that's the only way to win the round. Brilliant stuff from OG. Or VP, I should say. They are playing so well right now, and they should be good to win this round as well. They're up against the pistols, but Yakindar's been blinded, and OG are causing some havoc on the A-bomb site. Sanji goes down. He was blinded, so the CZ gets him, and now VP have to win another 2v4, and it's not looking good for them. James is the only man left. Alexi gets him through the smoke. 3 with the CZ, and OG finally get another round.
There was a team flash in there as well. That was just a calamity of a round. Flashbang smoke. Zikinda was in a very awkward situation. He made his play with flashbang support beyond sandwich, but once he was beyond sandwich, he saw a little of MBK in the smoke. But he was scared that he would get pinched from sandwich as well. Then he got flashbangs, and then he was dead. Bizarre round, but a round for OG. And that's exactly what the doctor ordered. 2 AWPs on deck. Zikinda going for Old Faithful. Up again, but the AWP's on the way, and down he goes. Last time there was a molly there, which may have helped. Maybe not in this situation. Either way, it's a chance for OG to turn things around.
And now that OG have shut down that A-sided play early, they can keep 2 players on this B site and be much more ready. Valda has been blinded and Mantu has been smoked off, so they're not competing that heavily for the site itself. Buster getting aggressive in towards these back trains. This is always where you want to be in the post plant on this B site, but OG still have a fair few nades that they're already starting to use to force VP back.
I love this battle in the middle of the train yard. Both teams forcing the other one back, but they're both pushing forward. Advantage OG for now. Better weapons and more men. I'll spot one jumping to the lower area through the smoke. Here's some reloads as well. A lot of information for OG. Maybe awkward, though, to retake with 2 AWPs. Valde creeping up oil is going to be really key. Down goes Buster, but will there be a trade from default? Kika alone now. That bomb's pretty ticked at the moment. There's only a kit on Mantu, and he may just about get there in time. Oh, it's going to be a close one. I'm not sure if he's got it. He may lose everything. Oh, I don't think he's got it. No!
Oh, man. That could have been such an important round for OG as well. That round decides the economy. If they win it, they're probably cruising in terms of the economy. They're the ones that can build up some rounds and maybe finally start to get themselves in this game. Instead, now we get this really weird situation where everyone dies at the end of the last round. So people are buying what they can, but the buys are limited on both teams. VP have 3 MAC-10s, an AWP and an AK, while OG currently have an AWP for Mantu, an M4 for Issa, and Valda has money as well. So I think OG are actually probably going to get the better buyout of this, weirdly enough, but I already know that VP can have a lot of plans for these MAC-10s. They surely have some aggressive rounds up their sleeve.
I am very excited to see how Virtus.pro implement these 3 MAC-10s in this round with the choke points of Train, no less.
Yikinda's got a pretty good spawn with that MAC-10 as well. He could definitely be going in first.
This is the weirdest timeline. 2 AWPs out now for OG.
Jeez.
They most certainly have a better buy, I would say, with the rifle as well. Yeah, absolutely. So this is a very bizarre round after what we just saw, but I love a weird round. I'm excited to see it. No smoke up the ramp this time. That's going to mean Yikinda goes straight in with the MAC-10, trying to delete the lack of helmeting players. And have a look at that. They've lost position immediately, OG. Do they go through the smoke and risk losing everything? They still have 2 AWPs and the M4A4 in tow, and I think they've got to let go of this one. With all these MAC-10s as well, surely Virtus.pro, once they realize what's happening, they will hunt, and I think they already have. They know what choice OG have, and it's not much. And again, the lack of helmets makes these MAC-10s devastating.
This B bomb site is being abused right now by Virtus.pro. And it was pointed out in the pregame that Valda is the man who holds that B site. It's the MVP candidate, the leading player in the MVP race right now, who they are beating back on that B site round after round. I'm looking at the player stats right now for maps, and statistically...
Oh, God.
That is just Sanji doing things with the MAC-10. As you'd expect from Sanji, he loves those SMGs. But yeah, I was looking at the stats. This is Valda's worst map statistically. It's still not bad for him. He's got a 1.00 rating in the last 6 months on this map, but it is his weakest map, probably because OG don't play it that often. And we're seeing right now VP coming in with a pretty clear game plan. Most of these rounds are ending towards B, and most of them are ending in wins.
I wonder how different the start of that round is if that usual smoke from Valde is up the ramp there. Very unfortunate time to not have it, because it did slow the pace of Virtus.pro pretty much every other round. Speaking of pace, have a look at this. Not wanting OG to really have time to respond and get into better positions. Yikinda will still get his bell rung, but he's alive. Smoke towards Ivy is very important for the bomb plant, as control of Ivy is key. And indeed, the bomb has been planted. There is a lot of utility here for OG, but they're carrying a lot on Issa specifically. Now, how much does he want to risk losing in this round, considering they're probably back on the buy very soon? Yep, they'll hold on to what they have, it seems. Virtus Pro storming round after round here on Train. They want to take this one to Inferno. It's quite a pretty trophy as well.
Absolutely.
A very unique one.
We've seen Yakindar on the player cams with his trophies behind him as well. He'd love to add another one to his collection, that's for sure.
What's behind your cam?
There's my little cuddly toy thing.
That's you know, like at home, not...
Oh, at home.
Not here.
Normally, right now, I'm playing in my parents' conservatory, James. That's my setup.
Conservatory?
Yep.
Bloody hell, chap.
I know.
That's the whitest thing you've said in a long time. Bloody conservatory. I just got shoes behind me. Conservatory, darling. I've got the butterflies are everywhere.
I feel like we're both living up to what people would expect from us, which is good.
I respect it.
Yeah.
All right, then. Just 2 rounds for OG. Look at all those bomb plants.
Sanji's got a Mach 10, James. He doesn't need to, but he has anyway.
Well, everything is fine then. Everything is normal. Virtus Pro starting to pay less respect to these smokes. Maybe at the beginning they wondered if Valde would creep behind them, perhaps watching the demos of the previous Train, but we haven't seen it once that I've noticed, at least, here on the B bomb site. And maybe Valde, seeing that disrespect, will consider his options next time around. But for now, Virtus Pro have established control upper B, but still there's no rotation from OG. Valde is very alone here.
Yeah, Valde plays this position sometimes alone, and it does scare me. He's got the rotate now, so he should be okay. But when you're this committed to this position, it's really hard to stay alive there and actually hold on to that B site. So I like that he gets the rotate from Mantu. I think I would like to see OG maybe just go for like a 2 or 3 man B aggression at the start of one of these rounds, just to try and take that away from Virtus Pro, because it's clearly the game plan that VP are rocking right now. And with 45 seconds left, it looks like another round will be ending on B, but look at that nade damage.
Over the top from Valde. That's a juicy one. Pop flash being lined up for Kika. Will be chain flashes, I'm sure. MBK does the same one. Avoids the first one. There's a chain flash, maybe a team flash. Not really sure either way.
Oh no.
Valde's still alive.
They've run past him.
Bus has been punctured, and indeed Kika has gone past, but Mantu from Oil will make it doable. How on earth has Sanji got here? He was Ivy like 10 seconds ago. He must be teleporting. Bombs planted. OG with a man advantage, but for how long?
Oh. Jame commits to the site now. They've got to go aggressive. They can't both play there, so Yakindar's forced forwards. The flank from Issa could be the difference maker here. MBK now looking for fights. Jame playing on the middle of the bomb site, and in comes Issa from the ramp. MBK and Issa trying to work together, but James got the first kill. Issa has to arrive. That bomb is planted safe. There's a chance that could help Issa get on that bomb quickly, but he needs a kill first, and he's not finding it. He's not getting given any opportunities. Finally, he gets spotted, but the time is too far gone, and James takes the fight anyway. No fear in VP right now. They've got an 11-2 lead, and this is on the T side of Train, James, the harder side of the map.
Have you seen the video of orcas flinging a seal like 100 feet into the air before they ate it, just for fun?
What?
Yeah, it's a thing that orcas do sometimes.
That's
and
pretty baller.
that's what that 1v2 felt like from Virtus Pro. Just absolutely helpless on the B bomb site. 11-2 for VP. Storming, playing a masterclass on the T side of Train. Masterclass. And that's before you get to your Kindar's individual entries on that A bomb site earlier on. And this is what I expected, Valde to be behind the smoke next time. I thought this would happen. As soon as he saw the disrespect, they went straight over it. But there was a gap in the smoke so he could see it. But Yakindar's here, which means there's no more Valde.
Oh, they're so low on the VP side, though. 3 of them below half health. Sanji's the one man still almost untouched, unscathed. He may be the man that has to help close out the round for them. Currently lurking towards Ivy, but with the man advantage, VP are pretty content to slow things down. They've still got over a minute left on the clock as well. Now, OG do have some smokes remaining. If they could hold those for the late round, it could be really nice to be able to stop VP from being able to go for a faster play. Might force VP to push through those smokes, which would obviously be ideal. But Yakindar is still alive, and he's still looking for entries. This is an annoying angle from Issa, though. Kind of like up on this E-box thing. Little ledge.
Now, what do they identify from the bounce of those grenades? They must know it was thrown away from far, and Buster went straight past it before it popped as well. He's doing the safety check. He's got a hazmat suit, the clipboard. He's got the safety goggles. and he's just popped him in the head. And immediately Virtus.pro realised at least where Issa is, but how much more can he do from this position? Got to be careful about Main as well. Runs past Alexi B will hold that angle for him. 12 seconds for the bomb to get planted, and here's NBK. There's a chance for Sanji. Can he commit to this bomb plant? Just about, but down he goes. James now left in a 1 versus 2, but not for long. Alexi B's here for a 3rd round for OG.
Poor Sanji ends up being the man to plant the bomb, even though he's the only one with the high health. He would have been hoping he had a chance to close out that round for them, but it is OG who finally get another round on the board. It's been a long time coming. They've only been able to win 1 round occasionally throughout this half. They've never built up consistency. That's a really nice read from Issa as well. He realized that they're out through Ivy. He has to look at the back lines, and he makes sure that he's not exposed from A main. Manti was watching that angle eventually so he could get back to the site. Much more like it from OG. I am worried that it's probably come too late, though. They've only got 3 CT rounds, and into the last round of the half, they can only get a maximum of 4.
Buster's turn to make his way in. Hasn't got as far as Yakinda, but he's still alive, and that's something to celebrate for VP right now. So, again, I could talk about this smoke grenade for about 2 minutes in how, from OG's last game to this game, the data's been read and so on, but here's the push, the surge from Virtus.pro once more. Valde changing up his position. Can he get 2 frags out of this? That would be a miracle. He's got another 1v1, and there he is. Valde still alive, still resetting the situation, buying time for his team, disappearing into nowhere. Another 1v1 destroyed. Buster, 3 HP. This is the last round of the first half, so he's got to go for it. Such a tough role for Valde on that B bomb site, but this time he delivers.
Yeah, Buster had to roll the dice, but the game was rigged against him. OG pick up a 4th to close out the half. It is going to be a long, long road back for them, though. But maybe they have a chance. We'll have to wait and see how they do heading into the second half. That's coming up next. Well, Train is looking like a rather one-sided map right now. Inferno would be our 3rd map if required, and it's looking more and more likely that that will be the case because VP are in cruise control right now. They've got an 11-4 lead heading into their CT side of Train.
Let's see what OG have to offer them. P250 on Issa. Down the ladder goes Man2. Very quickly he will swing. The smoke will deny vision to Sanji, but he'll find his own vision over the smoke rather than through. Man2 looking for something. One must be careful though. Sanji wonders. Maybe got a sound cue, but James elevated himself. Oh, that's a great tap from Kika. Oh, another one from Kika. This bomb may not get planted. Very patient shots, and Issa trying to get around the corner with that P250, the Florida Man pistol, but he will be denied.
Well, James may be top fragging for VP right now, but Kicker is certainly getting a lot of impact rounds as well. Those shots are sublime on the B-bomb site. Plucking the first man out of the air, not wasting any time on the second kill either. Not even allowing the bomb plant for OG. And look, if OG get that bomb down, they can try and force here. They can try and break that VP economy, and then that's what they would need to give themselves an opportunity. But without the bomb plant, thanks to those shots from Kicker, they have to fully save in this round, and they're going to try and rush B to see if they can get a plant now.
Alexi B will bide his time. See the sound cues will run distraction up top as he makes his way down. So the timing was good, but he is ill-equipped for the task. He's brought a hammer to a drill job. Man2, Issa and Valde. They've managed to plant the bomb, so that's pretty good. Just their positioning was able to force the CTs back somewhat. So they've got some bonus money. Again, the question is damage, but Man2 with the Glock. I don't know how much he'll be able to do here. It won't be much at all, which is fine. Plan A had to be plant the bomb there. Plan B, do some damage. Plan C, win the round. But Plan A was the main part, and they did that.
I feel like more teams need to stack 2 players on B when their opponents are on eco, because that's a very common play.
Yeah.
You don't want to allow that to happen, because now OG get a great buy. They can even get an AWP if they wanted. It would have to be glass cannon. James got an AWP on the CT side, though, and Man2 will get one for OG as well.
15 for 7, both James and Kika. Top of the scoreboard. Man2 didn't have a great half. Neither did his whole team, though. But didn't have the impact he was looking for. It will be difficult on the T side, but we shall see. Selected B's turn to go for a race, and Man2's holding the angle for him as he tries to do the hurdles down towards Ivy. They'll go 1 for 1. Things may slow down for a while now if this utility can be posted up. NBK, though, still creeping, and Man2 delivers another one. Never mind the CT side. Seems he was waiting for the second half.
How does Buster get out of here? He's up close towards Pop Dog. Aggression from Kicker over at B could be nice, though. Virtus Pro have cleared out that B side of the map, so Sanji should be prepared, but he can't get the kill. Only the dink onto Issa, and now Buster is the only man on the A-bomb site itself. Can Kicker get the flank? It's unlikely. Valda's watching this the whole time. Kicker almost jumps his way around the corner. Valda surviving on 26 health. And now, what can Buster do? It's been a very quiet game from Buster. 5 kills to his name so far. Quite a few low-health opponents, but they're already going over to the B site. And I don't think Buster's going to be able to get there in time.
Respect to Kika for that movement. Made it as difficult as possible. OG heavily tagged, but I believe this round has come to its conclusion. Buster looking to keep his hands on his AK-47. If you look at the money, oh, he's got himself an upgrade. Jamie's the only person who can't really buy much of anything in the next round. So if one gun survives, then VP may be in an interesting position. OG have a long way to go in this game of Train. If you're joining us late, they won their own pick of Mirage OG, 16-10, looking strong from start to finish. And so far on Train, it's been all Virtus Pro, as you can see from the score. But OG are about to post up one more. Again, the deficit is large. But is it achievable?
That saved AWP allows a full buy for VP. Here's the shot from Man2. This is the wall bang. Oh, over the top of the Train. And then Sanji, he got the dink so early. It looked like he had his opponent dead to rights, but Issa replies with the spray down. Buster right now, 5-11, even though his team are winning 13-5. That's a feeling I know very well, James.
Yes. I love those HEs. If there's a fast play from a CT, they can be devastating. With a hard read, on a CT team, who are especially on eco, some teams will throw triple HEs in that direction. We were actually discussing this in the break. And it seems it's Virtus Pro's turn to show aggression towards main, isolating fights with the molly at the back, which is where you throw the sandwich molly from on a T perspective. OG will show presence around Ivy, but I don't think VP realize there are 3 Ts here. Some sound cues. He knows NBK is close now. Will there be any rotation from Virtus Pro? They know they've got problems towards Ivy. I don't know if anyone's got a... No one's got a flash on the A-bomb site to help Buster at all.
Yeah, he'd love a flash right here because he knows there's at least one dead. That could be 3 kills, but instead he has to play it safe. Oh, spray blind for Yakindar, but he gets the kill either way, and Buster's going to tuck in, but MBK lands a brilliant shot to begin this push into the A-bomb site. Yakindar still in A main, though, cutting off this side of the push, but Issa gets the kill onto the site itself, and is Yakindar going to get caught in the back here? It's looking like it. Oh, it's actually Issa who gets him from the site itself. Yakindar taken out of the action, and Kicker, again, as that B-site rotator, has very little to do here. Very few opportunities in a 1v3. The bomb just now being planted, but I don't see a world in which Kicker wins this round.
Yakindar had no idea that Valde was in the smoke alone with the bomb in main. If he just paid attention to that, that would have changed everything. But there was so much action on the bomb site. He ran out and conceded his position to Valde, of course, who raises the alarm, and OG find themselves in this position now. Could have potentially been very different for Virtus Pro, but alas, it is what it is. The money sucks now. Great opportunity for OG to build some rounds. Only moving to 6, so again, there's still a lot of comeback to make, and that means that VP will be heading to maximum loss bonus should OG be successful in the coming round, so it will only get more difficult in theory. What to do? What to do? They really need to save their money for the next rounds, so I don't expect much investment in terms of grenades even. At least one flashbang would be nice. We can see Sanji's picked one up. James opted for the Zeus. We'll see what gimmick he's got, because the Zeus doesn't really give you much of a reward for the kill either. It's really about taking the weapon and position. He'll be alone on the B bomb site to try and find something with that.
Oof. MBK's been getting a couple of entry kills now as this T-half goes on. Valda not aware of the position, but Issa is, and the trades are successful onto the A site. So a chance to breathe for OG. This round will be an easy one. In this next round, I am curious as to what the money looks like for VP, because I don't think they've got a massive losing bonus. And there is a chance that they might want to save again to get a proper full buy together, especially considering they might not get the AWP for Jame. So that's worth looking at once this round ends. Keep an eye on the VP economy, see what they're going to do. For OG, though, it's a 7th round, all but confirmed at this point. And Jame, oh, he's baiting them in. The Zeus kill is there. He gets away with it. But now the real games begin.
Well, not as Virtus Pro might have liked. $4,000 to $4,500 for the most part. The money's awkward.
You've probably got to buy here, though. I think it's just about good enough.
Absolutely.
Oh, they're going to get the AWP out as well.
They'll still squeeze the AWP out. They always find a way.
Wow, so Buster has to go without Kevlar.
Exactly, yeah.
Damn.
Org and no Kevlar. Well, maybe the scope will help. I'm sure he will position himself accordingly. They see the importance of that AWP. So risks will be taken. There's Kika with a pop flash. Can't get the second one, though. And look at the rotation from Virtus Pro, just in case. Half the team will make their way in towards B and post up. Sanji very well timed, just as Valde's getting off the ladder. Of course, he got ladder inaccuracy, landing inaccuracy to deal with as well. Multiple problems for Valde there, and more problems for OG on A because Jame has that AWP.
Something Thorin pointed out in the pre-game is that VP have been very good on train at stacking the right sites. They've rotated over to A in this one. They had the early players towards B. The bomb isn't even in the hands of OG right now, but MBK is having a little look onto the A site, and this time he's dealt with Jame arriving on the site at just the right time. That is now 18 kills for Jame. His AWP has been excellent here on train, and VP are just 2 rounds away from taking us to a 3rd map. But at least OG still have money.
Yeah, there's more Counter-Strike to be had, both now and if Virtus Pro keep winning rounds. James 18 for 10. Just poking ahead of Kikert now on 16. Mantu with flashbang support, trying to stop the push towards ladder. Missing the flick though due to the multiple flashbangs, and Kikert will make his way where he wants to be. It's always a nice play to make if you can take that fast angle and you can tell your team, okay, no one's in ladder, you can go down there. You can save your Molotov as well. OG now up a B. You can see Kikert heading towards that B bomb site. He's got a flash and an incendiary. Yekindar with a well-timed smoke grenade.
These reads are nuts, man. Oh, I thought they were going to rotate a third. They are going to rotate a third. It's so insane how VP seem to do this. This is what Thorin was talking about. They stack the right site with seemingly very little info.
This gravity's bringing them down on the radar. Kikert now. There we go. Multiple targets for OG, but they will be able to trade out. Issa with 2, of course. Buster, crab walking, creeping. Oh my god, he's wiping them out here towards default. Down to a 2v2 as Alexi goes for the elevated bomb plant. Trying to fake them out here. Catches Sanji on his way, which leaves James alone. 1v2. He's closed the distance. They may not expect this. Not sure if he's heard the rotation upstairs already, but surely Alexi B won't be ready for this. He's flashed himself as well. The no-scope from James. Does he realize where Valde is? He knows where he could be. Looking around for tools. I think he would have heard that Molotov there. Does he go for the peak Valde? Ah, he goes for the wide swing. Not the tight one. Down to the wire, but OG are still alive. They keep Virtus Pro off of game points.
That's a confidence booster for OG as well, because they know they just outplayed VP hard. Considering they run into a massive stack on that B site, they win that round, even though VP know what OG are going to do. So even if OG get the wrong calls sometimes, they know they can just frag out. Buster did a really good job on the B site as that third man, the unexpected player, to get those 2 kills in the first place. Got it into a 2v2, got it into a winnable position, but the initial push from OG was just too strong. They got the 2 kills to begin with onto those initial B-sided players, and that means that VP go down to a low buy. Only a couple of upgraded pistols, 1 HE grenade in the hand of Kikert. Alexi B's already getting into the midst of these trains. This is an AK that could be lost if he goes down, but he's not going to be losing that fight, that's for sure.
Sweep of James in Ivy. AWP can post up, deploying the bomb to someone else. Good containment from OG. 9th round is all but guaranteed. We spoke about that magical 10th in the first game. It was a similar scoreline, but in different hands. VP with some time to think about the round to come. And again, the only thing going their way, if they keep losing rounds, is the loss bonus. So the buys will get stronger if they need to. OG don't have all the money in the world just now. Again, they've been taking heavy casualties in some of these rounds, so they can't hunt too much. And indeed, versus USP and a Deagle, how much do you need to? Issa has $0 in the bank, so you definitely want to try and pad your own stats here, or pad your bank. But NBK still on the way. That's one way to try and farm with the MAC-10. Won't work on this occasion, though.
Instantly into the hands of Sanji. Not surprised. He didn't have much money. He'll take that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can't even drop a MAC-10 to Virtus Pro. There's a use for it.
I feel like he was licking his lips as soon as he saw that MAC-10 getting saved. He was like, yes, please. I will take that. Timeout for VP. It's still a long way for the comeback, James, but if OG were to come back here on Train, I feel like it would be so fitting for the way they've played this tournament, because they've always done it the hard way. They lost their opening game of the group against Gen G. They had to come back in a very hard group to come out on top. Then they go into the playoffs. They lose their first game against MIBR. They have to bounce back in the lower bracket of the playoffs, beating Dig, Big, MIBR in the rematch, and then Fnatic earlier today. It has been about as long of a tournament as it could be for OG, and they've got to make sure that they can keep this comeback going here on Train. But it is still quite far off at this point. They've got to win a couple more rounds before we can really start to believe.
$1 million tournament. It would be a great feather for either of these two teams. I think the story is great either way, even making it to the final. But there's a little more for one of these squads. Oh, and there's a bullet for Isa's chest on Ivy. Down he goes. Too much airtime. Painful seeking of information. OG will bunch together towards B. Already we have Kika and Jame in position. They'll quickly jump down. Jame pulls some grenades out. Now, Kika needs to stay alive here. It's made very awkward for OG though. This is surely going to collapse for them. A very painful peak for them, but maybe it felt like they were at a point of no return. And again, we spoke about the money and the importance of saving in that last round for OG. LXCB and Mantu remain waiting for the smoke to go, but it's a double peak. And it leaves Mantu upstairs. He's got 4.5k. But surely a drop would be more helpful at this point. You can see Buster already looking for a save. He's gone through Ivy holding an angle towards T-spawn. I suppose Mantu will be hiding in plain sight for a while. Because all he can do now is lose money.
Really well-timed counter smoke from VP in this round. It's crazy how sometimes it feels like literally just one smoke is going to win you the round in Counter-Strike. Having that smoke down towards that blue train, stopping OG from being able to properly push the site, it just completely thwarts OG's attack. And wow, Mantu actually goes for it at the end there, James. I guess he was scared that maybe he might die after time. At least this way he can 100% buy an AWP in this round. But he can't drop for a teammate now. There will have to be some liberties taken in this buy for OG ahead of a round where if they lose it, they would lose the map completely.
What a tough decision that is as well. Imagine that on the comms. Well, maybe you should die. Because then, oh man, that's just tells the story of this map for OG. Last chance saloon for the squad on the T side. Currently one map up, but not for long, it looks like. Mantu straight down the ladder position, but he misses the flick. Sanji, of course, with the AK-47, one of two on this CT side, along with the double AWPs. Yekindar caught creeping, corner of the smoke. Lining up some flashbangs for the Pop Dog position.
Their last nade. Let's make the most of it, boys. Apparently not. LXCB actually does get a kill there. Jame with the AWP still in the back lines on the A-bomb site, though, and both OG players dropping down Pop. They actually get to recover some nades because of the kills there, so that's nice for them. They get a smoke down to try and create some space, and Alexi B is trying to boost up over the top. This is something OG have done previously in this tournament, but are VP aware of it? OG still waiting patiently. Oh, VP have pushed Ivy though. VP think they've got the information towards A. They've rotated away, and now Alexi might have the favorable fight. He's watching Connector, but Jame is there, ready to stop him, and it's all on Valda.
Ivy push came at the same time as a B push as well, so some visualization from Jame as he finds the second last target. Vowley in a clutch. Love to see that. But maybe bittersweet as it's a tough situation for him. The triangle of doom is here. Every angle, nothing safe. No bomb plant for OG in this final round. 16-9 for Virtus Pro. And it will go all the way here in our final of Flashpoint 2. Inferno to decide who will be our champion.
Two maps are down in our Flashpoint 2 Grand Finals, and with a Virtus Pro win, we are going to be headed to a third on Inferno. But first, Virtus Pro, they start this half on Train on the T side, playing very aggressively and accruing a massive, massive lead. Maui, you called out Kicker as a player to watch here. Did he deliver for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Kicker in the mid-late round is actually just so fun to watch. Feels like he breaks down every situation the exact way you'd want him to. Just textbook Counter-Strike. He knows when he needs to take the risks. He takes them. He finds the headshots. And look at this pistol round right here from him. Oh my gosh, the sniping from range with the USB. OG, though, they played like they had a chance, but Kicker and company did excellent work to close out this train.
Thorn, was there any silver lining in OG's attempt at a comeback here? Because they made it just a little bit closer in the same way that VP kind of did it on Mirage, but the team that was ahead the whole game ended up winning anyway.
I think the only kind of like morale boost they can maybe take is that they actually had pretty good fragging in the first half. They just didn't win any of the rounds. Like, they were getting kills. Aside from that, not that much. I think overall they were in maybe some situations which could have been favorable, but I actually thought overall they really, really struggled on their CT side with just the entries. Like Yakinda's entries, I mean, like you saw in those highlights there, you just basically killed the first two people every single time. And then if he doesn't get you, Kickert's just lurking in the mid round and he gets a kill, flanks behind you. So it was actually kind of what we saw, what looked good about the T side on Mirage from Virtus Pro, where those players were able to get into positions freely anytime they wanted. They just couldn't do anything with it on Mirage. I have to say, when I watch this match here, I actually just find myself wondering, has no one told Virtus Pro that this is actually low-key, their real best map? Like, stylistically, every single player, even Sanji, the much notorious Sanji, actually finds spots where they can make stuff work. So I don't know why they think Dust 2 or Inferno is where they need to be going. Like, I'm amazed that last time they played, they were the ones second V to win this map, because this map looks fabulous for them.
Yeah, and they did pick it to their credit this time, so maybe it just took a little bit of a learning process for Virtus Pro to come down to the fact that, yes, this is indeed the map that they should be picking out of the pool. And also, Thorin, you name-checked Yakinder and Kicker, and we are going to discuss those guys because I know, Maui, you want to just wax poetic over these Yakinder highlights that we're about to show. They are a thing of beauty, multi-kills. This is why you love this guy, right?
Yeah, so I have a story to tell about Yakinder. Before Yakinder was in the pro scene, this guy was actually just playing CIS LANs, and he traveled to Estonia actually once for a LAN, and when he got to the LAN finals, he did a somersault onto the stage, and Hooch, the IGL and captain of Element Pro Gaming, saw that he did a somersault, saw the potential in this guy, and said, we need this kind of idiot on our team to find the entry frags. And that's actually what kicked off Yakinder's pro career, just playing completely aggressively, being a moron at times, but his skill, it transfers over. He showed it here today on Train thus far, but I love the way that VP play around him. The fact that they throw the E-box and sandwich smoke every single time so he can get out there, and then he just makes that his office. It's like Wayne Gretzky behind the net. He is just so good behind there, just working around the other team and finding so many multi-frags over and over again. It's like, you know it's coming, but he still just rips your head right off.
It's early in Yakinder's career, Thorin, but what level have you seen from this guy? Is there a bright future ahead of him? Is he going to stay in the CIS scene? Do you think there's room for him, given his excellent English, on perhaps an international roster?
Right. If it wasn't for this tournament, I would say his main issue is he's got to get the experience at this level and then get out of this team, because except for this tournament in the last 2 months, this team was a death trap. It's just that actually right now they look really good. Like, I'd be interested to see them in tournaments beyond this, win or lose on the third map. So the key for me is, if anything, right now, when the rest of the parts of Virtus Pro are functioning, I think actually him and Kicker provide a nice balance to the more passive angles that you get from Jame and Buster to some degree. So I think actually they've got a nice role balance overall. I think if you just look with the raw eye test when you see the highlights, it's like when you watch Brolan play, like the raw aim is extremely good. It's immediate headshot aim. So now it's about rounding out the other parts of your game, because when you play against the tier 1 teams every single time, just winning a duel alone isn't going to get it done. It's going to be, how do you play out the mid round? How do you play out post plant? Like, for example, he hasn't yet really shown us like clutch gene, you know, he hasn't had to do that because he's already on the other end of the round, but that's another part that's going to have to come eventually if you want to be a superstar player.
Well, he certainly put up a performance on Train, and the other player from VP that was that standout, Maui, you called it in the last map. It was Kicker. We've got round 8 here from Kicker's perspective. And what is it that Kicker does that is so special on Train?
So Kicker just knows when it's his time to strike. When his teammates die across the map, I think this is a 2v4, 2v5, he just pushes out of that upper, finds the dry peak, and what he and Sanji did was they slowed this round down to a crawl. Just every single kill he gets got 10, 15 seconds between the last. He's breaking down every situation, making sure he's not making the wrong move. He's what you hope Yakinder does to round out his game in the later stages of his career, because right now, Yakinder brings that early opening ability, and Kicker does it on the closing end. So when they are combined, they just dominate Train. Virtus Pro is the complete package when it comes to that map. And I think Thorin nailed it, that was by far their best map. But we're headed to Inferno, which is a map that they thought was their best.
Yeah, let's go to Inferno, because this is going to be it. Winner takes all here at Flashpoint 2. The winner of Inferno will be lifting that AK-47 trophy eventually once we mail it to them, and taking home that $500,000 first place prize, which would be absolutely enormous. To put it in perspective, guys, OG has not won anywhere close to $500,000 in their entire time combined as a team right now. I think they're at about $270K. So this would be enormous for OG as an organization. It would be enormous for VP that has only been winning these tournaments recently in CIS regions and not really been competitive with the rest of the European teams. So absolutely huge moment for both of these guys. And Thorin, how does this finish? How does this close out? What do these teams need to do to step up on Inferno?
Well, one thing everyone who's a CS fan knows is that Inferno is the ultimate decider map. So why not have this as the 250K? Let's see who's the better T-side Inferno team, because both of these teams basically live off having a really good grinding T-side. Like, it's basically where Alexi B's gotten all this hype. This and Nuke are the maps that he's just shown himself to be a genius on. So what I want to see is, I want to see actually how they're going to handle that interesting CT side dynamic that we've seen for Virtus Pro earlier. I want to see actually on the VP side, is Jim going to choose a game where he plays way too passive and is a million miles behind everyone with the AWP? Is he going to be part of the pack and therefore be a difference maker? Because this is like, really, of all the maps in the series, this is the true 50-50 for me.
Maui, who are you taking on Inferno here? Do you have a strong favorite? You picked VP to win this series, so I have to believe. Did you think that VP could take Mirage, or were you banking on the Train Inferno pickups when you made your prediction?
I thought there was a world that they get Mirage, but I felt like Train was much more sure of the thing. I thought that was a much stronger favorite map for Virtus Pro, but Inferno, it's a bit of a coin flip, but I have to stick with VP. I feel like the banana control that Buster and Yakinder are going to try to exert against Alexi B, Valde, I feel like it's a great dynamic. It's what you want to see. It's the best riflers from both teams just coming out to play and seeing who can outbrain the other, out-aim the other. It's going to be such a great firefight. And Alexi B, they don't get that control because Yakinder and Buster, they're darn good at getting that banana space on their CT side. I want to see him get some great mid-rounds too, because even though I'm rooting for VP here, I want it to be a good game. I want Alexi B to show us why he is the best IGL in this tournament.
Well, it's Alexi B's time to shine. OG has never won a tournament before, and here they are on tournament point. The same thing can be said of Virtus Pro. They took IEM New York CIS recently, but that isn't at the same caliber as an event here with these level of teams. So we are going to head into it right now. Our grand finals, deciding map, third map, Inferno, Virtus Pro coming up against OG, and bringing you the last action here at Flashpoint 2 is going to be Bardolph and Haka.
There is a pyramid of cash at the top of Flashpoint 2, and one of these teams is going to set fire to half of it by coming second. So it's very appropriate that Inferno is our final map of this series. Hawker, who do you see taking this one?
Ooh, I think OG. I think when I've seen VP play Inferno, if they can get banana control, they are brilliant. But sometimes they struggle with their fallback plans. I just think Alexi B has a more complete game on Inferno for his team. Let's see if I'm right, though, because this is a $250,000 game of Counter-Strike, James. That could cause all sorts of issues. That's going to put so much pressure on these players, and we're ready to get into it. VP with 3 sets of utility as they start on the T side.
Yeah, don't worry, there are 10 players on the server. Quick reset of the HUD will fix that. A lot of utility for Virtus Pro on his T side. Ironically, it was the old Virtus Pro trying to reinvent themselves, who would often have 3 players with grenades on their pistol rounds, but not always have the success they were looking for. Maybe the new team under this brand could change that. Smokes will be deployed towards B. Still have some in the hole, but it seems double mollies are going in as well, so it will be an Inferno on the B bomb site, and in they go.
Ooh, Sanji getting that first kill with the pistol. Yakindar with one of his own. They're on to the B bomb site. Mantu's been able to find Buster though, so banana control at least is here for OG. The spam through, so close to getting a kill onto Yakindar, but it's still the man advantage for Virtus Pro, and OG are still stuck behind this smoke.
A boost. Oh, they found Yakindar by the coffins. That's a big pickup. 3-on-3 now as they push, and they've got to go fast. I don't see a kit on these players, but there might be one on the site. And indeed, NBK's collected it, delivers a headshot as well. The numbers are falling now for Virtus Pro. Kika and Jame remain, but speaking of numbers falling, NBK 1 versus 2, he's got to draw them out, but there's no need for them to both peek, play the bomb, and it's too late for NBK. Just trying to build some bonus money now, going for the knife, but he won't get anywhere close to them. Tagging and fragging from VP, they take the pistol.
Good start for Virtus Pro. They just won Train in dominant fashion. Now they win the pistol on Inferno. OG need to make sure they don't let this capitulate like they did over on Train. They can't let this game get out of control, but they're going to force into this second round. They're not going to try and play the economy game. They're willing to try and fight for this one, maybe because they know that all the VP players died to the bomb in that last round. So it has to be the full reinvestment from VP, and even then, they only have one AK in this one.
The charge, the surge from the CTs will not pay off because Virtus Pro have Yakindar. Often is a problem if you're the opponent. Kika is in an awkward spot with the Glock out. But Buster will help him. But this is such a violent round. NBK was the scout. I always talk about it. He's very capable. But he may have to shoot through a smoke now. He has a HE, so for that default plant, he could go for the bounce. There it is. There it goes. And he's halfway there. Can't quite find the right angle. Not just yet. But this is weirdly doable, and Buster may have to play off of Kika, although Kika's with the MAC-10, so it's awkward for all concerned. NBK doesn't know the positions of these players, however. Repositioning now. Ooh, jumping MAC-10. Great timing from Kika. Close range as well. And that will stop the aggression from OG for now.
Has to be a save for OG in this round, but I wouldn't mind them investing very little here. I think get those nades out early. You need those nades to fight for Banana. You want to be able to have the money for the AWP as well. I'd rather just see OG focus on getting a full gun round in this next than try to damage VP's economy in this one. And it looks like OG agree with me. They want to stay on top of that economy game. They've invested very little into this round. I think that's a good approach, James. You don't want to lose a grand final, third map decider by just losing on your economy. You'd rather make sure you get those gun rounds, even if that means you're not going to be able to have the chances to do as much damage in this one.
Got to focus on the long game. It's all well and good doing a little damage here and there, but really, you want to put your money into the main events, the buy rounds, the full buy rounds. NBK, Issa, and Mantu all on the B bomb site. Issa hiding by the fountain. Can be an awkward spot to identify sometimes. Just about being spotted though. It turns into a double peek, but again, they're ready, Virtus Pro. They've seen 2 of the remaining 3 players. They've still got Sanji on T ramp. Now 3 of them are heavily tagged. I think the most lethal thing for them here could be hesitation. They will move together towards the A bomb site while Yakindar plays containment. So OG will be coming into their buy round soon enough. We've seen some good things from both snipers in this series thus far. From Mirage to Train. I think Mantu needs to come back with a vengeance here on Inferno. Starting on the CT side, he will have the chance to do that.
Absolutely. He is currently the man with the least money on the team, though. So I am curious as to whether it will be Issa dropping that AWP for him or exactly how that goes. Either way, here on Inferno, James, the man I am looking out for is absolutely Valder. This is Valda's best map statistically. He is so good on that banana position on both sides of the map. The last time these two teams played Inferno in the group stage, Valda dropped 31 kills. He went 31 for 15. This is really a map where he is brilliant, and it is in big part thanks to the way he plays with Alexi B on banana. I think Alexi oftentimes is alongside him, making sure Valda can make the most of that position. Let's see how it goes for them at the start of this one, because it is a 4-man B stack for OG.
It's going to be an aggressive start to banana. Grenades from both sides. That's a costly HE on both ends, actually.
Ouch.
Issa barely alive at this point. It's a very risky jump from Yakinda. Completely exposes someone. I think he dies a lot of the time.
Oh.
Valde finding something through the smoke as well. So it's been a painful exchange for Virtus Pro for the most part. They've lost a player. Kikat's used to being on about 20 HP when he's playing T-side Inferno, but Yakinda's on 10.
And this is the issue for VP. I think their T side is massively predicated upon getting that banana control to begin with. Normally, Kicker and Buster are brilliant at getting banana for the team, and then that's when they play their best game. But Mantu misses a shot. He's a little lucky to get away with his life there, and there are so many players low on health right now, James. One shot could make all the difference either way. One nade could make all the difference, but all the nades are gone except for Alexi B. In comes the smoke towards long. Virtus Pro, though, remaining undecided with 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, how best to implement your players when two of them are one bullet from doom. Jane with the dry peaks now. A swing on banana. Now, with nothing seen, if there's a world where OG only have one player on B and they get traded, that might be enough to have the rest of them saved because they're out of position.
Valda still has a smoke, though, on the CT side. That's going to slow VP down so much on B.
Well, they're offering presence on both bomb sites. Mantu, the LWP shot as well. And indeed, I can see a save in the future of Virtus Pro. My crystal ball tells me this may be the best decision for them. Indeed, that phrase, throwing good money after bad, I think applies here for Virtus Pro. Had to go towards B, didn't work out. Such is life. Things just didn't go their way. And OG get their first round on the board here on the CT side.
I think both of these teams throughout this tournament have showed us that they are two of the best teams at game planning for their opponents, at prepping for their opponents. VP are a team that have 3 players that watch demos of their opponents. Kicker, Jame, and Yakinda all watch their opponents' demos, all watch their opponents' spots to try and figure out the best way to approach them. And over on the OG side, Alexi B is so good at pinpointing the exact weakness of the opponent. I think that gun round to begin with just shows that, because he completely counters the early banana take in the first gun round. This time, though, VP have found success taking banana, and they haven't even taken much nade damage in the process, James. This is a much better start to the round for Virtus Pro.
Retake utility from OG to ward off the Virtus Pro players on banana. And Mantu's making his way. Well, he's back and forth. A bit undecided on where he wants to go. NBK will look to delay with utility. It's always good timing to put an incendiary in the boiler or in mid just to separate a potential push. But it will come eventually. So he's bought some extra time here with that incendiary NBK. We can see Virtus Pro trying to get their skates on. Oh, they're lining up for NBK, looking for 3 of them and a bomb as well. Great position for the rest of the team, despite Issa being lost. NBK with 4, running out of bullets. Jame with 12 HP, he's out of here.
The natural born killer living up to his name in this round. My, oh my, he gets 3 kills on the spray down, and if that doesn't happen, that can be a completely different round, because OG only had 2 players on the A side of the map, and even though there was a rotate arriving, VP had already put down smokes towards the long position, so anyone arriving from CT wasn't going to have too many chances to take fights. So the fact that MBK steps up like that to hold the A site, that is exactly what I want to be seeing, because now VP have really got to second guess if there is any weak spot on the map. It doesn't really look like it right now. OG have been really pressuring banana at the start of these rounds, always putting a lot of players there, and then VP try and counter by going A, but MBK's having none of it.
Left to hide with the chicken in the kitchen. That lineup was so sublime for NBK. One behind another. Exactly what OG needed. 2 timeout wins won't be great for Virtus Pro. 2 timeout losses, rather. And now OG have a chance to build. However, it is still a dangerous round. Virtus Pro know how to use just a few weapons. We often see the hero buys from them, the single AK or the single AWP. I would argue that it's more fun when you're on the CT side. But it's in very experienced hands, that AWP. Again, it's Kiko's time to suffer on Banana. More health than he normally has, however.
Oh, kick it up close. They weren't ready for him. Flashbang didn't quite blind him by the looks of things, or at least he got the kill either way. And now Alexi B has to back off from that position. So Valda goes down early. Still 2 players on the B site. I've got to say, James, seeing Sanji with a Glock in this round is kind of sad because he spent all his money, but I actually kind of like it because I feel like you're almost always going to get a gun from somewhere as long as your teammates trade. And look at what he's got himself, James. He's picked up the AK from the CT's body, and now this is looking like a much better round for VP. They still have 3 smokes left even, and the A site is so open right now.
Well, what can Issa do to try and buy some time for rotation? He has an incendiary which could head over towards short, but he hasn't got position. Smokes on either side of him, and OG won't move a muscle on B. Again, sometimes you get outmaneuvered. You need to save your military gear for the next time around. Issa will back off as well as Virtus Pro make it to 4. Strong performances from both teams on their own picks. But Inferno is where someone's going to have to concede eventually. Score's still close for now, though. And this is a pretty solid save for OG. 2 AK-47s, the sniper onto Man 2, and the M4A4 for Alexi B. So they're not in too much trouble just yet, OG. But if they get wiped out, that'll be a different story.
It is actually very interesting how both of these teams play Inferno when they go down to a 4v5. So for Virtus Pro, if they go down to a 4v5, they're probably going to go aggressive on the CT side to try and get information, to try and understand what's happening so that they feel like they can get a right read on their opponents. Whereas I think for OG, they're more likely to just stack a site together, and then if they get it wrong, they're happy just saving into the next round. So I think that's a really different clash of styles you're going to see with these 2 teams on the CT sides.
OG back with a vengeance. Only 1 gun to buy. It's going to be a clash of horns in round 7. Flashbangs up mid to take angles away, but angles will be taken by OG for a time on Banana. But there'll be flames for that as well. Fast moving round out towards top mid. Issa knows the pace, and Yekindar is dead through that smoke. 3 smokes top mid, and Virtus Pro have control, but they are falling back. Look at this rotation from OG, almost abandoning the B bomb site completely. The beginning of this round was lightning fast. It's amazing only 1 player has been lost.
I like the idea for VP. OG have been stacking 3B at the start of every round, so going for a fast A could have been successful, but Issa gets the 1 kill through the smoke, and it makes VP a bit nervous. And the problem here for VP, James, is they don't have a single smoke left. They used all their smokes towards the A site to begin with. So if they push this B site, they're not going to be able to smoke CT. Issa is now rotating into that CT position as well. It just feels like it's going to be very difficult for VP to win this round unless they have some brilliant flashes or just some fantastic entry kills.
Buster's behind enemy lines. Is he ready, though? No, apparently he's not. LXB with the angle. Issa here as well. It's falling to pieces for Virtus Pro. Issa hard to kill at the moment. And then there was James. 1 versus 4. The bomb has been lost, and I think we know what time it is, Hawker.
Say the line, James. There you go. Understandably so in this round. Especially with 4.6k in the bank. He may have the chance to drop some guns for his teammates and keep them going with a bite. Yeah, these mind games are going to be so interesting between these 2 teams, because OG are continuing to just 3-stack B at the starts of these rounds, but they're also showing that they have enough of a presence on A in those early rounds towards top mid just to slow VP down. And again, VP in the CIS region against Na'Vi, for example, the large majority of their rounds would just be take banana quickly and execute onto the B site. OG have been countering that, but now we're seeing VP try and counter the counter. I really think the mind games between these two teams on this map are going to be marvelous to watch. We have got a buy still for VP, thanks to the save from James. Sanji, the one man on a deagle, but everyone else on the server has a rifle for this round.
Oh, that's a meaty one. Not palatable for Yakinda by the tree. Another round where Virtus Pro have at least one pistol. Currently in the hands of Sanji. See the response to this from OG. Mantu's currently on long with AWP. Again, late round if the sniper's on short for the CT side. Can allow for very aggressive peaks and retakes of top mid, which is crucial for information. See James looking to take angles away on that short position. OG reforming now. Got to keep eyes on a potential wrap of the B bomb site. Issa elevated on double stack. Not often you see this. Completely blind, however. Able to drop off, but he's dead. And again, the outmaneuvering may leave OG to save in this situation. 3 on 5, only with long. Rather you than me, OG.
Yakinda, the unyielding in this round, does not give up on those entry fights. He's always going to be running in, looking for entries. And just a simple pop flash play wins them the round. Issa and Mantu unable to really do much against that. It's just so fast from Yakinda with his entries onto the site. One good flashbang and Yakinda makes the most of it.
OG in the third group here at Flashpoint 2. Lost to Virtus Pro. Sorry, I'm completely misreading that. They lost to Gen G.
Gen G, yes.
To send them into losers bracket. Then they beat Cloud9. Then got revenge on Gen G. And then beat Virtus Pro 2-1.
And then they basically did the same in their playoff run as well, where they went straight down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, where they beat Dignitas 2-0, then Big Clan, then survived MIBR. I think most teams who beat them more survived them at this tournament. Then of course Fnatic. Now they find themselves in a grand final. Again, $250,000 of separation between first and second. It's gonna hurt whoever is on the worst end of that. And it often hurts on banana for both teams, all the grenades we've seen thrown. But it's in the apartments where Mantu gets tagged down to 52 HP. The pace changing from round to round. Kika looking to catch a CT off guard. But as they put a smoke up close to the site, they'll slowly slink away Virtus Pro.
OG consistently switching up these setups. We've seen rounds where they've gone 4B. At the start of this round, they went 4A, stacking it to begin with in case there was a fast play. Now, though, OG have rotated back to the B site at potentially the wrong time. Virtus Pro are probing top mid, looking for some information early. Nade comes back around from the OG side of things, but VP were just testing the waters, and apparently they didn't like how those waters were feeling. They're going back to the B side of things. Alexi B flashed in for information. Oh, and now OG rotate away at player from B. This is so interesting, watching the minimap alone, but Yakinda's going to run in first, and Mantu's found it.
Oh, he's collided with the smoke grenade, though, which takes their own AWP angle away, and that might encourage Virtus Pro in. If they make it to the pool, they've got the headshot angles. Mantu's looking for it, but it's an awkward fight. They've got to spray for the smoke as well, and indeed they've completely lost position due to that collision. Elevated bomb plant. Makes it harder to spray from that coffin position, but Valde will still find it. I think he knew what it was. Of course it's Valde to do that. And he buys time for his team, who are still on the A bomb site. They haven't left just yet, and they may never leave. Seems uncertain as to what they will do. Very unfortunate for OG. Almost baited Virtus Pro into the peak, holding onto that smoke grenade, but then it was a catastrophe.
Those are the sorts of plays VP will be most comfortable with as well. Executing onto the B site, they will have done that time after time. So many times they do it against CIS competition. They definitely have those well drilled on towards the B bomb site. For Valde there, I am slightly surprised he tried to walk through the smoke. Obviously he knew the bomb was being planted, but Maybe he would have been better off trying to spray through. I guess he realized the rotate was so far away that he really wanted just to do anything to give his team a chance to win the round, but it was a really big risk, one that didn't work out for them this time. It has to be another save for OG, a 6-3 lead for Virtus Pro, and even though OG are keeping their economy strong, James, they're not winning that many rounds right now, and at some point, that's got to change.
Yeah, there is time for it to change. But sooner rather than later. Don't let Virtus Pro get too far away.
4B stack this time. Again, OG remaining dynamic with their setups, and it's going to be many nades on Banana.
It will. Virtus Pro will start further back. The problem is Kiko will start to move forward, and more grenades may come. Look at the deployment. A re-up on the Molotov by the car as well. Stop the swing, potentially, at least, from an AWP. And we'll still have 3 players here for OG. Despite that exchange, there's good utility left for both these squads. We can see Alexi B looking to creep. He has been pop flashed for the swing on multiple occasions, actually. And I don't think he's found anyone on any of those occasions. The HE grenade behind the half wall is cool because if someone's there, they will hear the collision. So it is also not just damaging, but an information play. But OG is still hanging around with 3 towards the B bomb site for now. But as I say, that NBK seems to be rotating as they have no vision towards long.
He will have to plug that gap. It is very interesting that VP seem to just be sitting back on Banana, almost waiting for those flash peeks in from OG, almost waiting for those retake nades far back, realizing they need to dodge that utility. But it is going to end on the A site. 40 seconds remaining, and Mantu is the first point of contact. Good shot onto Kicker. Virtus Pro not having anyone ready for the trade, but they're popping out of the apartments. It's just blinded. He's a dead man. 2 kills onto the A site. MBK over at long can't help them out. It's just so many rounds where VP get the kills so quickly that OG can't do anything in response.
Save Simulator, $250,000 DLC edition. OG forced away once again. But what can you do? You lost position. Got to hold your hands up and say, all right, it's time to save. Don't want to be giving rounds away for free on ecos, so if they're able to, they will hold on to things to make sure the bomb explosion does not send that AWP anywhere where it could be retrieved. And it'll pose for a photo like cheerleaders in the pit.
Lovely.
7th round for Virtus Pro. It's a very good T-side so far. Very enjoyable rounds as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's clearly a battle of the minds right now. I think you can see that. This is a game where you could honestly just look at the minimap and watch it as almost like a chess game. It's so intriguing to see what both of these guys are thinking up on both sides of things. I want to see some aggression from OG, I think. At this point, they are losing the information game, it feels like right now. Maybe it is time to even go for a peek down mid or something to try and get you the advantage, because the passive play just doesn't seem to be working right now, James. They're losing the key fights, and they're not really getting a chance to actually compete for the rounds. So I think maybe some aggression could be the response. We'll see if they agree with me, though. They've currently got these 3 players stacked towards B once again. And Kicker, as always, that first man up Banana, may take some nade damage. Actually, he won't. OG have already used their nades.
They're lining up 1 for 1, though. It's Alexi B at the back with the MP9 who gets the kill. That's been heard. Sanji surely knows, oh, this is going to be painful, isn't it? It's going to be very painful indeed. Surely the spray through the smoke has a chance, at least at Mantu. He's got to run for his life because they are coming. He is in so much trouble. Buster will be enough, and again, the round's over. It's that. That's it. That's a wrap. They've got to stop this. They've got to find a way to stop this, OG. Not looking easy right now. Virtus Pro with a lot of momentum. The final map, 500k for first place. 500k!
Absolutely absurd, isn't it? That it comes down to one map for that amount of money. But right now, VP are the ones that are living up to the pressure. And in case you're wondering why we're seeing OG just give up on so many of these rounds, in case you're a newer viewer, the retakes on Inferno are incredibly difficult. Even if you have a 3v3, for example, the retakes are very, very difficult on this map unless you have the nades and unless you have players in position. So if anything, this is just VP doing an excellent job at winning the early fights. If you can win the early fights on the T side of this map, you are going to be set for success. And that is what VP are so good at. That is what they've been so effective at so far in this game. Even in that round where OG tried to switch it up with some aggression, you could see that VP were one step ahead of it. They were sitting back. They were aware that that boost was about to come in, and something has got to change here for OG. They are currently 8-3 down. This is a slightly T-sided map right now, but 8 rounds already for VP, and it's looking likely they're going to get more if they keep playing like this.
Issa perhaps looking to take matters into his own hands. He has the worst weapon of the potential duel, however. And Issa may wait for Yekindar to hop into the apartments before he does anything.
I would love to have stats on how much utility damage Kicker takes.
Did you see those sound cues? Sanji was jumping around, maybe suggesting he was leaving, but it was very deliberate. It was very deliberate indeed. Maybe a false sense of security, and they've wiped them out in apartments. And again, it just collapses. Spidey sense for Virtus Pro is on overdrive here on Inferno.
Especially considering that Desk has given Alexi B so much credit for his calling on this map, and VP are outmaneuvering OG right now. Only one man on the B-bomb site. It's Mantu, who has to have a monumental hold, and he will not be allowed anything. Kicker with another entry kill. Sanji should be hunted down, but he doesn't care. He's got the headshot. Everything is going right for VP right now. Maybe they're starting to smell that money, James, because they've got a 9-3 lead, and it doesn't look competitive right now.
We've got that NFL spider cam view of that kill onto Mantu through the smoke. And indeed, it feels like, I mean, if you bear in mind what is on the table for both these teams, 500k for first place, this is where you're going to pull out all your strats, all your best everything you save for the majors and so on, which we don't have any this year. This is where it's going to come out.
Sanji thought he was playing Mario for a second there.
Or Danger Zone.
Or Danger Zone, sure. Oh, Kindar's too quick. On 22 health, he still gets the kill. OG's money is borderline. A couple of players have the cash. Yeah, on the edge of the smoke, Kicker always saw him. Sanji, first bullet accuracy is incredibly good for him. And wow, this is the first timeout taken by OG, James. That is a surprise to me.
This has been hard. This has been a real struggle. All the rounds for OG have been won by timeout. With Virtus Pro, I suppose, had an unfortunate series of events and just had to give it up. Multiple low health players and such. Very unusual game of Inferno in that respect. So many detonations from Virtus Pro. OG just lose everyone on a bomb site and they're so far away they can't help. But again, there's still time to do something, as likely or unlikely as it may feel. And who knows, maybe this is the round. A bunch of pistols, a lot of smoke grenades, and one M4A4. Seen plenty of these rounds won already by OG, be it this series or otherwise. Or it is a Sunday roast after all. Here comes the meat and potatoes. Maybe the gravy's on the way. In fact, the last grenade is on Issa, and he's in the pit, so perhaps that'll have to wait. Good start, though. But can they follow up on that with these pistols?
Lovely response from Virtus Pro. Looks like they've realized the weak point after hearing 3 nades on Banana. A-long is always likely the position open, but MBK has something to say about that. Yakindar caught in the back. Now VP go back towards B, though, and again, they're always seeming to just be ready for what OG are doing. This time, though, OG counter-rotate back towards B, and it looks like a good call for them. They're going to have players in position. They're going to have the chance for the hold. Even if they have the weaker weapons, they've got plenty of players in position because of that aggression in towards the apartments. It is now 4 players rotated over to B. This is OG's best chance yet to finally get another round.
There's only one Molotov for Virtus Pro. There's only one Molotov. Their area control is going to be limited. This may play in the favor of OG. Playing off of the Anarchy. Some flashbangs, some grenades now as they start to swing. Force back those Alexi B. They're all baiting for Valde. What is the trigger discipline like? Instantly traded by Jane. There's one more by Coffins though, and it's still a man advantage for OG. Kika now 16 seconds on the clock, and he's out of there. Does not want to give up too many weapons. However, there's still a flank from OG here with NBK, and the AWP will be taken as well. As I said, it's often a round like this, and it will be this time for OG. They could still get 6 rounds in this half, and who knows if that'll be enough.
I think Kicker may be better off throwing the AWP out of the map there. Like, VP's money is so good. Saving doesn't really do anything for you, but instead now, OG get to save themselves a sniper, which could be very nice to have. Good aggression from OG as well. Getting aggressive on the A side of the map, getting the information they need. They stack the right site, and that's gotta feel good for them. Finally breaking that 5-round win streak of VP, and that is a money nade.
That is quite the chunk. Jane will have to be careful. Man, this has been an amazing T side from Virtus Pro so far. Well, very decisive now. They know what they want to do. An immediate take of top mid. Mantu smoked off, but he'll get a kill for it. Oh my god, he's gone through! That's absolutely crazy. I'm sure there was flashbang support, but it hasn't worked out because Buster is busting all over OG. Issa now in the pit, so much to do. He's got plays on the high ground as well. He's seen the Molotov, but Buster will finish him off with the AWP, and they just fall like dominoes. That leaves Valdez to try and clutch, eating all kinds of grenades, flashbang, smokes, everything.
They're so low, man. He might have a chance, you know. If he puts these nades in the right place, he could win this. I don't know if he knows that, though. Oh, man.
You hate to see it.
It's still obviously going to be very hard, even if he knew they were low, to actually clear out all these angles and to not fall into the crossfires. But you just want to see them get something, because right now VP are dominating. And look, credit to VP. These entry kills have been absurd. Every round, those kills from Buster are so well taken. I think it really has come down to these entry fights. The desk was saying it was similar on Train. Every time it felt like VP were just winning the opening duels. And on a map like Inferno, if you can win those first fights with how hard the retakes are, it is definitely a recipe for success. Buster's going to go up with the bomb because he doesn't care. They are hella rich on the VP side heading into the last round of the half.
If OG are to do this, it's going to be the hard way. A noble effort from Mantu. They made a play, OG. They had to do something. They were surrounded. They were being split by the likes of Virtus Pro. And his wig was split for his efforts at the end of that one. But they can buy on this one regardless, OG. The last round of the first half, and what a half it's been from Virtus Pro. More grenades. Look at the damage on Alexi B. He sees no one in that round and he's dead.
Oh boy, even the utility working wonders for VP now. Valda alone towards B, has to make sure he doesn't give anything away, and Mantu getting aggressive. That's more of what I want to be seeing. He gets a pick down mid, brings it back to a 4v4. Still no response on the rotate from OG, but that's about to change, and it's Mantu who will start coming over to the B side of the map. VP, though, still remaining spread into this default stance. They've got over a minute left on the clock. MBK may want to go aggressive, may want to get some information, but I'm not sure this is the right time for it.
Whole debate. Not deliberate, but works anyway. Kika probably there just in case. Well, there's still something to be done here for OG. Issa has to pray they're going to the B bomb site, though. There'll be no saving at the end of this round. Heading towards top mid as Virtus Pro bide their time, waiting for the balcony smoke to go. Sanji lining up a balcony pop. First with a smoke grenade though. Here comes the flash. Oh my god, they're just so ready. They're so ready. Look at the burst from Sanji, so confident. No more bullets required.
This is so sick from VP, man. One of our qualifier teams are outclassing OG in the grand final. They've beaten some of the best that Europe have to offer, and even though OG have to go for this retake, their chances are probably less than 1% at winning this round. Valder and Mantu will give it a go, but they are going to have to do something miraculous to win this.
Smoke on the bomb from OG. Desperation plays on the way. Valde's the only man with a defuse kit. He's dead, and so is Mantu. But are the chances for OG to turn things around? That's the end of the half. It's a complete wipeout almost in favor of Virtus Pro. Do OG have anything left in this final? Find out after the break.
OG have fought so hard to get to this point in the tournament. They lost their opening group game and they bounced back. They lost their first playoff game and they bounced back through the lower bracket, and they've got to bounce back one more time, James. They are 11-4 down right now. Let's see if there's anything left in the tank for OG.
Question is simple. Do you want to be a pony on a farm or a glorious unicorn atop of a mountain? Virtus Pro are 5 rounds away from the latter. Unicorn worth $500,000. If Fabergé made unicorns, it would be first place at Flashpoint 2. A boost. There are HE grenades, and I suppose they'll go towards coffins, as this is the position. There they go. Oh, no. For a boost, in fact. Well, normally they go towards coffins, but maybe for a buy round. And Yekindar, he's got somewhere to be, man. He wants to spend the money already.
Not wasting any time, is he? Valda's up close. Yekindar doesn't clear it, but there are many more players coming up into Banana. Valda plays anti-flash, but the jump round the corner is beautiful. It takes Valda's vision away from him, and Kicker comes in with a quick double kill. VP come in with a quick retake. That was looking so unbelievably good for OG until it wasn't. Yekindar pushing down mid gets them all the information they need, and everything that VP do turns to gold right now.
Starting to wonder if this is going to be a shutout game of Inferno. Virtus Pro, they didn't come here to play. They came here to destroy.
I didn't realize Buster got one by spamming through the CT smoke as well.
Just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it?
Yeah.
OG's hand is forced onto the force buy button. Virtus Pro are just too close. And if this doesn't work for OG, Oh man, this is going to be a very stressful but potentially brief half of Counter-Strike for them. Again, failure here is a difference of $250,000.
And that's not Counter-Strike dollars, by the way. That is real dollars. Real life dollars, James.
Thanks for that one, Orca.
Nice kill from Kicker in the pit. Oh, he gets the wall bang, but finally, something going well for OG. They get onto the A-bomb site. They've got a 3v2, and James is in no man's land. Too many players surrounding him. Can Buster keep his team on top? He's got a 1v3 to play out, coming in towards the apartments, but I don't really think this is going to be a round they win. It looks like OG have done enough to win this all-important round, and maybe there's life in this game yet.
Finally, something to celebrate. But I'm not counting my chickens just yet. I want to see a consecutive round one by OG at the very least. Will Buster survive? NBK's got two ways to look. Crouch pick's good enough. Despite the increased armor penetration of the Galil, he'll switch out to the M4. Comfort is a thing, of course. OG make it to 5. So, Orca just wanted you to know that this tournament is in fact for real money, as opposed to Monopoly money.
I just thought people might not believe it because it's so much money, James.
The difference in prize money is a Meteorite GMT Rolex watch for every player of the losing team. A Meteorite dial. You could have a dial on your watch that came from space.
Jeez.
All 5 of them. Anyway.
That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. OG take position. They have Banana. Now, Virtus Pro have not fully invested into this round. They want to make it hurt, you know? But they've kept something in the bank. I feel like they've just been sandbagging this entire time until the final. Utterly destroying in his first half. Now things are in the hands of OG. Specifically rifles. AK-47s. Only 2 in this round. But versus pistols, that should be enough.
Molly's into top mid. Smoke to follow for OG. Just putting some pressure on this side of the map. They're not committing to anything yet. There is still 1 smoke left on VP. Yakindar has that. That could really help delay things on this A side of the map if the play were to come through from the OG side. And the European squad are starting to push up A long as well. They're going to go back to B. They've left the time low, but it doesn't matter because this is just such a good read, such a good call. They're going to walk into a wide open bomb site. And if you're an OG fan right now, you'll be very thankful for that. There's no need to sweat in this round.
Bonk. Well, that bomb's going to get planted. Virtus Pro have not much to lose. I wonder what they'll do here. I can't imagine they'll try and go for it because that would be somewhat suicidal. I suppose they'll play for exits and again, just try and get OG to die, which they've been good at, thanks to Virtus Pro in this game. They've been moving towards half the score of Virtus Pro. Again, this is the final map of the grand final of Flashpoint 2. And what a year it's been. I'm sure the guys on the, well, they're not on the desk anymore. The other guys in their bedrooms will go cover that in more detail. From Flashpoint 1 to Flashpoint 2. It's been a fast-changing environment. And OG will look to change their fortune with these future rounds again. They've got much... I almost fell out of my chair again. They've got much catching up to do. 6 rounds behind a very dangerous-looking Virtus Pro, whose money isn't just made right just yet.
Yeah, VP being very conservative in these rounds. They saved a bit of money in the last one. They're going to do the same here. Really not investing too much into this round because they are confident that with this lead, as long as they get gun rounds, they think they can close this out. That's what they're saying right now. Valda getting a kill on the edge of the smoke. According to the kill feed, it wasn't through the smoke. But it is an opening kill nonetheless. Yakindar recovers the M4, but he doesn't have armor to work with it. So not going to be as easy for him to use it. And because of that, VP will just decide to stack a site. Again, worst case scenario, Yekindar can just save that M4. That's not too bad for them. The other players can maybe go for some exit kills. But we'll see if OG do commit to this B site, because they aren't pushing anything right now. Alright, smoke into coffins. I think they will be going B.
I'm kind of tense. I'm kind of nervous because I feel like the business end of this entire tournament is about to begin in the next rounds, and I don't know what's going to happen. And that's exciting.
Absolutely.
We'll have to wait a few seconds first, however. But I mean, imagine being the players, just waiting for this bomb to tick, understanding the gravity of the situation which is about to be upon them in the next round, especially at the hands of OG. They're they will be 5 rounds behind, and that can quickly change. Bearing in mind, half of those are buy rounds for Virtus Pro. Half may be dangerous with pistols, but if you focus on the buy rounds as opposed to the total score, in terms of sports psychology, it may be more digestible for OG as they make it to 7 to the 12 of Virtus Pro.
In comes the investment from VP. James gets an AWP with Kevlar. Everyone else should be getting almost full utility, and that will help them in some of those early fights. Buster does have to go down to a FAMAS to get those full nades, but VP love to put a bunch of nades down Banana early and really try and push for that position. This is where you're going to see the difference in approach between these two teams. It's quite likely we'll see some aggression at some point in this round from Virtus Pro as they look for info, and James already doing just that. He peeks down mid, some nades going down towards this Banana position as well. Deep smoke coming through for Virtus Pro. We'll see if they push behind it though, because OG are already in position. Buster has to be very careful here. He's got his knife out, he's blinded, and he's going to get the hell out of there.
I wonder if his teammate told him, you're not around the corner just yet, allowing him to reposition while blind there. Very exposed. James forced off the angle. I'm sure that was heard. Really got to try and avoid him here. I can't imagine they're committing just yet with 3 of the 5 players only here on Banana. Clearing the sandbags. Oh, he's creeping, isn't he, James? But so are OG, the wide swing. But who's going to have the ultimate trade frag? There's a pop flash for Yekindar and lining up for him. Instant double headshots and the bomb. Thank you. NBK, oh, he's hit the utility as well. Trying to make a play on A, but again, they don't even have the bomb just yet. How on earth has that happened? Kikert's below him.
He's going to get away as well. Oh, Kickert doesn't arrive in time. And now MBK might be calling that A is clear. Here comes Kickert, though. He eventually makes up for it. It's all on Issa. 29 seconds. And I don't see him winning this one. Even if he goes back to this A bomb site, the rotator's already arrived. Buster's going to be a second man on this site. What can Issa do here? 15 seconds. He's got to clear out 2 different angles. Does he even expect there to be 2 players on this A-bomb site? I doubt it. He mollies out the pit. That's 1 less angle to deal with, but there's 6 seconds, man. 6 seconds left. It's not going to matter either way because Buster's holding the angle, and there's that aggression I was talking about, James. VP are not going to sit back and let OG set up their plays. They're going to flash Yekindar in, and he is going to mess you up.
Virtus Pro are 3 rounds away from $500,000. That's a lot of zeros. OG, however, they have the money to buy. They've got 5 AKs out. Don't always need an AWP on the T side of Inferno. Same can be said for Mirage. AWP would be most effective post-plant, really. So different variation to the grenades we saw in the first half. Combo of high explosive as Yekindar looks for the headshot angle on the logs, and he'll find what he's looking for. More spray as well. OG don't have much to show from this exchange.
Oh no.
Dear, where's the gun gone?
Oh no!
Well, that's awkward, isn't it? There we go.
Whew. Again, the aggression that we were talking about. Yekindar loves to be able to spam through those smokes with the M4A1S. Makes it so that it's much more difficult for the opponents to spam you back. And it's working for VP right now. They're getting the banana control they want. OG still have plenty of nades that could retake banana, though. If they molly these close angles or flash themselves in, that could be very effective. Even if they molly top banana, Buster wouldn't be able to help his teammate, and now he's blinded. Can Yakindar go nuclear in this position, though? He's got an AK. He's got the chance for multiple headshots, but Issa clears the corner. Insta-kill, and now VP have to react.
Sanji's by the well. He can throw a flash for his teammate to peek with, but he's closing the distance, getting even closer. Bino's coffins, he will be soon. Buster waiting for the molly to come his way. Sanji's here now with instant headshot onto LXCB, and down goes Issa. Is there anything left here for OG? 2 versus 4. We've got MBK flanking by Speedway. Mantu's in a lot of trouble. He's in the pool with the bomb, playing headshot angles, throwing all kinds of crap towards New Box, running distraction. MBK could find 2 here, but not before his teammates lost. The transfer is ready, but there's 12 seconds to win this round. He's got to go for elimination. Surely there's no time to plant the bomb. We got a heat and potty set up at the back of the site, the crossfire and the smoke as well. He can't find it, and Virtus Pro are on 14 rounds.
And there you see the upside of the way that VP play these rounds. Yakindar may die on banana, but he gets them a lot of early information to allow time for the rotation towards B, and all the VP players end up getting there in time. Even though MBK starts flanking, it's just too late in the round. He's left in a 1v2 with, 10 seconds left on the clock? There was no real way for him to win that unless he got both of those kills, and he wasn't able to do so. Second timeout taken by OG. They haven't really been using their pauses in this game, but now that they're 14-7 down, they realize that something has got to change. They've got to come up with something special here to come back.
It's a real shame we don't have the webcams due to the current situation. I feel like just the stories that the faces will paint on both teams now, the stress for OG, the confidence and joy for Virtus Pro, the way things are going at present, would be quite compelling. But a Counter-Strike certainly is an amazing game of CS on Inferno from Virtus Pro so far. But again, it's not over. OG got very strong players on their side, one of which has just been lost, unfortunately for them, because Yakindar has been a problem for Valde to deal with. 5 versus 4 for Virtus Pro. Currently untouched in round 22.
Yakindar just keeps getting away with those early pushes, and the fallback plan from OG is to push A, where there are 4 CTs ready and waiting. Kicker gets the first kill, make it a second. Finally, the trades come back round, but Mantu's alone, and he's turned it into a 1v1. Yakindar rotating over from B, but Mantu wants to cut him off. He's getting aggressive, he's getting proactive, but Yakindar's realized the bomb hasn't been planted yet, so he's going to sit back, and Yakindar knows he's got him dead to rights. Yakindar outpositions Mantu and gives VP one more round and puts them 1 away from victory.
Virtus Pro on the cusp of something incredible. Match point, and plenty of them here at Flashpoint 2 versus OG. They don't have the money to go for a full buy. They've got to buy what they can. A lot of Tech 9s, a Galil for Issa. That's the leading weapon in this round for OG. They got some rounds early. Can they get them again? James, oh, that's just a way to put his stamp on maybe the last round. He's still alive as well, misses a flick though. And Buster, he's on the site. Will they check for him? Did they see him earlier with the MP9?
No scope, wow.
Maybe there's time for OG left. Maybe there is. Sanji trying to take position. That won't happen either. Mantu raging across the B bomb site, leaving Kika with not much to do. The way this round started, just when you thought it was over, this has broken the money for Virtus Pro. They've got nothing left.
My heart sank when I saw those first 2 kills, but OG had something else in mind as they move into that B-bomb site. Would definitely love a replay of that no-scope from Mantu up close. Obviously, he was able to get into basically shotgun range, it seemed like, but still. A lot of pressure on those kills from Mantu, and he got those 2 vital frags to give OG another round. An 8th on the board, and as James so rightly pointed out, VP's money is awful. Let's have a look at these replays. Valde flying around the corner. Oh, it's just a no-scope pre-fire from Mantu, and then the second shot just about gets it through the wall. An all-important round from Mantu, but we're going to need to see more where that came from. Perhaps some of the other OG players are going to have to pull some magic out of the hat as well. But in this round, Virtus.pro not even investing that much into it. They only really have the one saved M4 for Kicker, so this should be a round where OG have the heavy advantage, just in terms of weaponry.
So many tests for OG. Every round is dangerous. It does not have to be pretty for Virtus.pro. They'll be perfectly happy to win it in a round such as this. 1 M4 and a bunch of pistols. They have the smoke grenades with which to try and invite error from OG, who have taken Banana quickly. Nice pre-fire above the coffins. Buster just hiding for now. He has the worst weapon on the server at present, just the honest USPS.
It's so nice that OG showed they can compete for the banana control in that last round as well, because I think that had been a big problem for them in the previous rounds. The fact that they fight back and get onto the B site, definitely a good sign going forwards if they want this comeback. They could have some issues here though. Oh, but Kicker gets aggressive and gets caught by MBK. Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, well, it really was. Well, some moments of positivity for OG. Oh my god. Okay, everything's fine. If you got the third one there, I was starting to panic. Well then, Buster is in a 1 versus 3 with the USP. They know where he is now. So OG looks likely to make it to a 9th round. But man, they are walking through a field of mines to make it to overtime. Helmet's not going to save them.
Money's still not there for Virtus.pro. Has to be another save. And their loss bonus isn't massive, so there won't be much of an investment. Obviously understandable that Kicker tries to get aggressive with the M4. If he pushes into the apartments especially, that can be such a powerful position to just rain down fire from above. If you can clear out the apartments to begin with, it cuts down on the angles your teammates have to worry about as well. It could have been a really nice play. So you see why Kicker does that, but MBK very well prepared for it. And there isn't too much of an investment in this round from VP either. Just a couple of upgraded pistols. They are focusing more on their own economy for this next gun round.
OG being very careful. It is possible to be too careful though, when the clock is taken into consideration. Oh boy. Now, what does Sanji choose to do? He won't even try and pick up the rifle. He doesn't know what's around the corner. Virtus.pro playing for the round here. Not just for damage. But he will soon realize that there's nobody home. Well, there's an AK-47 for them to take into the next round. With no possession of coffins and such, I wouldn't expect a full rotation. Yakinda will be given the AK as Sanji looks for more with the Desert Eagle. So Buster's made his way into the ruins. And again, if they could just make it expensive for OG, maybe they miss a Molotov here or there, things may become easier on Banana in the buy round.
Yeah, I think even just saving that AK could make a really nice difference, just to make sure everyone has full nades, because you can see how reliant VP are on their early utility to get that banana control. They're really trying to prepare themselves for those fights by putting a bunch of nades down. So even just saving an AK and having Yakinda with that AK on Banana, that could be a big deal. With some of the fights he's been taking early, having an AK would be so valuable for him. Sanji's going to run in, try and do some damage at the end, as you were talking about. Oh, how does he not get that kill? Unfortunate that the shots don't connect, but it doesn't matter too much. We've got the gun rounds back on the board. Who will get the luxury of the AK-47 on the VP side? It looks like it's Buster who will be getting it right now, but more importantly, VP's nades are decent, and they've finally got another full buy on the board. This is where it starts to get scary, James. 15-10, this is where VP want to be closing it out before it starts to get really close.
James in the apartment of the AWP. Oh, there's a helmet scene, but no connection. I wonder if that's frustrating. Forced away now with the Molotov. The usual exchange on Banana. James still in the apartment. Kika, oh. a scary game. Double peek potentially coming in. Oh, the flashbang's eaten by James as he wants to peek. But there's no connection. OG have forced the CTs back somewhat. There's no one top mid now. As I mentioned before, if the AWP's on short, we can often see a late resurgence. James could go either way at the moment. We can see him around the A bomb site. He's heading back towards short, so bear that in mind. With that confident position, VP will put a third man on B.
Sanji is that man moving between the bomb sites right now, but for the time being, he's found a home on B. Flashbang blinds him. Mantu is the man just looking for a pick right now. Straight up peeking towards the B site. But OG won't be committing off the back of it. 40 seconds remaining. They're going back to A. This is the right read from Alexi B. There are only 2 CTs here, but one of them is Jame with that AWP. They've got to make sure they shut him down.
Could take one shot and hop back to the site. That's what he likes to do. He'll thrive in the chaos afterwards. That's the bomb spotted, but he's missed his shot. And a second one, nerves maybe. Kika caught with a grenade in his hand, but Jame will save him. How on earth is this happening? Jame on the site, and now Kika's delivering for a time, but it's Mantu's turn with the AWP. Post plant when the sniper is crucial. Valde with a big headshot in the boiler. Rare misses from Jame, and with so much money on the line, you have to wonder if he's nervous. It's Virtus Pro's turn on the save simulator. They've taken the controls, and into the B bomb site they go again.
I would love to hear this on LAN right now. I'm sure OG would have some words to say after hearing Jay miss some shots. 15-11 it will be. And OG honestly looked a little hesitant themselves to begin with. They were running down the clock. There was 20 seconds left before they hit the site. There's definitely a world in which VP lands some shots and cause enough chaos to win that round. But it's not a world we're living in. Jay misses his opportunity. And then as soon as Sanji goes down, the retake is impossible. I think this is going to be a nervy end to this game, James. It's 4 rounds now between these two teams. We're already seeing some missed shots. We're already seeing some scary moments for both of these sides. They know what's on the line. They've been playing for weeks to get to this point, and it's all going to come down to a few rounds.
It's getting closer.
So Buster fully invested into dropping that AWP for Jane, but the other players aren't fully buying up. Worth noting.
Yeah, this is the Virtus Pro Abacus at work. Got a little utility to create some space maybe for James to work with. The transfer through the door won't make enough of a connection. Oh boy, that's a different one though from Sanji. Saying hello with the Desert Eagle. The man knows his angles. A hard worker as well.
Imagine if that's what wins them the round. Imagine if later on MBK being on 40 health is a difference maker.
Jane playing anti-flash boosted up while Yakindar is the bait. That is something special. And OG, if it's late round and they're making a play, they'll like to put this flashbang out. Oh, they're not going to be ready for this. There's no way. Oh, Mantu. Okay, he's realized what's going on. He's going down to do the flashbang, the jump throw from the stairs. Beautiful stuff. Great awareness. Great carefulness from Mantu. That thwarts Virtus Pro. Maybe expecting a third man to be pulled over. They're heading straight back towards the A-bomb site. But look at this rotation from Virtus Pro.
What?
They know exactly what's happening.
This is unreal. 5-man rotation to this A site. This could work wonders for VP. It's such a ballsy call, but it could win them the game. 34 seconds remaining. MBK gets the first kill. Players blind on the site. There's a smoke up. It's complete chaos. It's complete anarchy, but Issa gets another entry, as does MBK. They're doing it. OG are overcoming the 5-man stack, and this game keeps on going.
My God. Something OG like to do late round if they're making an A play, sometimes they'll have 2 guys go to Banana if they know that they haven't completely taken control of Banana, and they'll throw some utility sometimes, that's enough. Just to force the CTs away to try and invite that third or second man to rotate from A back towards the B bomb site to weaken the A defenses. And perhaps that was a read from Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro probably perceived OG to think they'd have utility to drop top Banana to put them into an awkward time. Hence that rotation. VP on that full buy now. Sanji on the MP9. It is a full buy as far as VP are concerned. Maybe light on grenades. OG have 3 more tests to take this to overtime.
Another hefty rotation from Virtus Pro. 4 CTs on the A side of the map as it stands. It's got to be heartbreaking for VP when you stack the right site with 5 players and you can barely get a kill. But they have to put that behind them. 2 players now back on the B site for Virtus Pro. OG probably just pressuring Banana. We've seen this in a lot of rounds. OG just tried to take the top Banana control. That limits the information for VP, and then VP have to play a bit more of a guessing game. The problem is, in the last round they guessed correctly. In this one, I think they might have guessed wrong. 4 players rotate to B for Virtus Pro, but it's only Jame on A.
It's never only if it's Jame with an AWP, though. He's creating some space for himself, trying to delay them. In case it was a balcony burst, that smoke grenade is there. Trying to bait the shot now is Issa. He's going to be in trouble this time. James doesn't miss. Still looking towards the balcony. Kikut's made his way towards library, but the surround is here. Using a box in the middle for some cover. Kikut through the smoke. Perfect timing. And now James got cover from the smoke on the site itself. 14 seconds to plant this bomb. The cavalry's on the way. Looking to trample on OG. This could be the last round. The trades continue. That bomb has to get planted, though. Mantu still going for the frags. 5 seconds. It's over. It's all over unless Buster can be found. Running away to victory. 500k for Virtus Pro. They take Flashpoint too.
They've done it, James. The rotation works out. James this time lands the shot that they needed. Oh my god, it's Virtus Pro who made it through the qualifier, who win the whole damn thing.
That was a great game of Inferno. Virtus Pro kept all their heavy strats for when it really, really mattered. Absolute dominance in that first half, and they made it difficult in the second. A late comeback from OG, but it's Virtus Pro who take Flashpoint 2. Again, a difference of 500k. First place at Flashpoint 2, and they get a very nicely styled AK-47 for their troubles as well. Congratulations to Virtus Pro. That really was a very enjoyable, amazing performance on Inferno.
Yeah, and say what you want about it being online Counter-Strike, but you could tell those players were feeling the nerves in those rounds, 100%. Jame missing those shots the first time and then making up for it the second time, that is brilliant. You've got to give him a lot of props for that. Even just in general, the calls in this game that I assume did come from Jame on that T side were brilliant. They were just a step ahead in so many scenarios. I think it's fitting that they close it out, and what a breakout tournament for this VP team.
That was a really sick run. Apparently, Cadian called that Virtus Pro would win the final of Flashpoint 2 versus OG about a month ago.
Wild.
Which is very, very wild indeed. So props to him being a sensei on the internet. But yeah, that was awesome from Virtus Pro, and they struggled in some of their games in their run. I think a number of us expected them to have stronger performances, but they really kept their strongest performance for the final, the most important map of Inferno that I think they've ever played in their entire lives. But that's enough from you and I. It's over to Monty and the rest of the boys here at Flashpoint 2.
What an epic win from Virtus Pro, our new Flashpoint champions. As a reminder, guys, Virtus Pro, as Hawka mentioned, they came through our qualifier. But not only that, they didn't drop a map in our qualifier. So they cruised straight into Flashpoint. And you know what? In Flashpoint, they never even touched the losers bracket. The one time they lost, it was in the winners final of their group against OG. And is there a more legitimate result that you can imagine? Never touching the losers bracket, beating all of the tournament favorites, getting revenge against OG in the finals, beating Big, beating Fnatic. This is such a complete victory for Virtus Pro as a team. Has your opinion of them changed, Thorin, throughout the course of this tournament?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you have to remember when they made that run through the qualifier, obviously those were mainly tier 2 and tier 3 teams. Those were names where, like, for example, North was a team we would have been excited to get in. Like, actually, when you got Virtus Pro, because their form had been so bad in the months prior, you thought, right, well, this was just a crapshoot of a qualifier. What are they going to do? But in the group, you already saw, aside from the first time they played OG, it's the way that they matched up with every other team was so impressive to me. Like, the maps that they were able to get wins on, the fact that, I mean, the casters even harped on it. If you have 3 players in your team who individually take the time to study demos, this is what's possible. It doesn't matter that you don't have the best players in the world. You can get little key pieces of detail on where the other person's going to play, who you're going to attack there, or maybe who's rotating into a site. Like that can end up getting you 1 or 2 extra rounds. And for me, it's the grind out nature of VP that was so impressive.
And Maui, you were the one who predicted VP coming in to win this, and you had only seen like those CIS tournaments, although to be fair, they did beat Navi a couple of times at IEM New York CIS, and you had seen some of their qualifier matches coming in. What were the aspects of this team that made you so confident that they would be our champions?
I just feel like VP never choke. They play CS in a way that when we're in the green room or just talking amongst each other, we always say, why is this team force spying right here? Why is this team playing, like, just throwing their guns away? Why don't they save? And VP, they always play the odds. They always play the numbers game, and they play for the long haul in every match. And that's why they don't choke. This game was getting really ropey, and there were a couple moments where it felt like, okay, this might be it. OG might be back in this one. They might send it to OT, but VP just give themselves so many chances to have wins. They always try to outline a win condition in a round, and they always try to make it so that they have a chance to win the gun rounds. They know that their gun round plan is where they thrive, where they succeed the most, and they have such a complete picture in every single round.
You know, it took a while for Inferno to get going, and it really was kind of a story of fiscal responsibility here. And Thorin, you were calling out OG a little bit on their CT side because they saved quite a bit. Was that overly passive, do you think? Is that what screwed them over in this third and final map of Flashpoint 2?
Yes, because initially it was a sound strategy because they were going for this style where clearly they've been in the demos and they thought what we're going to do is, because we have a fairly passive CT side normally, let's not just spread out and let them pick us apart from the demos. Let's just do gamble stacks. Let's basically do what Mad Lions did on Train in that first match of the upper bracket playoffs. So they tried to do that. Now the problem was that was the logic of repeatedly savings to again have the full buy and to gamble. The problem is this: almost all the gambles were wrong. Their feel was absolutely terrible. Like Alexi B's feel for when to rotate was only on the second half of the game. In the first half, really, really poor. And the problem with this is this is what I always tell teams that do too many saves. That those will be the moments you look back at after the game if you lose and say, I wish I had those rounds back. Again, I'd even just try a couple of straight up rounds. I'd try an aggressive round, because the problem is this: if you look at the normal OGCT side, I understand why they did it. I think they actually would have been picked apart. But the answer's obvious. I hope they go back and watch this demo. What you have to do is make some information plays on A. You were never keeping anyone honest over at the balcony. You barely ever even peeked down mid. You didn't have a clue if anyone was if they were waiting to come in, if they were going to be. And so as a result, the rare times they gambled the B stack, unfortunately, that's when VP almost never went there. And then the times that they had a B stack and it was a full execute A, they had to save before they could even have a gunfight. So even though I understand what they were going for, the timing was totally off, and they're going to look back, especially with how close this game got at the end, and just think, what if we had even 2 more rounds?
And Maui, what was it that got OG back into this game? Because it looked really grim at the half, and yet they managed to almost scrape their way back into it and push it to overtime.
I gotta give credit to Alexi B. It felt like in the mid-round he was making some excellent calls, excellent reads. I don't even know how he had the information on the T side at times, so it probably was a couple lucky guesses as well, but they were hitting the bomb sites consistently that Virtus Pro were not stacking, and even the one time that Virtus Pro had all 5 of their players rotated onto A, and they had weapons, they still managed to pull through. So you got to give a lot of credit to just every member on OG who was finding frags in those kinds of rounds, because there were several moments where they were all coming up lane side, porch side, whatever you want to call it, and they were just busting their way out. Just it's like they're VP is locking. Yeah, they're putting down a solid brick wall, and Alexi B and crew are just Kool-Aid guys smashing right through it. It's crazy how they could even find any openings in those kind of things, because you were just throwing yourself into the meat grinder that Virtus Pro had set up there, but just finding the entry. So credit to OG for making it such a close game, because they had some very tough rounds that they had to play themselves out of.
I've got a stat for you, Monty, that is crazy. Literally,
Oh, yeah?
the highest rated Virtus Pro player is Jame, and he was like the 16th highest player in the entire tournament. So that shows this is a team that did it with their brains. They did it with teamwork, positioning, preparation. Like I say, they're actually a great role model, especially for their region, which is known to play fairly just press W/brainless Counter-Strike. So this is how you actually win if you want to beat the European teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming into this final today, it was number 15 for Jame and number 23 for Yakindar. And those were the two highest rated players according to those HLTV ratings. But before we get some more analysis done, guys, we do need to hear from our Flashpoint 2 champions. And we have that number 23, the young gun Yakindar with Freya right now.
An incredible performance from Virtus Pro to cement themselves as the Flashpoint 2 champions, taking home that trophy and, of course, Yakinda, $500,000 in prize money. Can you just describe how you and the team are feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, like, the team was really happy, but I'm literally shaking because this is actually my first, like, fucking big event, and I just couldn't believe it. Like, well, I mean, we know we're strong. I know we're a good team. I know it's possible, but still, after you've done it, it's still unbelievable.
Yeah, an absolutely incredible achievement from you guys, and no easy way through either. You took down some of the favourites in the entire competition, then coming up against OG yet again. How did you manage to claim revenge for that last loss you had at the group stage of Flashpoint 2?
Well, I mean, like, we played Inferno previously against them on group stage, and we knew what's up, why we lost that game, so we just focused on dealing the mistakes during the tournament, and that's why we won Inferno today. On Mirage, it was just unlucky a bit. My individual game didn't step up there, but like Train was awesome as well. So I mean, we just did fixed our mistakes on Inferno, and that in the end got us the win.
As the desk were alluding to as well, your T side of Inferno was absolutely incredible to witness. Who was making those calls during that period? Was it a group effort? Was it Jame making those reads?
Jame and Kickert mostly. They're two, like Jame obviously like maintaining the momentum with the full-on macro of the calls, and Kickert just focusing on Banana, how to win Banana, and it all worked. It worked perfectly.
It was crazy as well because it looked like OG were almost going to be coming back into it later in that second half. So was there kind of a key turning point for you guys where you managed to be closing it out there?
We guessed wrongly again on the last round as well. Jame was alone on A side. I'm not sure how OG didn't kill him, but I don't know. It's just you have to be lucky to win a tournament like this. So I guess that's the round that we got really lucky on.
And speaking of the overall tournament as well, I know when you guys were coming into it, you were saying that this was your opportunity to kind of prove yourselves against the European competition. So how are you viewing yourselves now, particularly as, you came through the qualifiers for this very event?
Well, I mean, at the start it was pretty heavy against, for example, we played OG and Fury on different tournaments, and it was hard to adapt at start, but now we're slowly starting adapting, especially after the win against Big, Fnatic, and OG now. This is amazing. I think we can finish top 10 this year.
And what are your thoughts on your overall performance as well? I know we've been talking throughout the entire tournament, and you've been saying, you've been lacking confidence in some areas as well. Does this sort of solidify for you going forward that confidence in your own ability?
Well, I mean, this is not my best tournament that will be. And I'm really sure about that, but I did everything for my team. I did my role, and I'm glad we won, and just in the future I'm gonna be playing better, just know it. So
of course it's a perfect place.
Today was actually fine, I think.
Yeah, you had a spectacular performance, particularly as you were saying on that second map as well. And just looking behind you as well, the perfect place for the Flashpoint 2 trophy, potentially amongst all your other ones there. I want to ask you as well about just anything you wanted to say to the fans too, because we've seen them supporting you throughout your entire time here at Flashpoint 2. So have a moment to say anything to the viewers watching at home.
Well, mostly thanks to Virtus Pro, our organization, fucking amazing. Jame for our in-game leader. All the players are fucking awesome, and the fans, you're the best of this all fucking part of the tournament. I fucking love every one of you. Sorry for swearing, but I'm just really emotional right now. So I love you. I love you guys.
It's fine, you can. It's totally fine. We love the emotion here at Flashpoint. And massive congratulations once again on cementing your place as the Flashpoint 2 champions. And with that, we can throw it back over to a proud dad over on the desk.
A proud dad indeed, Maui Snake. Just the paternal glow about him right now is just dazzling to behold, wouldn't you say? Are you proud of Yakindar?
I'm proud of you, Kinder, but I'm not his father. James might hold that title. I mean, I'm just happy that aggressive CS is back. It is taking every region by storm right now, whether it's Furia in North America, VP in Europe, and now CIS as well. Seeing players designated to be the point man to such a strong degree is just, it's such a fun way to watch CS, to know that this guy is going to be in the fray every single time and that they'll ride or die for him. So I love what VP brought to the table in terms of their total game theory and the way Yakinder played on top of it.
Now, as we look forward to where VP stands at the end of this year, I'm going to ask you, Thorin, the creator of the top 10 list. Is this going to be a strong move for VP into the top 10, do you think?
I think it's plausible when you consider, like, I personally count like what wins you get as well, not just where you place in a tournament. So I mean, listen, beating like 3 of the top, I think Fnatic was in the top 12 or 13, I think. So there's 3 of the top 12 teams in the world. That's pretty good. The issue is this: basically they were dormant this year until basically the qualifier of Flashpoint 2. So it's almost like some like miracle Cinderella run at the end of the year. So I don't know how they did it. Hopefully they can continue so we actually get another quality team out of that region. And it's not just Na'Vi plus the rest. But I don't really know that we can put them high. Like, I'm thinking like around 10 or 11 is probably where they realistically are.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. And as we take a look back before we get into the meat of the blind spot, as it were, and a little bit of fun stuff as we head and wind down our show, what are your guys' takeaways, Maui? What have you enjoyed about Flashpoint? What has this helped you realize about the current landscape of the competitive Counter-Strike scene?
I think that even though online CS gets a bad rep for maybe being a little bit too casual, you can see that in these high-pressure moments, in these finals, when there's a lot of money on the line, it does affect the players. There's absolutely the nerves coming out in games like this. And you can see that the level of prep that some of these teams brought to this tournament was elevated from what I will see at a 150K prize pool tournament with 24 teams. It's really exciting when there's something that they're playing for and they know that they're playing for. You can see that the level of play does change drastically. So it's not just everyday Counter-Strike over here at Flashpoint. It's $1 million prize purse, for God's sakes.
Must be a little surreal, though, trying to play for $1 million in the comfort of your own home. That level of pressure is normally accompanied by stadiums and crowds, and while we hope to have that again, it's all in your mind, which is a very interesting conundrum to be in.
It's going to be hard to fall asleep in that same room. I'll say that.
Yeah, it is.
Just try to turn around and fall asleep.
Especially with his LED dragon ceiling, that makes it actually very difficult to fall asleep in that room. Thorin, do you have any big takeaways from Flashpoint? How has this changed your view of CSGO towards the end of this year?
I mean, I will say, I think that actually the money angle was the only way we could bring some sort of gravitas back to online play, because unfortunately, not only are the prize pools reduced, understandably, because tournaments have split across all these regions, and so you can't have everyone compete in one place, aside from this little spurt we had towards the end of the year. The problem is they did all blur into one, and eventually it sort of felt like even if someone won one, the next day another tournament began, and they never really got even the feeling of, like, after the Super Bowl, people have those weeks where they're soaking it in, you're reminiscing on it. No, you go straight on to the next one. And so sometimes, unless basically you won 2 tournaments in a row, you never really even got much of a pop. And that's why we had those teams. Like, number 1 was being swapped like little Pokemon cards back in the day or something. So I think personally, I just found it was kind of cool to let the tournament breathe. Also, whereas we had like I think OG played 10 best of 3s, but look at the prize money they were competing for again. I don't feel hard done by that they had to play that many best of 3s, because if they'd have won, they'd have bloody earned that $500,000. It's when someone does all that and at the end they get 30,000, like that feels a little bit cheap, especially when you're used to competing in the biggest lands in the world for millions of dollars beating the same teams.
To be fair, they got $25,000 per best of 3 that they played. And they didn't even win the finals, right? So
sure. So and I also think actually
everyone.
here at Flashpoint, one thing I really appreciate, despite the circumstances of how the tournament ended, was look at the blend of talent we were able to bring together. It was the lineup no one's ever seen before. Like we had Anderson Semler, the legends of the game. Always a pleasure to hear them cast. I think Hawker probably showed people when you can actually hear him because he's not on the B stream. He's a pretty good caster. Bardolph was just his usual self. The same humour, the same lies about how you should play, clearly based on his own matchmaking experiences. Monty Hayes still learning the game, getting into CS, trying to bring some of the flavour that he had when he used to be a caster over in League of Legends. I think Freya and Potter, obviously, they're usually more on the DreamHack circuit when they get to colour outside the lines a little bit. You've seen probably a different side from them. Shout out to Freya for actually risking all of her jobs elsewhere in the industry by doing that news reading segment. I thought Potter actually did a great job. Actually, here's the joke, I'm going to let everyone in on it. Obviously, she is really nice and she almost never would do any of that stuff in those skits, which is why it was funny. It was called a juxtaposition. You couldn't even spell juxtaposition. Sit the fuck down. So no, I think also I'll shout out Hawker. Not Hawker. Alan. Someone people probably didn't know because he's never done an event on camera as an analyst. But, I mean, just look at the work he did from the first match to even, like, the fifth match. I think I saw the guy get about 50% better each match. It was ridiculous. And by the end, you could have believed he was on any tournament. Maui here, obviously, taking his first step up. He's doing the final of a big event. This has basically been the big year that's launched him. And he even got to call the team that won the tournament in the end and have all the analysis go his way in the upper bracket and win the prediction contest. Usually reserved for the interview girls, I've noticed. So fair enough, enjoy that one, mate. You're not in the most glittering company ever, but you did win, so fair enough. And then obviously I was here and I'm good. Yeah.
You were great. You were great coming up with so many of those skits. Also Yumi helping out with the telestration, getting a couple casts in there and breaking into, I think Yumi, yes, if I'm correct, his biggest contribution to date was a 12th place decider match, I believe. And so now he had some real matches to cast here and it was a pleasure to work with him. So yeah, thank you guys all.
Just to reference on camera, also Tom Newman, who did the actual work on those skits. Without him, basically, those skits would be 50% as good. He knew how to shoot them, how to adjust the idea, how to tell people how to act. Believe it or not, Anders actually can't on his own act that disturbed. He actually needs prompting to do that on camera. Apparently, you need a candid camera to get him doing that normally. I don't know.
Yeah. Also, I can't strip that well, guys. That was all Tom. Tom was giving me all the stage directions there. He's my pimp, actually.
Yeah, also to shout out to all of our producers, Reese, Mike, and Andrew, our technical broadcast director, because all of the changes, especially in the last couple of days, that have been so difficult to pull off while we moved into our rooms. Obviously not the way we wanted to end the tournament, but still super, super hard for our crew to do, who are also working from their rooms right now, remoting into all of the equipment. So thank you so much to everybody for that. We put on a great tournament overall. It's too bad we couldn't end it in our beautiful studio, but it's a testament to everybody's work over the past couple of days that's actually managed to have this thing finish at all. So really appreciate that. We are going to be going into a little bit more of a relaxed time now. We've got some Secret Santa gifts from people to come up. We also are going to go over our Pinnacle points. So we have had 3 weeks of this. Thank you very much to Pinnacle for sponsoring Flashpoint. It was actually really fun and really different to do our, I won't say predictions, our wagering segments this way, because they weren't always who we thought was going to win, but it did create a really fun game that I think we all enjoyed. And I think we should have all of our Pinnacle segments up here. So I think we're going to start with the first week of our group stage, because we did it week by week and we had different winners. And our first winner was James Bardolph. Mao, you had a really good run in the old Pinnacle points.
I actually added everything together, and I was 4,000 higher than second place. So yeah, I kind of killed it. I kind of honestly killed it. Yeah, I kind of slayed this competition. When betting's involved, I take it way more seriously.
Well, especially because if you guys don't know, we did have some of these punishments. Semler became the clown after our first week of competition. Thorin, you and I
became the seventh Cloud9 clown, exactly. So there was Henry G and the 5 players. I mean, I guess I'll let Cassard off on that one. It was his first games. But then Semler had to be the clown. Yeah, I skipped the dawn. Thanks to OG, by the way, who didn't win the tournament. But if you hadn't won that match, I'd have been in that clown costume. And if you know anything about me, listen, I'll do a lot of funny things on camera, but don't know, I might have had to skip out the back door of that one. I was never getting in that clown costume. You have to understand.
Thorin, I would have gotten in the clown costume with you if that had happened. I promised Potter that was going to be the case. All right, we do have our next week of competition as well. And this one Oh, this is our next week of competition. So Anders on top there, Haka, Semler, and then me. I had a better time. Thorn, you had a better showing. Maui, what tripped you up in this one?
I think this was Forza doing way worse than I expected, and Dignitas actually winning a BO3. I think those were my big bets that went south on this week. But at the end of it all, I think we'll go to the next slide soon, and you'll see that I just still. Once I get the data, once I get the download, I'm like Alexi B with it. I just download these teams and I just rattle it off after that.
I think you're like Alexi B on CT side. You just gambled all the time, but you got it right this time. Wes. You got it right.
That was week 2 with Envy and Forza.
Okay,
that was Envy and Forza. I had to gamble a lot.
Sure.
I like how Bardolph went from top to bottom. We did make Bardolph do stupid Star Wars dances on
just
the green
like his
screen.
sexual
We did get
proclivities.
That is a very interesting kink that he has. We did get some great photoshops out of it, though. So thank you guys for submitting all of those. And now, before we did finish up our predictions yesterday. We were supposed to have 6 people do like a musical number, and I'm really sad because we had people here who were working really hard on that to develop the music and the lyrics. So Liam and Amira, I'm really sorry we didn't get to do that. Would have been really funny and a great send-off to the show. But we are going to have some interviews instead with our winners, or gloating, I should say. It's probably just gloating. So we do have Freya. We do have Freya, who came in 3rd place in our playoffs pinnacle points prediction contest. Congratulations.
Come in 3rd. Thank you, Monty. And thank you, Susie, for the trophy as well. And thank you, Liam, for the sweets inside it, too. An extra nice surprise. The big dick play paid off. I bet on OG and I bet on MIBR. I was way down at the bottom. I was in definitely going to be in the musical, but no, 3rd place coming in. So thank you to the Brazilians and OG, who didn't actually ultimately end up winning, but saved my predictions, to say the least.
Well, thank you, Freya. I am really salty, by the way, that we're not supposed to have winners in these competitions. We're only supposed to have losers.
Yes,
that's the way it's supposed to fucking go. So I am salty that we had to finish this way, but you do get paper trophies that my wife, Susie, made today. All right. So in 2nd place, we do have Mr. James Bardolph, who went from 1st to last to 2nd again. Do you have a beautiful silver trophy for us?
I'm very impressed by this. This is awesome. So props to Susie. I was just like very taken with how symmetrical the handles are. That's very, very impressive. And yeah, have to allow the plebs to do something that 2nd week, right? Have some fun. Let's put some big money on Dignitas. But I had to come back to crush it. 1st and 2nd, I don't mind that, man. Me and Maui like Ferraris in the Formula 1 years, the 1-2 setup. So it's all good. I didn't mind losing to Maui. It was a good race. So congratulations to you. And yeah, I love my trophy.
That didn't look sexual at all. Anyway, thank you very much, James, for your wonderful casting of our finals tonight. And finally, Maui, you're already here. So would you like to do your gloating? Because apparently you've already done the math on your entire Pinnacle Point one. So you're also our overall winner. So you get double the trophies.
I should get triple
practice, you only get
because
one.
I picked Virtus Pro from day 0. I picked the winner of this tournament before it started.
I think Yumi did too.
Yes.
Where's
Yumi
your
actually
trophy?
was 3rd. Yumi was 3rd. My trophy is right here. Thank you, Susie, so much for this. She also delivered some a beer for me too. So thank you, Susie, and cheers to you.
Cheers.
Thanks to everybody. We can't have a blind spot today, but remember, guys, the main thing I want to say while I have this time up here on stage is that what is this? Yep, Maui Virtus Pro
prediction.
Yep,
That's
day
your
1.
prediction.
Day 1,
It's the
Yakinder
proof.
fan.
It's the proof of your genius.
That is the
Maui.
proof. Exactly. So, but the main thing I have to say is make sure you pour the beer straight down so it gets that head. Don't get the bubbles in your stomach. Get at the top of your beer.
Oh, God.
Cheers.
What an animal you are. Tilt your glass, please, as you pour your beers, guys. Don't be like Maui. Don't be like just going to chug it. Thank you. Well, congratulations on your Pinnacle Point victory and your beautiful golden trophy. We had to do everything a little bit scuffed today. But with that said, guys, we also had a little bit of fun getting Secret Santa gifts for each other. As a parting note here at Flashpoint, we can't do our normal blind spot, but we do have a fun little segment for you guys. Goodbye from Flashpoint. We've had an amazing time throughout these playoffs so far, and I hope you guys have a nice holiday. We'll get it kicked off with this.
All right. Here's my gift.
Wow, is it already an early Christmas morning?
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Since we're all isolating in our rooms now, we got our presents brought to us to our rooms, and we're gonna get to open up some presents.
A gift from Secret Santa. Ooh, exciting.
I have no idea who this is from.
I have no idea what to expect. No idea who's bought this for me. So, gonna be a wild ride. Here's the boy.
I wonder what my Secret Santa has gotten me.
Card has a message. It says, "I just want your voice to be heard from Secret Santa," but that looks like it's printed though, so we'll find out if that's actually related to the message at all.
2 bottles from Secret Santa. Okay.
Do you wonder if most people open their gifts nicely or if they just rip it open like me?
It's a book. The spiritual. Oh my god, what is this?
A wooden tomahawk.
Ooh, somebody knows me very well. It's a small bottle of Talisker, one of my favorite scotches.
The Spiritual Journey of Alejandro Jodorowsky.
It's more Star Wars themed shit, and I love it. A little LED R2D2.
Ooh. Marvelous.
Right, apparently it's a megaphone. Metaphorical for my career because I indeed have the megaphone.
No way. Oh, that's sick. Grow your own indoor herb garden set. That's sick.
This is amazing. This is my first tweet. Oh my god, how did they do this so fast?
Ooh, 2 books, in fact. The first one we've got is The Stars, My Destination. And the second one is a novel by Patrick O'Brien called Master and Commander.
Cold Steel. But I swear, guys, I'm not casting Valorant.
An interesting one. That picture of me on the banana is taken. It's taken in Iron Apple, and then edited me into the old Fountain on Inferno.
So, who do I think got this for me?
I don't know who could have given this to me.
God, it could be. It's either Monty. Okay, it's either Monty, Thorin, or Semler, and I'll just go with. I think it's Thorin.
I'm gonna guess one of the new people, like Hawko or Alan.
Maybe like Maui or somebody. Maui might have hooked me up with this.
So I don't really know who I can guess who this would be from. Maybe do Potter. Maybe she thinks that that's an appropriate gift for me.
I'm gonna say I feel like this is a Maui move.
I'm gonna go with Yumi for this one.
I think that may be Semler. That's who I go with.
Maybe James Bottle?
Big Hawker. It's a blind stab in the dark.
I have no idea. Maybe someone who doesn't know me at all, but no idea.
And well, I'm gonna take this time real quick to just say thank you to everybody who's been tuning in and following throughout the year and giving us support. And Merry Christmas to everybody out there. It's a fantastic time of the year. Let's be grateful that we've still got some great CS, that we've had CS all year long, and that we've been able to really, kick ass and take names. So big shout out to everybody in the CSGO community and to the esports community at large. And Merry Christmas, everybody. Let's end strong.
watching every move. Take your shot, don't act a fool. All you got and all you ever need is one bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do? One bullet in the chamber. Breathe easy, take your aim, boy. Ain't nobody gonna save you. So what you gonna do?
ways of the underground.